Chapter 1. I am very satisfied today. Good sister, please let me go. A beautiful woman, with eyes like autumn water and full of charm. She wore a phoenix crown on her head and a layer of red gauze on her body, which outlined her exquisite curves and revealed her creamy white skin. Apart from the phoenix crown and gauze, there is only one slender leg wrapped around the thigh, which shows the flesh, and the rest of the vital parts are clearly visible. The beautiful woman pressed on Lu Xian, her face flushed, and her pair of delicate hands roughly tore off Lu Xian's clothes. She opened her red lips slightly and said in a soft voice, "Today, you must practice the great Tao with me." Lu Xian looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, whose exposed chest was only separated from his by a thin layer of gauze, and his scalp immediately went numb. He is now a young man full of vigor and vitality. Facing such temptation, he simply cannot resist. But Lu Xian still refused with the last bit of his rationality. "Sister, I have a fiancé." "Wake up." "Very good." Hearing this, the beautiful woman smiled coquettishly and tore off the last bit of his clothing completely, leaving only the blood-red pendant hanging on his chest. "This is the best husband I've ever had." Before Lu Xian could react, the woman's red lips came close to him. He struggled violently, but the woman was obviously more excited and did whatever she wanted to Lu Xian. A few days later, there were a few spots of bright red scattered on the grass, and the phoenix crown, veil, and leg rings were scattered all over the ground, making it extremely messy. Lu Xian opened his eyes and looked at the woman sitting on him, feeling a little dazed. This sister is so enthusiastic. After he persisted halfway, he passed out. The remaining half was completed by this sister alone. Now Lu Xian even feels a little pain in his waist and needs a lot of nourishment. "Are you awake?" The woman watched Lu Xian wake up, then she got up and changed into a red dress, looking stunningly beautiful. She leaned over and grabbed Lu Xian's hand, placed it on her chest, and said softly, "This time, it's your turn to tear my clothes." Lu Xian's heart pounded, and he shook his head hastily. "No. If we continue, someone will die." He feels so miserable. Unexpectedly, the first time, it was given to this greedy master. If she continues to pester me, she will drain me dry sooner or later. The woman in the red dress smiled and said, "Do you really think I'm such a casual person?" Lu Xian asked back, "What else?" The woman in the red dress stroked Lu Xian's strong chest and grabbed the blood-red pendant on his chest. Lu Xian looked down at the pendant before reacting. This pendant is an ancestral heirloom, and every young master of the Lu family is required to wear it at all times. I was out gaining experience, and when I was resting, blood happened to drip onto the pendant, and then the woman in the red dress appeared. I was sleeping in this sky burial pendant. I just woke up and my body is very weak. I need your natural body to heal me. Is there any problem?" The woman in the red dress lifted Lu Xian's chin with her hand, looked at him carefully, and cast a seductive look at him. "You kid, you are born with a Taoist body, your yang energy is extremely strong in yang, you are also handsome and have a good figure, this palace is not at a disadvantage." Lu Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. "I am at a loss. I have accumulated yang energy for 20 years, and I gave it all to you without leaving a single drop." The woman in the red dress tapped Lu Xian's head gently, with a smile on her lips. "Stupid. How could I be the kind of person who would take advantage of others? You will not suffer any loss." Lu Xian frowned slightly and asked curiously, "How can you prevent me from suffering any loss?" "I'd like to hear the details." The woman in the red dress stared at Lu Xian, her eyes sparkling. "You, Lu Xian, the young master of the Lu family in Qingsong City, Qingzhou. You practiced physical training at the age of 7, awakened your spirit at the age of 14, and entered the realm of Dongxian at the age of 18. You are known as the pride of Qingzhou, am I right?" Lu Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that the woman in the red dress knew everything about him. But then he thought about it again. She had been in the ancestral pendant all along, so it didn't seem surprising that she knew everything. He nodded and said, "Yes." But that was all in the past. He refined his body at the age of 7, awakened his spirit at the age of 14, and attained profound enlightenment at the age of 18. When he was 20 years old, his strength had surpassed 9 out of 10 geniuses in Qingzhou. However, 3 months ago, when he was fighting for the spiritual mind for his family, he was besieged by strong men from the rival Chen family. The tribesmen who fought alongside him died one after another, and he was the only one left to fight against dozens of powerful enemies alone. Although he killed countless enemies, he was eventually severely injured by the enemy, his dantian was destroyed, and his strength plummeted to the body refining realm. During this experience outing, he originally wanted to stimulate his potential in the fight between life and death and seek a way to recover. But I never expected that I would be drained again before I could recover. There was a sly flash in the eyes of the woman in the red dress. Do you want to regain your glory, or even surpass it? Regain your glory. Beyond the past. A firm look flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. Think. If I can't become stronger, not only will my family be implicated, but I will also die. In Qingsong City, 5 great families stood side by side, and the Lu family once occupied the top position. All of this was achieved by Lu Xian with the blood of his enemies during his heyday. Now that he has encountered misfortune, his former enemies will surely take the opportunity to take revenge. Not only is he in danger, but hundreds of members of the Lu family and his childhood sweetheart, Lin Xinyao, will also face a devastating disaster. The woman in the red dress gently patted Lu Xian's shoulder and said softly, "Follow me." The next moment, the space in front of Lu Xian suddenly changed. He found himself in a mysterious and unknown space. Above the sky, billions of stars are constantly disappearing, behind them is a surging sea of blood, and the ground beneath your feet is a dark red color. On this vast land, 9 towering stone tablets stand tall, thousands of feet high, reaching into the sky. Lu Xian looked around and asked in confusion, "Where is this?" The woman in the red skirt walked over and answered, "This is the world inside the Heaven Burial Pendant, called the Heaven Burial Realm." Lu Xian frowned. Heaven Burial Realm? Why is it named this? The woman in the red dress, the original intention of creating this world is to bury all the worlds in the heavens. When all the worlds in the heavens are annihilated, this place will become the grave of all living things. Lu Xian was shocked and couldn't help asking, "Who are you?" The powerful ones in this world can destroy mountains, split seas, burn them and boil the seas with the snap of a finger. However, even this kind of destructive power is just a drop in the ocean compared to burying the heavens and all the worlds. The woman in the red dress said, "You will know it in the future." Lu Xian asked again, "Are you a powerful emperor?" In the Xinwu realm, the realm of cultivation is divided into 10 major realms: body refining, spiritual enlightenment, profound knowledge, subtle knowledge, heavenly knowledge, control of laws, kingship, supreme power, holy lord, and great emperor. Each realm is divided into 9 smaller realms. The emperor is the supreme being. The woman in the red dress nodded slightly. "You are right." Lu Xian suddenly felt that this matter was not that simple. The woman in the red skirt pointed to the 9 stone tablets in front of her and said, "9 of my old friends are buried here. If you can obtain their inheritance, you will not only be able to restore your realm, but you may even achieve the strongest realm." Restore realm and even achieve the strongest. Lu Xian looked at the 9 stone tablets with burning eyes, on which were engraved their titles. The Sword Ancestor of all worlds. Immortal Pill God. The Master of the Heavenly Refining Artifact. These 9 people are undoubtedly the most powerful people in history. Either he is a peerless supreme being who shakes the world, or he is a legendary emperor from ancient times. If you can obtain their inheritance, you will definitely get a chance to defy the heavens. The woman in the red dress looked at Lu Xian and said, "You can choose the inheritance of one of them now. As for the other inheritances, we will talk about it later." Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then resolutely walked to the stone tablet of the Sword Ancestor of all worlds. "I choose the inheritance of the Sword Ancestor of all worlds." The sword cultivation inheritance has always been rare and precious. But once you embark on the path of sword cultivation, you will move forward courageously until you reach the peak and remain undefeated. Lu Xian was in urgent need of strength at the moment, so he naturally had to choose the most powerful school. Sword Cultivator. Moment. A majestic golden light burst out from the stone tablet and turned into endless sword energy, rushing into Lu Xian's body like a rushing river. A top-level martial art also appeared in his mind. Sword Cannon. The source of all sword cultivation in the universe, the general outline of sword arts in all realms. At the same time, this powerful sword energy flowed through Lu Xian's meridians. The dantian that had been destroyed has once again gathered tremendous power. Lu Xian's aura is constantly rising. It was as if an unstoppable force was awakening in him. Chapter 2: The Inheritance of the Sword Ancestor of All Worlds. After his dantian was destroyed, Lu Xian's realm dropped to the first level of the body refining realm, and there has not been much improvement in such a long time. But as this sword energy rushed into his body, transforming Lu Xian's meridians and dantian, his realm also soared. The first level of body refining realm. The third level of body refining realm. The 7th level of body refining realm. The 9th level of the body refining realm. His cultivation level soared like a hot knife through butter. It was not until he reached the 9th level of the body refining realm that he gradually returned to stability. Lu Xian clenched his fists and suddenly felt an extremely powerful force surging in his body. This is a feeling I have never experienced before. This power is not inferior to the Qi-Ling realm. Feeling this power, Lu Xian was even more surprised. This technique not only allowed him to restore his dantian, it also made his strength far surpass that of other practitioners at the same level. It is worthy of being called Sword Classic. The name of this technique is simple and unpretentious. Because when this technique appeared, there were no swords in the world, let alone sword practitioners. Only with this skill can the sword fighting tradition last for countless years. The source of all sword cultivation in the universe, the general outline of sword arts in all realms. It can be said that sword canon is the ancestor of all sword cultivation techniques. Practicing this technique will naturally suppress sword cultivators. All the sword techniques in the world can be found in it. It can be said that having him is equivalent to practicing all the kendo inheritances. Lu Xian looked at the woman in the red skirt and asked, "This technique is too powerful. What is its specific grade?" The skills, martial arts, and even the grades of magic weapons are divided into different grades: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each grade is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. But why does this sword classic feel more powerful than the heavenly level skills? The woman in the red skirt said, "I don't know." When this technique appeared, there was no distinction between grades in the world. Lu Xian was silent. It was my fault. At this moment, the tombstone of the sword ancestor of all worlds flashed again. A long sword flew over and stopped in front of Lu Xian. The sword is silver all over and looks sharp. It seems ordinary, but Lu Xian can feel the power against the heavens from it. The woman in the red skirt said, "This sword is also the inheritance of the sword ancestor of all worlds. It is called the ancestral sword and is the number 1 sword in the world. It can make all the swords in the world submit to it." Lu Xian gripped the hilt of the sword tightly and immediately felt the powerful power contained in it. The woman in the red skirt continued, "This sword is too strong. It cannot be used unless it is a life or death situation. Do you understand?" Lu Xian nodded, "I understand. This kind of divine object can no longer be classified by grade. Although the ancestral sword is very powerful, if you use it mindlessly, it will be difficult for you to improve. And if it were to be exposed, he would most likely be killed. If you use this sword, you must be prepared to kill everyone present." But Lu Xian was still very happy. This is equivalent to having an extra trump card. You can do without it, but you can't live without it. "Thank you, senior." Lu Xian asked again, "When can I get the inheritance from the other 8 predecessors?" The sword ancestor of all worlds is so powerful, it is hard to imagine how powerful the inheritance of the other 8 predecessors is. The woman in the red dress said, "These 9 tombstones guard the burial heaven realm, just like 9 pillars holding up the sky. One less pillar is not a big deal, but if too many are missing, the burial heaven realm will collapse, and even backfire on all the heavens and worlds. You need to find a source of Tao to replace the tombstones before you can unlock other inheritances." Tao source. Lu Xian didn't know what this thing was, but it felt very rare. "Okay, I understand." The woman in the red dress nodded. "If there is nothing else, you can leave first. I will call you if I need anything." "Need? What are the needs?" Lu Xian felt a pain in his waist. He didn't dare to stay for long, and with a thought, he withdrew from the heaven burial realm. Looking at the pendant hanging around his neck, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to the pendant passed down from my ancestors, I was able to recover. Next, it's time to deal with the affairs of Qingtsung City. He immediately set off for the Lu family. Within the heaven burial realm. The woman in the red dress thought about it, and a black shadow appeared beside him. The black shadow was somewhat dissatisfied and said, "You just blocked my perception. What happened?" The woman in the red dress smiled, "It's not important." The shadow looked up and saw the dimming tombstone of the myriad sword ancestor. He was somewhat surprised. "Tian Dao, did you find him?" "It wasn't easy." The woman in the red dress nodded, "It's really not easy. Qingtsung City, Lu family." As soon as Lu Xian, who had just welcomed a new life, returned to the Lu family, he saw a young man walking towards him. The moment the young man saw Lu Xian, his eyes lit up. "It seems like a long wait. Cousin, Lu Chen." Lu Chen looked anxious and said to Lu Xian, "Hurry to the meeting hall, the Lin family members are there." The Lin family is the family that his fiancée Lin Xinyao belongs to, and it is also the only family among the 5 major forces in Qingsong City that is on good terms with the Lu family. Lu Xian went straight to the meeting hall without hesitation. Council Hall. The head of the Lu family, Lu Qingtian, had a gloomy expression on his face, and was surrounded by the top members of the Lu family. On the opposite side was Lu Ruyan, the wife of Lin Chanan, the head of the Lin family. She was surrounded by a group of Lin family members, who were glaring at the Lu family members with eager eyes. Obviously, Lu Ruyan is the person in charge of the Lin family. The atmosphere in the field is tense. Lu Ruyan's sarcastic voice echoed in the hall. Your Lu family's young master Lu Xian's cultivation has been abolished. It is only a matter of time before the Lu family is eroded by other families. The engagement between my daughter Lin Xinyao and Lu Xian must be annulled. Everyone in the Lu family was furious when they heard this. Lu Qingtian had already guessed Lu Ruyan's intention and asked in a deep voice, "You can cancel the engagement, but when can we return the 3 million spiritual stones gift money that our Lu family gave us?" For the Lu family, these 3 million spirit stones are almost half of their wealth. In order to form an alliance with the Lin family, Lu Qingtian reluctantly agreed. After all, in other family marriages, no matter how high the gift money is, it is not so outrageous. The Lin family was so cunning that they calculated that 3 million was half of the Lu family's assets and grasped the highest number that the Lu family could accept. If the engagement is cancelled now, the betrothal money should be returned according to the rules. Lu Ruyan asked, "Didn't you give the gift money voluntarily?" Lu Qingtian said in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" Lu Ruyan continued, "Since you gave it to me voluntarily and I didn't steal it, why should I return it?" Lu Qingtian was stunned. What kind of logic? All the Lu family members were also angry. Isn't this bullying honest people? You asked for a huge sum of money at the beginning, but now you regret it and you don't even want to return the gift money? Fuck you. Give me your money back. At this time, a young girl walked out. The girl was dressed in simple white clothes, her facial features were delicate and picturesque, her skin was as white as jade, and her every move revealed a unique temperament. She seems like a lady from a scholarly family, yet she has the pride and extraordinary character of a genius. When they saw this person, everyone had different expressions. Lu Xian's fiancée, Lin Xinyao. Seeing Lin Xinyao appear, Lu Ruyan was very proud. "Yaoer, tell me your decision now." Lin Xinyao's expression was calm, and her tone was extremely indifferent. "I will not withdraw from this marriage." She was not afraid of Lu Ruyan's aggressiveness. "The engagement is between Lu Xian and I. I can cancel the engagement, and so can Lu Xian, but no one else can, not even if you are my mother." Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Obviously, Lin Xinyao's words exceeded their expectations. Lu Ruyan was furious. She never expected that Lin Xinyao would still disobey her at this time. She cursed as soon as she opened her mouth, "You rebellious girl. How many talented people from famous families in Qingsong City want to marry you? Why did you insist on choosing that loser Lu Xian? Lin Xinyao's talent is no less than Lu Xian's. Not only is she gifted, but she also has an extraordinary appearance. She is the dream lover of countless cultivators in Qingsong City." Lin Xinyao smiled calmly, "Lu Xian is good looking. This alone is enough." Lu Qingtian looked at Lin Xinyao and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such a good girl. What a pity. In the Lin family, he is just a tool. He has never figured it out over the years. In the eyes of the Lin family, is Lin Xinyao really a person? Or is she just a tool to be used? Lu Ruyan stared at Lin Xinyao, extremely angry. She came here today to cancel the engagement. Unexpectedly, Lin Xinyao went against him. "Okay. You only have that little bastard Lu Xian in your heart, right? Come here. Take this rebellious girl to the Chen family in Qingsong City. We have already formed an alliance with the Chun family. If this rebellious girl disagrees, let her get pregnant with the Chun family's child. Let's see if she dares to disobey me again." Lu Ruyan had a grim smile on her face. "Go against yourself? It also depends on whether you have the ability. If I want to cure you, there are plenty of ways." "Lu Ruyan, you are crazy." Lu Qingtian stood up, his face full of anger. Witnessing such beastly behavior with his own eyes, he could no longer suppress his anger. After all, Lin Xinyao is his future daughter-in-law. Lu Ruyan not only sold her future daughter-in-law, but also sold her to the Chun family, the mortal enemy of the Lu family. This Lu Ruyan is really despicable. Lu Ruyan was unmoved. She smiled coldly, her face full of pride. Why, you want to do something to me? My husband Lin Xiaonan is the head of the Lin family. Who dares to touch me? At this moment, with a bang, the door of the council hall was kicked open by Lu Xian. When everyone looked back, they saw Lu Xian rushing directly in front of Lu Ruyan. Fuck you! A slap in the face with the backhand. He blew her away directly, and she somersaulted several times in the air. Chapter 3, Brother-in-law, you have a strange scent. Bang! Lu Ruyan's body fell to the ground. His face was covered in blood and he was screaming. Who? Who hit me? Lu Ruyan got up from the ground in a panic, gritting her teeth in anger. Inside the meeting hall, there was total silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Xian, unable to look away for a long time. Lu Chen, who was following behind Lu Xian, was stunned. As soon as he and Lu Xian walked to the door of the meeting hall, he heard Lu Ruyan nagging there. Just when he was about to persuade Lu Xian not to be impulsive and avoid being killed, Lu Xian rushed in and slapped the arrogant Lu Ruyan away. Didn't Lu Xian's dantian get destroyed? How come he's still so strong? His ferocious appearance is no less than in his heyday. Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Xian and said in surprise, Xianer, has your cultivation recovered? Hearing this, all the Lu family members in the field looked at Lu Xian with joy. Although Lu Ruyan has no talent in martial arts, she can be considered a cultivator in the body refining realm. Lu Xian was able to slap him away with one slap. It is very likely that his cultivation has recovered. Lin Xinya was slightly startled when she saw Lu Xian. Lu Xian, you. Lu Xian looked at Lin Xinya and said with a smile, don't worry, I'm still me. I now own the heaven burial realm. Who can compete with me? From now on, if anyone dares to bully me, just kill him. At this moment, everyone in the Lin family looked very ugly. They never thought that Lu Xian, whose dantian was destroyed, could recover so quickly. At this time, a person walked out. The descendant of the Lin family, Lin Xiaotian. The strength is at the 7th level of the body refining realm. He pointed at Lu Xian with a smug expression on his face. The look he gave Lu Xian was also full of teasing. As if he had seen through Lu Xian's tricks, he pointed at Lu Xian and said, don't be fooled by Lu Xian. He was a cultivator in the profound cavern realm before. Even if his dantian was destroyed, he must still have some power left. Now he is just pretending. Although Lu Ruyan is the mistress of the Lin family, she has no talent for martial arts. Even an ordinary person who was a little stronger could slap her away with one slap, let alone Lu Xian, who was previously a cultivator in the Dongxian realm. How can the dantian be restored just like that? Lu Qingtian was dissatisfied and said, even if Xianer's dantian hasn't recovered, so what? I want him to be the young master, not a general. If he can't beat others, we will help him fight. I want to see who dares to touch my Lu family. Swish. Many Lu family members stepped forward without any fear on their faces. Lu Xian has made great contributions to the Lu family. Now, his realm has just been lost, but he is still the young master of the Lu family. Lu Ruyan covered her face and came back to her senses. She cursed angrily, you Lu family actually let such a person be the young master. You are so blind. You are finished. Our Lin family will not let you go. Lin Xiaotian stepped forward and said flatteringly, Lu Xian actually dared to hit the mistress, it is simply a heinous crime. I, Lin Xiaotian, will teach him a lesson right now. After saying that, he walked up to Lu Xian and said, do you dare to challenge me in a one-on-one duel? Life or death? The whole audience was silent. Single combat. No matter life or death. After Lu Xian's dantian was destroyed, he only retained the strength of the 1st level of the body refining realm. And this Lin Xiaotian has reached the 7th level of body refining realm. The gap in strength is too great. To fight him to the death is like courting death. Lin Xinyo was very unhappy and said, Lu Xian's cultivation is almost gone, you are fighting him to the death, do you still have any dignity? If you have the guts to fight me, I will definitely not show mercy. At this moment. Click. Lu Xian threw a punch. It instantly pierced Lin Xiaotian's throat. Lin Xiaotian's eyes widened and blood gushed out from his throat. He fell straight to the ground, motionless, and died on the spot. Lu Xian frowned, looked at the corpse on the ground, and curled his lips, little bastard. I was a cultivator in the Dongxian realm back then, and I played in high-end games. It's hard for Lu Xian to look at this little scoundrel in the body refining realm in the eye. Everyone was shocked to see Lin Xiaotian being killed instantly. They looked at each other, at a loss. This Lu Xian actually killed Lin Xiaotian with just one punch. He is a cultivator at the 7th level of the body refining realm. Seeing this, no matter how arrogant Lu Ruyan was, she understood. Lu Xian, you have really recovered your strength. In an instant, everyone in the Lin family felt their scalps go numb. The reason they dared to be so arrogant today was because Lu Xian had lost all his cultivation. But I didn't expect Lu Qian to recover so quickly. Lu Qingtian's face was full of surprise. He patted Lu Xian on the shoulder and said, "Good boy. I knew you could do it. What realm are you in now?" Lu Xian said, "The 9th level of the body refining realm generally requires a new level of cultivation." Lu Qingtian grinned and said, "It doesn't matter. Then let's rebuild it." Lu Xian is a genius. After gaining experience in cultivation, his speed of cultivation will definitely be extremely fast. At this moment, the Lin family members split into two sides, and a young man walked out from them. Many Lu family members looked at the young man with frowns on their faces. The young man carried a long sword on his back, looked at Lu Xian and said, "You hurt my Lin family mistress and killed my cousin. You should give us an explanation for this matter." Lu Xian knew this person. Lin Feng, the top genius of the Lin family. He learned from Sanyu sword sect and is the only sword practitioner in Qingcang City. Now his cultivation has reached the 7th level of the spiritual awakening realm. Seeing Lin Feng, Lu Qingtian frowned and said, "He is a sword cultivator. The Sanyu sword sect is the only sect in Qingzhou that has the sword tradition. Lin Feng is a disciple of the Sanyu sword sect and also a sword practitioner. Everyone knows that within the same realm, sword cultivators are invincible. Even many well-known Qiling realm cultivators did not dare to provoke Lin Feng." Lin Feng stared at Lu Xian and said, "Lu Xian, do you understand sword cultivation? Do you know what sword cultivation is?" Lu Xian recalled the true meaning of swordsmanship in the sword canon and glanced at the ancestral sword that was dormant in his body. He scratched his head and said, "I don't quite understand. Please teach me." Lin Feng smiled, "You ignorant fellow. Haven't you heard that sword cultivators are invincible in the same realm? I can kill you 100 times with one sword. If you kneel down and apologize now, and the Lu family pays you a generous gift, my Lin family may show mercy and let you go." After that, he stretched out 3 fingers and said, "Pay 3 million spirit stones as compensation, and let this matter go. Otherwise, the Lin family will destroy the Lu family." This number made many Lu family members very angry. Before Lu Xian and Lin Xinyao got engaged, they paid a gift of 3 million yuan. No more, no less, exactly half of the Lu family's assets. Now they want another 3 million, doesn't that mean they want to completely empty the Lu family and take everything away from it? Lu Xian said, "What if I don't want to?" Lin Feng said, "Then you have to beat me. Let's fight to the death, to decide who is better. A life and death battle, only one person can survive. The winner takes it all, how cruel." Lu Xian asked, "When will the fight begin?" Lin Feng smiled and said, 5 days. I'll give you 5 days to prepare. Don't say I'm bullying you. The Lu family members present immediately became dissatisfied. Are you kidding? Lin Feng is a sword cultivator, invincible in the same realm. And his cultivation is far beyond Lu Xian. Not to mention 5 days, even if it were 5 months, Lu Xian might not have a chance of winning. Lu Xian nodded, 5 days then. After 5 days, I'll take your dog head. Lin Feng was disdainful, how shameless. Lu Ruyan was very proud. It seemed that the slap she received was not in vain. Now it depends on whether the Lu family wants money or Lu Xian. These 5 days are the last deadline for the Lu family. If you don't hand over 3 million spirit stones to settle the incident, then we will have a life and death battle and let Lu Xian die. Lin Xinyao was a little worried and asked, "What are your chances of winning?" She had no affection for most people in the Lin family, but it was different for Lu Xian. Lu Xian thought about it. The sword canon is the guiding principle of the sword arts of all realms, and it has a natural suppressive power over all sword practitioners. What's more, he has the ancestral sword in his hand. If it doesn't work, call out the woman in the red dress. I have plenty of cards. Lu Xian said, 90%. The remaining 10% is because I'm afraid he will become proud. Night. After everyone from the Lin family left, Lu Xian practiced in his room. Now that my cultivation has just been restored, this is a good opportunity to consolidate my realm. At the same time, he was preparing to reach the spiritual awakening realm within these 5 days. He was halfway through his practice when he suddenly opened his eyes. I saw a young girl in blue sitting by the window, looking at me with a smile. She showed the Lin family token on her waist, looked at Lu Xian, and said, "Brother Lu Xian, the Wu family sent me to kill you, what do you say I should do?" At this moment, an aura of the spiritual awakening realm spread out. This aura is at least at the 4th level of the spiritual awakening realm. Lu Xian was not panicked at all, and said calmly, "Come in first and close the window. What if others see you, my sister-in-law, breaking into my room in the middle of the night and spread gossip?" The girl in green smiled, jumped onto Lu Xian's bed, and pursed her lips. "Brother-in-law, what do you mean by gossip? Could it be?" The girl's hand pushed aside Lu Xian's clothes and stroked Lu Xian's chest. Lu Xian was a little numb. "Lin Sini, aren't you here to kill me? Otherwise, just do it. It's better than being misunderstood by others." Lin Sini didn't care and said, "What's the misunderstanding? When I was a child, my sister and I made an agreement to marry the same man in the future." Suddenly, Lin Sini leaned over to Lu Xian's side and sniffed, wondering, "Strange, brother-in-law, why do you have a strange fragrance on you?" "It seems to be the smell of a woman." Chapter 4, Sister in Red Skirt Wants to Collect Tuition. Lu Xian's eyelids twitched immediately. "Oh no, this is the smell of the woman in the red dress." "Oh?" Lin Sini's eyes flickered, still lying on Lu Xian's chest, her delicate nose twitching slightly, as if she was sniffing something carefully. After a long while, she raised her head and smiled, "Did you go out to drink wine?" "Actually, if you can't help it, I can." Lu Xian said righteously, "I, Lu Xian, have always been a man of integrity. Don't talk nonsense and ruin my reputation." Lin Sini smiled and said, "Okay, men, I understand." Lu Xian was numb. "You know nothing." Then, she stopped smiling and said, "Brother Lu Xian, you only have a few days left to fight to the death with Lin Feng. Have you thought about how to become stronger quickly?" Lu Xian thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have a way?" Lin Sini nodded and said, "I heard that a treasure appeared in Tianqing Mountain. If we can get it, it won't be a problem to increase our strength." Hearing this, Lu Xian pondered for a moment. Tianqing Mountain? There is indeed a high probability that treasures will appear in places like that. Tianqing Mountain is very close to Qingsong City. It is a mountain range that stretches for hundreds of miles. It is rich in resources, but it is also full of monsters and beasts, making it very dangerous. Treasures would appear every once in a while, attracting cultivators from all sides to scramble for them, and among them there were quite a few genuine good things. My current cultivation level is only the 9th level of the body refining realm, and the decisive battle with Lin Feng is approaching, so I really need to improve my strength. Lu Xian nodded and said, "Okay, then when are we going?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Ruby Lin taking off her clothes with her back to him. The green dress fell like falling flowers, revealing her skin as white as jade. The air seemed to be filled with a faint girl's body fragrance. Lu Xian was stunned. What are you doing?" Lin Sini lay in bed very naturally and said, "It's too troublesome to go back to the Lin family. We are going to Tianqing Mountain together tomorrow morning anyway, so I will rest here." Lu Xian was speechless. "I asked you why you took off your clothes?" Ruby Lin replied, "I like to sleep naked." Lu Xian was stunned. "Do you have to be so natural?" Just as he was thinking, Lin Sini stood up, grabbed Lu Xian's arm, and pulled him directly onto the bed. "You sleep too?" Then she closed her eyes. Lu Xian wanted to move his body, but his arm rubbed against something soft. Soft and elastic. He was surprised. This little girl is not very old, but she has developed quite well. After one stick of incense, Lin Sini slept soundly, but Lu Xian couldn't sleep and even felt hot all over. How can a man and a woman sleep together in a room? No. I need to hide. Lu Xian's mind moved, and his consciousness sank into the burial heaven realm. Burial heaven. Lu Xian stepped on the dark red land, looked at the 9 stone tablets in front of him, and let out a long sigh. Not only can you enter the burial heaven realm with your physical body, you can also choose to enter with only your consciousness. Just like now. In front of him, a woman in a red dress appeared. With a playful look on his face, he said, "Why, you're not accompanying your little lover, but are here to practice dual cultivation with me?" Lu Xian was stunned. "You can really see the outside world." The woman in the red dress nodded, then gestured at her chest and said, "If a few years pass, maybe she'll be as big as me." Lu Xian was silent. If he did things in the future, wouldn't she be able to watch the live broadcast? Although I did everything I should have done with the woman in the red dress, it was still quite embarrassing. Can't we bring them together? Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, "I want to become stronger, teach me." The woman in the red dress nodded. "It's simple, but there are conditions. Every time I teach you, I will practice dual cultivation with you 10 times. Lu Xian's expression suddenly changed. 10 times? Can you give me a discount? Even once is fine. The woman in the red dress said decisively, "Then just once." It's a deal. Lu Xian was speechless and felt that he had been fooled. The woman in the red dress flicked her sleeves, and a phantom appeared in front of Lu Xian. This phantom looks exactly like Lu Xian, and the aura is also the same. The woman in the red dress said, "Try to defeat this phantom, but don't use the ancestral sword." Lu Xian nodded. If he used the ancestral sword, it would indeed not be challenging. But he quickly said, "I don't have much time. I want to go to Tianqing Mountain when daybreak." The woman in the red skirt said, "Don't worry, 1 day in the heaven burial realm is equivalent to 1 hour in the outside world. You have plenty of time." Lu Xian made an estimate. The speed of time flow in the burial heaven realm and the outside world is more than 10 times different. Very strong. Lu Xian looked at the phantom in front of him and rushed over. Get started. In his heyday, Lu Xian was invincible in Qingsong City and had fought his way out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even if we put aside his identity as a swordsman, he is still a warrior with rich combat experience. As soon as Lu Xian approached the phantom, the other party moved. The two sides started fighting instantly. This phantom's appearance and strength are exactly the same as Lu Xian's. But his combat experience seems to be richer than Lu Xian's. After dozens of rounds, Lu Xian was completely suppressed. He immediately felt something was wrong. Why is this guy so strong? The woman in the red dress said, "Don't you want to become stronger? If you kill someone you couldn't kill before, doesn't that mean you've become stronger? This phantom was created based on you, and it represents your limit. If you defeat it, it means you have broken through your limit." Lu Xian was in deep thought. Indeed, he is no match for this phantom now. But since this phantom is exactly the same as me, there is no reason for me to be suppressed by him. Although a lot of combat experience had been accumulated from previous life and death battles, it was clearly not enough. I can't reach my own limit at all. Come. Lu Xian freed his fists and fought with the phantom again. Soon, Lu Xian spent a whole day in the burial heaven realm. During this day, he was completely suppressed by this phantom. But Lu Xian did not give up. After a short rest, he would attack the phantom again. It was not until the next day that Lu Xian gradually began to fight back. On the third day, Lu Xian and phantom were evenly matched and neither could do anything to the other. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, there is still no winner. It's just like what a master taught me, no one can break it. At this time, Lu Xian also felt that he was much stronger than before. If I had a mountain of gold before but didn't know how to use it, now I can use it freely. Lu Xian also realized his bottleneck. He clenched his fists and began to perform martial arts. Swift Shadow Fist. Lu Xian suddenly punched out. It hit the air, causing a loud roar. 9 fist shadows, densely packed together, smashed towards the phantom. The martial arts in this world are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each level is divided into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. The one Lu Xian displayed is the middle grade yellow level martial art, the Swift Shadow Fist. When achieving minor success, one can throw out 3 fist shadows, when achieving major success, 6, and when achieving perfection, 9. The power of each fist shadow can be superimposed on each other, making it extremely fierce. And what Lu Xian was performing at this moment was the Swift Shadow Fist at the perfect level. Seeing this, Phantom also used the Swift Shadow Fist. But this time, there were 18 fist shadows. More than twice as many as Lu Xian. Directly repel Lu Xian. What's going on? My Swift Shadow Fist has already reached the perfect level, how come he can defeat me? Lu Xian was a little confused. 18 Swift Shadow Fists, unheard of. The woman in the red skirt said, "All martial arts techniques in the world have their limits, but this illusion can break through those limits, greatly increasing the power of martial arts." Lu Xian was in deep thought. As a yellow level martial art, Swift Shadow Fist is naturally very powerful. But has the cultivator who created the Swift Shadow Fist really brought this martial art to perfection? Not necessarily. However, the martial arts displayed by this phantom can be truly flawless, which is equivalent to deduction to the extreme. Lu Xian recalled the scene where Phantom used the Swift Shadow Fist and then punched out. It's also the Swift Shadow Fist. But this time, there were 18. The power has completely gone beyond the scope of yellow-level martial arts. Boom boom boom. 18 explosions sounded from the Phantom's chest. This Phantom was also directly repelled. Disappeared with a sudden bang. Success! Lu Xian was also very satisfied. In this way, any new martial arts learned in the future can be passed on to Phantom, allowing him to deduce a stronger version. The woman in the red skirt looked at Lu Xian and nodded slightly. Not bad. In just a moment, you can comprehend a stronger level of martial arts. You have great talent. At this moment, the mysterious voice sounded again in the ears of the woman in the red dress. But only she can hear this voice. This kid is still so talented. The woman in the red dress remained calm and waved her hand, and the perception of the mysterious voice was completely blocked again. Then he slowly walked towards Lu Xian. At the same time, he took off the few clothes he had on. She put her arm around Lu Xian's waist with one hand and lifted his chin with the other. I am here to collect tuition now. Before Lu Xian could struggle, he pressed on him. Chapter 5, Wait for my sister first. The next day. Lu Xian slowly woke up. I still feel a little scared. Damn, I almost got squeezed dry. Not a drop left. As soon as he stood up, he saw a piece of white dancing in front of his eyes again. Double cultivation is hallucinating? Lu Xian was stunned for a moment before he realized that it was Lin Sini who was changing clothes in front of him. Seeing Lu Xian wake up, Lin Sini hugged him in her arms. Brother-in-law, you finally woke up. Lu Xian felt a little suffocated, and then he felt the fragrance of a young girl coming over him. A different scent from the woman in the red dress. Lu Xian opened his mouth to speak, but forgot that Lin Sini was still holding him, and he immediately smelled the fragrance of milk. Lin Sini's body trembled slightly, as if she had been electrocuted, and she quickly pushed Lu Xian away. She grabbed the clothes to cover her fair and rosy body. She quickly put on her clothes and said hesitantly, "It's too fast now. I have to wait until my sister uses it before I can use it." She lowered her head again and slowly took off her clothes, revealing her graceful and slender body. But if my brother-in-law really wants it, I can do it. Lu Xian was stunned. It goes without saying what this is used for. Lin Sini suddenly felt as if she had said something wrong, and quickly changed the subject, saying, "Let's go to Tianqing Mountain first." Just the two of us. Lu Xian nodded slightly, okay. On the way, Ruby Lin naturally took Lu Xian's arm. Lu Xian also looked down at Lin Sini. I have to say, Ruby Lin is just as pretty as Ruby Lin. Different from Ruby Lin's dignified and elegant appearance, Ruby Lin looks more youthful and tender. They are two completely different flavors. Not only that, Ruby Lin is also very talented. Now he has been accepted as a disciple by Wuji sect and has a bright future. Now he is a cultivator at the 4th level of the spiritual awakening realm. At her age, there are very few people who can be compared with her. It is precisely because of this that many of Qingcang City's geniuses are drooling over Lin Sini. She is just as popular as Ruby Lin. Outside the blue sky. Many cultivators gathered here, many of them in groups of 3 or 5, and went directly into Tianqing Mountain. The news that a peerless treasure had appeared in Tianqing Mountain had spread, and all the major families in the city had received the news. Therefore, there are many young geniuses and top powerhouses here. Although Lin Sini is also a genius, the Lin family is also a famous family in Qingcang City. But after all, the Lin family's patriarch had a bad relationship with Lu Xian, and Lin Sini only traveled with Lu Xian secretly, so she did not have the support of the Lin family. The only one they can rely on is themselves. An entrance to Tianqing Mountain. Several Lu family guards were guarding here. When they saw Lu Xian and Lin Sini coming, they bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings, young master." Lu Xian nodded slightly, "Thank you for your hard work." There are 5 entrances to Tianqing Mountain. Guarding the entrance is equivalent to guarding the resources within Tianqing Mountain. Originally, the Lu family occupied 3 of the entrances, and most cultivators who wanted to enter had to look at the Lu family's face. But in recent times, the Lu family's strength has gradually declined, with only one last entrance left, and its influence is not as great as before. Lu Xian brought Lin Sini in. After passing through a small path, we officially stepped into the territory of Tianqing Mountain. Lu Xian took a deep breath, and a rich spiritual energy from heaven and earth surged in, nourishing his limbs and bones. Although this undeveloped wilderness is dangerous, the richness of its spiritual energy is incomparable to that in Qingsong City. It is for this reason that the Tianqing Mountain is prone to the appearance of top-quality natural treasures. The two of them went deep into the Tianqing Mountains together, and soon, Lin Sini's eyes lit up. She looked at a tree in the distance and said, "It's the Qingling fruit." Not far away, there was a big tree standing on the ground that could be hugged by several people. The branches and leaves are lush and verdant, and several green fruits with stripes are hanging on the branches. Qingling fruit, a specialty of Qingzhou. It has the effect of nourishing meridians and activating spiritual energy. If consumed by those in the body refining stage, it can greatly increase the success rate of breaking through the spiritual awakening stage. After eating it, the Qingling realm can enhance the control over spiritual energy and greatly increase strength. The Qingling fruit only grows in a few mountains in Qingzhou. It is extremely difficult to find and can be said to be a product that is priced but not sold. I didn't expect to meet you today. But soon, Lu Xian reached out and stopped Lin Sini behind him. Careful! From the bushes nearby, a 10-foot-tall silver wolf rushed out, opened its bloody mouth, and let out an angry roar. Roar! Lin Sini's expression suddenly changed, and she said, "Second-level monster, the snow silver wolf. There must be monsters guarding the natural treasures. This snow silver wolf is exactly like that." The second-level demon beast corresponds to the spiritual awakening realm of the human race. Lin Sini sighed inwardly. She was at the fourth level of the spiritual awakening realm but had not yet noticed the ambush of the demon wolf. She did not expect that Lu Xian had discovered it first. She was just about to take action, but Lu Xian had already rushed out. Fighting with phantoms for 3 days has made Lu Xian's combat awareness very sharp. His body was as nimble as a tiger or wolf, and he rushed to the side of the snow silver wolf. He aimed at the top of the snow silver wolf's head and punched it hard. Swift shadow fist. Boom boom boom. 18 fist shadows directly hit the crown of the snow silver wolf. With a crisp bang, the snow silver wolf's head exploded like a watermelon. Kill it with one punch. Seeing this scene, Lin Sini was slightly surprised. You are only at the 9th level of the body refining realm, but you can actually kill a second-level monster? After reacting, Ruby Lin discovered something unusual. Although the swift shadow fist is in the middle stage of the yellow rank, even at the perfect stage it can only send out 9 fist shadows. But you sent out 18 just now. How did you do that? Swift shadow fist is considered a basic martial art, and Lin Sini has also dabbled in it. It was precisely because of this that she felt incredible. The swift shadow fist that Lu Xian performed was actually even stronger than the swift shadow fist at the perfect level. It seems like there are only 9 more fist shadows, but the power has increased by who knows how many times. Lu Xian would not easily reveal all the things about the heaven burial realm, but just said casually, "I was free a few days ago, so I improved this martial art a little bit." So amazing? Improving martial arts, isn't that something only people who are proficient in martial arts can do? Lin Sini was a little surprised. Even though the quality of this swift shadow fist is not high, it is not easy to improve it. I didn't expect that Lu Xian's attainments in martial arts had reached such a level. Lu Xian skillfully dug out the demon pill from the corpse of the snow silver wolf on the ground, then skinned and extracted its tendons, and put all the valuable materials into the space ring. After finishing the work, he turned his attention to the Qingling fruit. Lu Xian picked the only 6 Qingling fruits, gave them to Lin Sini and said, "You take half, and I take half." Lin Sini put away the Qingling fruit and smiled sweetly, "Thank you, brother-in-law." At this moment, a sarcastic voice sounded. "Lu Xian, I didn't expect you to survive the disaster and still be able to come to Tianqing Mountain." Chapter 6, Let Us Feed You Together. Not far away, 3 figures appeared, 2 men and 1 woman. They are all dressed gorgeously and are from wealthy families. The leader looked at Lin Sini with lustful eyes and said with ill intentions, "Hey, isn't this Lin Sini, the second daughter of the Lin family? Why is she here beside Lu Xian? Why don't you just follow me, Chenyan? You can have as many Qingling fruits as you want." After saying that, Chenyan's mind moved, and hundreds of Qingling fruits appeared, floating behind him, so majestic. At the same time, his expression became complacent. "How is it? Does it impress you?" Lu Xian looked at Chen Yan, somewhat confused. Where did this stupid bird come from? Lin Sini raised her head and looked at the three people. Based on the clothes the three people were wearing, their identities were quickly determined. The five major families in Qingcang City are headed by Lu, Lin, Chen, Yi and Wu. These three people are Chen Yan from the Chen family, Yi Feng from the Yi family, and the woman is Wu Daoshu from the Wu family. They are all the pride of their respective families. Because the Lu family was the only dominant family before, there were many conflicts of interest between them and several other families. As a result, except for the Lin family, the other major families were very hostile to the Lu family. But things are different now. The Lu family is gradually losing power, which also gives them an opportunity to take advantage of it. Chen Yan used his spiritual power to hold up more than 100 Qingling fruits, looked at Lu Xian, and said sarcastically, I didn't expect that you are not so lucky. You can only find a few Qingling fruits in such a treasure land as Tianqing Mountain. It seems that your Lu family's good days are really over. Yi Feng also sneered, then glanced at Lin Sini and said, I didn't expect that Lu Xian has such a beauty by his side. She is exactly like her sister. She must be someone who can make people linger in bed. Chen Yan smiled and said, I heard that the Lin family is preparing to form an alliance with our Chen family and let Lin Xinyao marry into our Chen family. When the time comes, we brothers of the Chen family will take turns to play with Lin Xinyao. Maybe there will be a chance for you to try out the skills of the two sisters. Yi Feng and Chen Yan showed sinister smiles on their faces, as if they had already tasted the pain of being sucked marrow out of their bones. Although Wu Daoshu was traveling with them, there was not much sarcasm on her face. She just ignored Lu Xian and saluted to Lin Sini, saying, Hello, Miss Lin. The relationship between the Wu family and the Lu family was relatively relaxed, and Wu Daoshu did not want to act like a villain, so he just greeted Lin Sini. Lin Sini's face remained calm. Lu Xian looked at the hundreds of Qingling fruits held behind Chen Yan. The fact that he can release spiritual power to lift the Qingling fruit is enough to prove that he is a cultivator in the Qingling realm. He looked at Lin Sini beside him and asked, Who are these two little bastards? Why don't I know them? Lin Sini said, Chen Yan and Yi Feng are the children of the Chen and Yi families, but they are only at the second or third level of the Qingling realm. I have met them once or twice before. Lu Xian nodded, I see. He's just in the spiritual awakening realm. I've played a lot of high-end games, so it's normal that I don't recognize this little jerk. After all, he was a cultivator in the Dongxian realm before, and those he beat were their elders. At that time, people like this could only stand in the distance and watch the battle silently, without even the chance to intervene. It's perfectly normal to be unfamiliar with this kind of jerk. Who would pay attention to the characters in the background? When Chen Yan and Yi Feng heard Lu Xian calling them a little punk, their faces turned gloomy. This sentence directly hit their sore spot. Although they are about the same age as Lu Xian, they have never had the opportunity to marry Lu Xian before. Now that Lu Xian has finally been eliminated, they have a chance to get back at him, but they are still looked down upon. Chen Yan angrily shouted, Lu Xian! Don't forget, you are just a defeated general of my brother Chen Wangnian, yet you dare to speak so shamelessly. Chen Wangnian was the murderer who severely injured Lu Xian and destroyed his dantian. He originally thought that mentioning this name would remind Lu Xian of the horror of being severely injured that day. But when he saw Lu Xian's calm face, Chen Yan became even more helpless and furious. He gritted his teeth, looked at Lin Sini again, and said, Now my Chen family is very wealthy. Your sister Lin Xinyao will marry into our Chen family sooner or later, why do you still want to hang out with him? Lin Sini asked, You mean, there will be benefits if I hang out with you? Chen Yin grinned, Of course. The more you serve us, the more benefits we will get. Lin Sini spread out her palm and said, Really? Then give me all the Qingling fruits and let's see your strength. When Chen Yan heard Lin Sini asking for the Qingling fruit, his face instantly turned ugly. Although there are many green spirit fruits, they are also obtained by luck and can only be encountered by chance. I don't know how long I had been trying to accumulate my luck before I finally found a patch of Qingling fruit trees. The value of these Qingling fruits is incalculable. They are truly rare and can only be found once in a while. If I really gave it all to Rubilin, I wouldn't know how much I would lose. I don't know if I can encounter so many Qingling fruits next time. Seeing Chen Yan's hesitation, Lin Sini said with a look of disdain, Why don't you want to give it? Isn't your Chen family rich and powerful? Why are you reluctant to give up just a few fruits? I thought your Chen family was really powerful. Chen Yan was choked and stood there in a daze. Then he made up his mind and said, Isn't it just over 100 Qingling fruits? It's nothing. If you want, take it. After saying that, he put all the fruits into the space ring and threw it directly to Lin Sini. Then he laughed and said, "As long as you follow me, you can have as many fruits as you want in the future." Seeing Chen Yan pretending to be rich, even Yifeng was stunned. The value of these Qingling fruits is really high. I didn't expect Chen Yan to be so generous and give away all the Qingling fruits. Outrageous. Wu Daoshu was also slightly stunned. Then he looked at Chen Yan as if he was a fool. What Lin Sini said was false, but the Qingling fruit was real. Unexpectedly, after being provoked by Lin Sini, he actually gave away all the Qingling fruits. There is really a mountain of gold that cannot be defended. Lin Sini took out a Qingling fruit, took a bite, and the juice overflowed. Not bad, you are sensible. Although Chen Yan felt heartbroken, he felt extremely happy when he saw Lin Sini eating the Qingling fruit. How is it? The fruit I gave you is delicious, right? You will have plenty of Qingling fruit in the future. But unexpectedly, Lin Sini ignored Chen Yan, turned around and gave the Qingling fruit in her hand to Lu Xian. Brother-in-law, let me give you this. It's delicious. Lu Xian took it and took a bite, then started chewing it in front of Chen Yan. You're right, it's delicious. It is worthy of being the priceless Qingling fruit. It is different from ordinary fruits. Just by biting it, you can feel a rich spiritual energy flowing into your body. It's really good stuff. Lin Sini lay on Lu Xian's chest and said tenderly, "Brother-in-law, if you like to eat it, you can hold me with your right hand and me with your left hand, and we will feed you the fruit together." Chapter 7, Brother-in-law, you are so awesome. Seeing this scene, Chen Yan's face suddenly changed and became extremely ugly. Even Wu Daoshu couldn't help but turn his head away, unable to bear to look at it. At this time, no matter how stupid Chen Yan was, he could see it. He clenched his fists, veins popping out on his forehead. "Lin Sini, how dare you play tricks on me?" Bang! Lin Sini stepped forward and slapped him in the face with her backhand. "I'm playing tricks on you, don't you agree?" In an instant, Chen Yan's cheeks turned red and swollen. This slap stunned Chen Yan. All the Qingling fruits that I had collected with great effort were gone. As a result, I got slapped in the face. Chen Yan suddenly became furious. "Well, you shameless thing, you actually dared to play tricks on me. This is too much." Originally, Chen Yan thought that even though he had lost more than 100 Qingling fruits, at least he was able to win the beauty, and at the very least he could have some fun with Lin Sini. But now he also realized that Ruby Lin was playing tricks on him from beginning to end. Lin Sini sneered and said, "I'm just bullying you, so what?" Chen Yan's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. If I let Lin Sini go today, how will I be able to gain a foothold in Qingcang City in the future? Wouldn't it be a joke known to everyone? Not only does he have to kill Lin Sini to vent his anger, but he also has to recover all those Qingling fruits to save his own face. He looked at Yifeng beside him and said, "Yifeng, let's join forces and kill Lin Sini." Yifeng nodded and stared at Lin Sini. Why join forces? Of course, it was because they were only at the second level of the spiritual awakening realm. It was difficult for them to kill Lin Sini, who was at the fourth level of the spiritual awakening realm, alone. We must join forces to have a chance to kill Ruby Lin. As for Lu Xian beside her, the two of them never treated Lu Xian as a human being from the beginning to the end. At best, he can only retain the strength of the body refining realm now, which is nothing at all. Can be destroyed easily. Wu Daoshu saw that the situation on the field was tense and took a few steps back. Obviously, she didn't want to take action and just wanted to wait and see. At this time, Chen Yan rushed directly towards Lin Sini. Wind and fire palm. He struck out across the air with his palm, and instantly a strong wind arose, rolling up flames several feet long, which turned into a palm print and blasted out. Yifeng also threw a punch. Sky-breaking fist. A heavy fist shadow followed closely. The two of them each used basic martial arts and were ready to completely defeat Lin Sini in just one round. Both of these martial arts are mid-grade yellow level and extremely powerful. Lin Sini took a step forward, also ready to take action. Her cultivation level is at the fourth level of the spiritual qi realm, far surpassing Chen Yan and Yifeng. Even if it's 1 against 2, it's not a loss at all. But at this time, Lu Xian took the lead and rushed out. He simply took out an ordinary long sword. Although there is almost no systematic sword fighting inheritance in this world, the sword is still widely applicable as a weapon. Even if it's just an ordinary sword skill, it's extremely powerful. However, Lu Xian did not use the ancestral sword, but used a very ordinary sword. There is no need to use the ancestral sword to deal with these two people. And he also directly used a sword skill recorded in the sword manual. The sword flies so high that it shocks the sky, and even ghosts and gods are afraid. The sword flies across the sky. Martial arts without grade. Lu Xian thrust out his sword. The wild sword energy was magnificent and extraordinary, showing a huge murderous intent. The terrifying sword energy directly tore through the two men's martial arts and slashed their bodies. With a bang, Chen Yan and Yi Feng were chopped and flew away. The sword energy tore the two men in half on the spot. At this time, the sword energy in the field gradually dissipated. Two bodies fell to the ground. Lu Xian put away his sword, his expression indifferent. As expected, it is a sword skill recorded in the sword manual. It is indeed extremely powerful. Although he is only in the body refining realm now, with this sword skill, he can easily kill a cultivator in the second level of the spirit awakening realm. At this moment, Lin Sini looked at Lu Xian shyly. Brother-in-law, you are so amazing. She knew that Lu Xian was a genius, but she didn't expect that with his cultivation in the body refining realm, he could easily kill a strong man in the spirit awakening realm. At this moment, Wu Daoshu's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Lu Xian and said, "Are you a sword cultivator?" Lu Xian smiled and said, "Not bad, are you satisfied?" In an instant, Wu Daoshu's expression changed drastically. Sword cultivator. The sword cultivation tradition in this world is almost cut off. Only a few sects have passed down the incomplete sword-wielding tradition. However, even though sword cultivators are extremely rare, they can still be said to be invincible in the same realm. But I didn't expect that Lu Xian was actually a sword cultivator. It was beyond their expectations. Wu Daoshu was silent for a moment, then asked, "Did you have any adventure?" Lu Xian looked at her. This person had never been against him. Lu Xian nodded slightly and said, "I guess so." Wu Daoshu was filled with awe. I originally thought that Lu Xian would become indistinguishable from the crowd after being severely injured. But unexpectedly, he had another adventure and obtained the sword cultivation inheritance. In this way, Lu Xian's future achievements will be limitless. But she still reminded Lu Xian, even if you are a sword cultivator, if you want to go against other families in Qingtsong City in the future, it's best to have a backer. For example, Sanyu Sword Sect. The major families in Qingtsong City all have extremely strong foundations. It also has connections with many large sects. The three major sects in Qingzhou are Sanyu Sword Sect, Wuji Sect, and Taiqing Dan Sect. Without their support, it would be very troublesome if we were targeted by the aristocratic families in the future. Even if a sword cultivator is invincible in his realm, it is difficult to face a strong person who is far beyond his own realm. And the Sanyu Sword Sect is obviously the best choice. As a sect for sword cultivators, it is uniquely tolerant towards sword cultivators. At the same time, their power is also extremely strong and they are not afraid of threats from the aristocratic families at all. Very suitable to be your own backer. Lu Xian said, "I will consider it." Then, Lu Xian picked up the two people's space rings from the ground. Then he looked at Ruby Lin and said, "You and I will take one each." Lin Sini shook her head and said, "I didn't do anything this time, it's all yours." Lu Xian did not refuse and directly accepted the two space rings. After all, practicing on your own also requires a lot of resources. If you are always generous, you will really end up eating dirt. He opened the space ring and found that there were indeed a lot of good things inside. The total number of miscellaneous spirit stones is as high as 3,000, and there are also some basic healing pills. And there is also a magic sword. Spirit sword. As a spiritual weapon, it is far superior to ordinary weapons. The sword that Lu Xian is using now is just an ordinary sword. But this sword is a spiritual weapon. The grade also has lower Xian level. It is much better than the sword Lu Xian is using now. Although there are few sword practitioners, swords as weapons are not uncommon. This time, Lu Xian has found a treasure. Good. Lu Xian picked up the spirit sword and weighed it. You can temporarily overuse it. At this time, Wu Daoshu looked at the two of them and said, "I got the location of the treasure of Tianqing Mountain by chance. Do you want to know?" Lu Xian and Lin Sini instantly looked at Wu Daoshu. Their primary goal when they came to Tianqing Mountain was, of course, the so-called treasure of Tianqing Mountain. Wu Daoshu immediately added, "Don't think too much, I just think you are talented and want to make a good relationship with you." Lu Xian said, "You lead the way." Wu Daoshu nodded, then led the two of them deep into the Tianqing Mountains. After several hours, the three of them came to the depths of the Tianqing Mountains. Wu Daoshu looked around and said, "It should be around here." At this time, Lu Xian also keenly felt that the spiritual energy here was several times richer than other places. It seems like there is something that is constantly emitting spiritual energy. At this time, the voice of the woman in red dress also appeared in Lu Xian's ears. There is a spiritual vein here. Chapter 8, The Power of the Ancestral Sword. Lu Xian was slightly surprised when he heard the words of the woman in the red dress. Spiritual vein. Only where the spiritual energies of heaven and earth converge can spiritual veins be nurtured. It may be hidden in the mountains or at the bottom of a swamp. The rich spiritual energy contained in the spiritual veins can allow cultivators to obtain endless spiritual nourishment. High-grade spiritual veins are even enough to allow cultivators to achieve huge breakthroughs in a short period of time. At the same time, the grades of spiritual veins are also different, and are also divided into heaven, earth, black, yellow and other grades. Generally speaking, only powerful forces are qualified to own a complete spiritual vein. There is not even a single spiritual vein in the current Qingcong city. The spiritual vein in the Tianqing mountain is indeed a treasure to all the major families. Wu Daoshu bent down and grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground. The spiritual energy of the land here is extremely rich, perhaps there may be a middle-grade yellow-level spiritual vein. Lu Xian drew out his magic sword and slashed it towards the ground. Boom! A loud bang. The ground dozens of feet in front of him suddenly tore apart. Everyone looked over and saw three bright silver spiritual veins intertwined beneath the cracks. Spiritual energy gushed out like substance, so rich that it was almost liquefied. For a moment, Lu Xian and others were stunned. This is a Xian-level spiritual vein, and there are three of them. Wu Daoshu's voice trembled with disbelief. The value of these three spiritual veins is enough to shock the entire Qingcong city. It's a blessing from heaven. But Lu Xian's expression was indifferent. Years of fighting had taught him that wherever there was opportunity, there would be danger. Roar! At this moment, a beast roar was heard. Lu Xian and others hurriedly took several steps back. Suddenly, a tiger covered in black and stone armor rushed out from the ground. His body is several feet tall, with strong muscles all over his body, like a coiled dragon. It's a third-level monster, the Ink Rock Tiger. Wu Daoshu's pupils constricted. A third-order demon beast, capable of matching cultivators at the Dongxian realm. The strength is immeasurable. And among their group, the strongest one is only at the spiritual awakening realm. Wu Daoshu's cultivation is only at the 7th level of Qiling realm. Even if Lin Sini and Lu Xian were included, there might not be a glimmer of hope for survival even if the three of them took action. Try his strength. Wu Daoshu took out an ink-black spear and turned into an afterimage to kill Mo Yanhu. In an instant, dozens of shots were fired in succession. But on the hard skin of the Black Rock Tiger, only shallow marks were left. Lin Sini also threw several punches, but still couldn't hurt Mo Yanhu. Unable to break the defense, the two girls' faces suddenly changed. The strength of this monster is a little too strong. Compared with him, the two of them are not even on the same level. Among the third-level monsters, the Moyan tiger also has a strong body. It is very difficult to harm cultivators in the spirit awakening realm. When Mo Yanhu saw that the people in front of him were unable to hurt him, he let out a long roar towards the sky. There was greed in his eyes. The flesh and blood of cultivators are a great tonic for monsters, not to mention that there are three cultivators here. Lu Xian's expression remained unchanged and he directly drew out his ancestral sword. Suddenly, a breath that seemed to come from eternity stirred in all directions. Lu Xian's entire aura changed dramatically. This was the first time Lu Xian drew out the ancestral sword. At this moment, the Moyan tiger seemed to sense a hint of danger. There was fear in his eyes. But at this time, Lu Xian had already slashed out with a sword. The sword flies across the sky. A brilliant sword light roared out immediately. In an instant, the Moyan tiger was devoured. Just cut it in half. Thump! A loud bang. The body of the Moyanhu fell directly to the ground, blood gushing out. Wu Daoshu was stunned when he saw Lu Xian kill Mo Yanhu with one sword. Can a sword cultivator be so strong? As we all know, sword cultivators are invincible in the same realm. But it is a bit too exaggerated to kill a third-level monster in a second in the body refining realm. Lin Sini looked at Lu Xian and was also stunned. Lu Xian is not only proficient in swordsmanship, but his attainments in swordsmanship are also incredible. It really surprised her. Lu Xian's expression remained unchanged as he silently put away his ancestral sword. The power of this ancestral sword is too incredible. It is obvious that killing Mo Yenhu with one sword is not the full power of the ancestral sword. In other words, I am currently unable to unleash the true power of the ancestral sword. Lin Sini's face was slightly flushed as she looked at her brother-in-law with admiration, and her heart was also shocked. I must get such a perfect and strong man. At this time, the voice of the woman in red skirt could be heard faintly. How? Lu Xian was silent, and replied silently in his heart, this ancestral sword is too powerful. The woman in the red dress said in a deep voice, you must remember that the existence of this sword must not be known to outsiders. Otherwise, you will be killed. Lu Xian nodded, I understand. The words of the woman in the red dress were not alarmist. If others knew the existence of this sword, they would be in trouble. Draw the sword, yes. But after the sword is drawn, no one present can survive. That's right. This sword can only be used in critical moments. Never let outsiders know. However, Lu Xian was still very satisfied. The power of this ancestral sword is somewhat beyond belief. He really wanted to know the true power of this sword. However, I am currently in the 9th level of the body refining realm, and it is indeed difficult for me to display my true strength. He stepped forward silently and dug out the demon pill from the Moyan tiger's body. The demon core of a 3rd-level demon beast is very valuable. It is worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. At this time, Wu Daoshu looked at the 3 spiritual veins under the cracks in the ground and said, how should we distribute these spiritual veins? Lu Xian smiled slightly and said, we can split it equally among the 3 of us, one for each of us. Lin Sini also nodded in agreement, after all, you have contributed, let's split it equally. Wu Daoshu hurriedly shook his head and said, forget it. I'll just take the skin and flesh of the Black Rock Tiger. This monster is of high rank and very valuable. After saying that, Wu Daoshu put the Mo Yenhu whose demon pill had been dug out into his space ring. In fact, the greatest value of this Moyan tiger is its demon pill. Now that the demon pill has been dug out, it is not worth much anymore. However, Wu Daoshu did not dare to ask for more and just regarded it as a good relationship. Lu Xian was not polite either. He collected the spirit vein and divided it into 2 space rings. He gave one to Lin Sini, you get 2 and I get 1. Lin Sini shook her head, took another space ring from Lu Xian, and said, brother-in-law, you need the spiritual vein more than I do. I only need 1. She didn't want to take advantage of Lu Xian, not to mention that just a Xian-level spiritual vein was also worth a lot of money. After sorting out the spoils, the 3 of them prepared to go home. After all, the greatest treasure of Tianqing Mountain has been obtained, so there is no need to stay here any longer. Before leaving, Wu Daoshu looked at Lu Xian and reminded him, Lu Xian, I still suggest that you find a backer. Now there are 3 sects in Qingzhou. Although the Sanyu sword sect may not be the strongest, it is definitely the best choice. Almost all the noble families in Qingcang City maintain interest relations with the major sects. This is also the foundation of their existence. Now that Lu Xian has such great attainments in swordsmanship, the Sanyu sword sect will definitely favor him. Lu Xian nodded, thank you, I'll make a note of it. Then he returned to the Lu family. After arranging the 2 spiritual veins at the Lu family, he began to practice. What he needs to improve most now is his strength. Lin family. Lin Xinyo was wearing a bright red wedding dress and fixing her makeup in front of the mirror with a calm face. Ruby Lin walked up to her sister and spread out her palms. A space ring appeared in the palm of her hand. Sister, this is the Xian-level spiritual vein that brother Lu Xian gave you. Keep it well and don't let anyone at home know. Lin Xinyao took the space ring and said with tears in her eyes, my wedding dress will only be worn for Lu Xian. Chapter 9, Duel, Instant Kill. Soon, the 5-day deadline was up. The atmosphere in the entire Qingcang city became extremely depressing. Today is the day of the decisive battle between Lu Xian and Lin Feng. This battle is bound to be related to the fortunes of the 2 families. Moreover, the secret that the Lu family possessed 2 spiritual veins also spread like wildfire. Faced with such temptation, countless forces could not help but covet the resources controlled by the Lu family. They all knew that as long as Lu Xian lost to Lin Feng on the life and death stage, these 2 spirit veins, including everything accumulated by the entire Lu family, would fall into their hands. Qingcang City. Life and death stage. In the stands, compared to other families, the atmosphere in the Lin family was very relaxed. Almost no one thought that Lu Xian would lose to Lin Feng. For them, this so-called life and death stage is just a formality. Lin Chang'an, the head of the Lin family, even invited all the major families in Qingshan City to watch the battle. The purpose is to let them see how strong the Lin family is. The intention was to show off Lin Feng's strength and at the same time to establish prestige for the Lin family. At this time, two sword cultivators, a man and a woman, came floating in. They sat on the upper seats, standing out like a crane among chickens. The male swordsman was tall and strong, with muscular body, and his sword energy was so strong that people dared not look directly at him. The female sword cultivator has a temperament like orchid, pure and elegant, like a fairy who is not of this world. At this moment, all the cultivators from all the major families in the audience turned their eyes to the two sword cultivators. There was deep fear and dread in their eyes. The male swordsman was Lin Feng's master, Elder Mo Feng. The female swordsman is Elder Mo Feng's senior sister, Elder Luo Li. The Zanyu sword sect has 7 elders under the sect master. And these two sword cultivators are 2 of the 7 peak elders. He has a high status and a great reputation. Even the major families in Qingshan City did not dare to look directly at these two people. And at this time, many senior members of the Chen family have already taken their seats in the stands. Chen Wangyan looked at Chen Duanzhong, the head of the Chen family, who was standing beside him, with a smile on his face. "Don't worry, father. Lin Xinyao will be my toy in the future. By then, all the Lin family's assets will belong to my Chen family." After hearing this, Chen Duanzhong's eyes flashed with satisfaction and he nodded with relief. The more he looks at Chen Wangyan, the more he likes him. Now, Chen Wangyan has been accepted as an inner disciple by the Zanyu sword sect, and his future is immeasurable. From now on, all the major families in Qingshan City can only curry favor with them. As for the Lu family's era, it has long passed. At the same time, Chen Duanzhong looked into the distance, feeling a little unhappy. That unworthy descendant of Chen Yan has not been seen since then, and no one knows where he has gone. At this time, Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Xinyao beside her with a bit of pride and sarcasm on her face. "As long as that little bastard Lu Xin dies, your marriage with him will definitely be annulled. By then, you will belong to Chen Wangyan, the eldest young master of the Chen family. By then, we will be able to soar to the sky by relying on the Chen family." However, Lin Xinyao seemed not to hear it. She was wearing a fiery red wedding dress, as blazing as fire, but her clear eyes revealed a firmness and determination. At this time, in the Lu family camp, Lu Qingtian faced the ridicule and mockery from the major families, but remained unmoved. He looked around and smiled confidently. "The Lin family wants to see our Lu family make a fool of themselves, and the major families in Qingshan City want to divide up our Lu family. Well, if they want to fight, we will fight. And everyone in the Lu family is also very brave." They were all full of fighting spirit and their blood was boiling. Fight! 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 When the situation on the field was tense. Wu Daoshu's eyes are brilliant. She had seen Lu Xian's strength with her own eyes. Wu Daoshu knew in his heart that Lu Xian might not lose today. Swish! At this moment, a figure cut through the sky like a meteor and rushed onto the stage of life and death. It's Lin Feng. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a long sword on his waist, and was extremely arrogant. Lin Feng turned around and saluted to the two elders, Mo Feng and Luoli, and said, "Greetings, master and uncle." Elder Mo Feng curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer, as if he had already seen the scene of Lin Feng killing everyone. Elder Luoli just nodded slightly. She did not like this kind of fighting atmosphere, and she came here today just to give Elder Mo Feng face. Lin Feng looked around, his eyes finally fixed on the Lu family camp, and said sarcastically, "Why hasn't that loser Lu Xian come up yet? Is he afraid? If he doesn't dare to fight today, he will bring shame upon himself." As soon as he finished speaking, people from the major families in the room burst into laughter. "Lu Xian hasn't shown up yet. Maybe he is really scared because he is about to die." However, amidst the noise, Lu Qingtian sat still as steady as a rock. He believed that Lu Xian would definitely not be afraid. And at this moment, a figure walked onto the stage of life and death. It's Lu Xian. He was wearing a plain robe with fluttering sleeves. His aura was completely different from before. With the help of the power of the spiritual vein, Lu Xian successfully broke through to the second level of the spiritual awakening realm. There is a world of difference between the strength and that in the body refining stage. But Lin Feng looked disdainful and sneered. I didn't expect a loser like you to dare to come up here. Well, then I'll show you how powerful swordsmanship is. What is the true meaning of the sword path? After saying this, Lin Feng slowly put his hand on the long sword at his waist, and a grim smile appeared on his face. Then he prepared to draw his sword and kill. In his eyes, one sword is enough to kill Lu Xian. At this moment, Lu Xian activated the sword manual. A powerful sword energy surged out from Lu Xian's body, shaking all directions and suppressing all sides. At this time, Lu Xian's aura also underwent an almost earth-shaking change. The sword cannon can be said to be the source of all sword cultivation in the universe and the general outline of swordsmanship in all realms. It has a unique suppressive power over sword cultivators. At this moment, Lin Feng also noticed something was wrong. Feeling the pressure of the sword energy emanating from Lu Xian, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. He tried hard to draw out the sword, but found that his hands seemed to be restrained by an invisible force and he couldn't even draw out the sword. Instantly, Lin Feng's face turned pale, and he murmured in disbelief, "How is it possible?" At this moment, Lu Xian suddenly pulled out the magic sword. No sword skills were used, just a simple slash. Then he saw a sword energy like a raging wave, rushing straight towards Lin Feng. Swish! Sword energy swept across. Heads fell. Lu Xian killed Lin Feng instantly with just one sword. In an instant, the scene was dead silent. Everyone watched the scene in shock. They couldn't believe that Lin Feng was completely unable to fight back in front of Lu Xian. At this time, more people also realized that something was wrong. What? Is this Lu Xian also a sword cultivator? That sword move just now would have been impossible without amazing sword attainments. This Lu Xian is actually also a sword cultivator. Isn't it that only the Sanyu sword sect in Qingzhou has the sword art inheritance? Why does Lu Xian know the sword art? Everyone's scalp suddenly went numb. When Lu Qingtian saw this scene, he immediately laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! You are worthy of being a member of the Lu family. How can a country boy like Lin Feng be compared with my Xianer? Everyone in the Lu family was also extremely excited. Lu Xian wins. Lu Ruyan sat down on the ground with a deathly pale face. Lin Chanan was also shocked. What? Lin Feng didn't even have a chance to draw his sword in front of Lu Xian? Among the younger generation of the Lin family, Lin Feng can be considered a top genius. But in front of Lu Xian, he was completely vulnerable. While everyone was talking about it. Bang! A loud bang. Mo Feng was so furious that he slapped the table in front of him and broke it into pieces. This Lu Xian actually dared to kill my apprentice. He also invested a lot of effort in Lin Feng. As a result, before Lin Feng could stand on his own, he was killed by Lu Xian. But after all, it was a life and death battle that had been arranged in advance, and elder Mo Feng couldn't do anything for the sake of face. But the look in Luo Li's eyes when she looked at Lu Xian was quite surprising. This person can release sword energy, and he has apparently entered the realm of a swordsman. When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The realm of swordsmanship is divided into sword apprentice, sword master, great sword master, sword king, great sword king, sword emperor, and sword king. And Lu Xian has already become a swordsman at such a young age. His talent is simply incredible. Luo Li's eyes also became hot as she looked at Lu Xian. Obviously, she was attracted by talent. Just as everyone was shocked, Chen Duanzhong, the silent head of the Chen family, stood up. He stared at the sword in Lu Xian's hand with bloodshot eyes and his tone was cold. Why is my son Chen Yan's sword in your hand? Lu Xian looked up and looked straight ahead, calm and composed. Because I killed him. Chapter 10, Digging Bones to Repay Blood, Breaking Off Friendship. Chen Yan was killed by him. With a loud bang. Chen Duanzhong couldn't help but stand up. He looked at Lu Xian with his eyes wide open and gnashed teeth. How dare you kill my beloved son? Lu Xian chuckled, just kill him, why bother talking nonsense? This sentence made Chen Duanzhong furious, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Chen Yan could be said to be his most favored youngest son, but he was killed by Lu Xian. In an instant, a murderous aura enveloped the entire place. All the cultivators present had solemn expressions and didn't dare to breathe. Today, the Chen family is at its peak in Qingtsong City. No one dares to go against them. But today, Lu Xian dared to touch Chen Duanzhong's reverse scale. There is no doubt that there will be rivers of blood today. Come here. Catch this thief for me. I will cut him into pieces to comfort my son's soul in heaven. Swish. Dozens of Chen family warriors appeared and rushed onto the life and death stage. They surrounded Lu Xian directly. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field was tense. Not only that, Lin Chanan also stood up suddenly, as if he had found a good opportunity. He pointed at Lu Xian and started scolding him. Okay. You Lu family are all such cruel people. From now on, my Lin family will draw a clear line with the Lu family and will no longer have any dealings with them. Where are the Lin family members? Quickly join forces with the Chen family's strong men to capture Lu Xian. Another dozen strong men from the Lin family rushed out. At this moment, dozens of people surrounded Lu Xian so tightly that he couldn't get out. Moreover, these people all have very high cultivation bases. Seeing this, Lu Qingtian became furious. Just as he was about to make a move, he froze. A figure appeared and flashed to Lu Xian. Ruby Lin. The aura of the Dongxian realm suddenly shook the center of the battlefield. Many Lin family practitioners changed color. Lin Xinyo held a long sword in her hand, with murderous intent surging. That wedding dress was as hot as fire, and Lin Xinyo's murderous intent was even more chilling. Who is it? Want to touch my husband? Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. They didn't expect such a situation to happen. Lin Chanan was even more shocked. He looked at Lin Xinyo, even more furious. Lin Xinyo, what are you going to do? The Lu family is now the enemy of my Lin family. And you are Chen Wangnian's fiancé, how dare you be so rebellious? Lin Xinyo sneered and looked at Lin Chanan. Don't be so self-righteous. When did I ever agree to marry Chen Wangnian? You just made your own decision. Hearing this, Lin Chanan burst into laughter. On your own initiative? The Lin family gave birth to you and raised you. Isn't it your job to contribute to the Lin family? I am your father, I want you to die, you cannot live. What's more, I just ordered you to marry into the Chen family. When Lin Xinyo heard this, a look of determination surged in her eyes. You want me to die, but I can't live? Ridiculous. I am so lowly in your eyes. Today, I will dig out my bones and repay my blood. I will sever all ties with your Lin family and will never enter the Lin family again. After saying that, Lin Seni cut her wrist and blood gushed out. With a slash of the long sword, he dug out a piece of white bone from the chest and threw it in front of Lin Chang'an. The blood splashed on Lin Seni's cold and fair face, which was extremely eye-catching. Her wedding dress was stained with blood, shining red under the sun. Dig out the bones and return the blood. Just to sever ties with the Lin family. Everyone changed color. What a cruel woman. This is to completely sever ties with the Lin family. And all this was just because of this man Lu Xian. Lin Chang'an felt ashamed when he saw this. Wouldn't this make the people of Qingcang City laugh at our Lin family? Chen Duanjian was even more furious. My son is now a genius in the Tsangyu sword sect, do you really think you are worthy of him? Your worthless life is worthless in a brothel. The Lin family doesn't need to do anything, my Chen family will destroy you personally. At Chen Duanjiang's command, more than a dozen figures flashed out and pounced on Lin Xinyo. These dozen people are all powerful people in the Dongxian realm. Lin Xinyo saw this but was not afraid at all. He raised his sword and killed everyone. Swords flashed and crossed each other in the field, and the killing force was deafening. But Chen Duanjian was not worried at all. You are alone, do you still want to fight against the 12 Dongxian realm masters of my Chen family? You are just courting death. Chen Duanjian smiled contemptuously. No matter how extraordinary a genius is, there is always a limit. Chen Wangnian sat comfortably on the stands and smiled contemptuously, remember to spare her life. I want to use Lin Xinyo's body for pleasure. Everyone in the Lu family looked a little heavy at this time. Who would have thought that at this critical moment of life and death, the one who stood up to support the Lu family was actually a woman? Despite being besieged by more than a dozen people, Lin Xinyo showed no fear at all. Instead, the cold light in his eyes became even colder. All my enemies have died. How many heroes are left? In an instant, a fierce sword energy exploded from Lin Xinyo's body. The whole person is like a sharp sword, standing between heaven and earth. The silver-white sword energy, carrying a fierce murderous intent, wrapped around her. It seemed as if her body was an unparalleled sharp blade. In an instant, the dozen or so people were pushed back one after another. Seeing this scene, Elder Luoli of the Tsanyu sword sect's expression changed. Awakened a special physique? This is the broken army sword body. Upon hearing this, everyone present was surprised. The special physique itself is 1 in a million. Almost every special physique is accompanied by extremely strong power. The Pujuan sword body is a physique that is naturally suitable for combat. And as your realm improves, you can awaken many supernatural powers. If you embark on the path of swordsmanship, you will surely make rapid progress and become a strong man. Seeing that Lin Shinyo had actually awakened the Pujuan sword body, everyone present was shocked. I didn't expect that Lin Shinyo was so strong. Lu Xian was also shocked. The moment Lin Shinyo awakened the Pujuan sword body, he also sensed the strong sword energy from Lin Shinyo. And only the Sword King can gather the sword power. This Lin Shinyo actually directly achieved the realm of Sword King. The voice of the woman in the red dress followed. I didn't expect she would have such luck. Lu Xian asked, is the Pujuan sword body very strong? The woman in the red skirt said, it is stronger than people today can imagine. The Pujuan sword bodies that appeared in ancient times are all invincible in the modern era. The Pujuan sword body must be proved by killing. The more you kill, the stronger it will be. However, it is very dangerous to cultivate this kind of physique, so most Pujuan sword body people are short-lived. The world has no idea how strong this physique is. Lu Xian looked at Lin Shinyo and sighed, I didn't expect that she would be so strong. The woman in the red skirt said, don't be happy too soon. The Pujuan sword body uses killing to prove its truth, and in the end it will only destroy its humanity and lose all its emotions. She is not a cold-hearted person, but it is inevitable that she will go down this path. Humanity is gone, emotions are lost. Extreme and powerful. Lu Xian's expression suddenly changed, is there any solution? The woman in the red dress said, you can't do anything about it now, but you will be able to do it in the future. At this moment, Chen Duanzhang's expression changed. He also knows the meaning of special physique. If he rises in the future, he will definitely become a serious threat to the Chen family. So what if you have an awakened physique? I will kill you today. Immediately, the aura of entering the subtle realm was revealed. He suddenly stepped forward, ready to use his realm advantage to kill Lin Shinyo. But at this moment, a white figure stopped him. Luoli immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Chen Duanzhang. Seeing this, Chen Duanzhang didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Luoli is the elder of the Tsanyu sword sect and has a very high status. Elder Luoli, she is the enemy of my Chen family. Chen Duanzhang questioned. Luoli said, Lin Shinyo has the broken army sword body, and is a natural swordsman. As the leader of the Qingzhou sword sect, our Tsanyu sword sect must do its best to win her over. If you attack her, it will infringe on the interests of our Tsanyu sword sect. Hearing this, Chen Duanzhang looked displeased, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Luoli turned to look at Lin Shinyo and asked, are you willing to join the Tsanyu sword sect? Not only will you have the opportunity to become the sect master's personal disciple, but our sect will also protect the safety of you and your family. Hearing this, everyone present showed envy. The Tsanyu sword sect is considered the top force in Qingzhou. I wonder how many people are trying their best to get in. However, the Tsanyu sword sect has extremely strict requirements for accepting disciples, and only one is chosen from 1,000, which makes many people afraid. However, for a genius like Lin Shinyo who possesses an excellent physique, she can exercise her privileges. This is enough to make everyone jealous. After a moment of silence, Lin Shinyo said, I want to be with my husband. If you accept him into the Tsanyu sword sect, I will agree to your request. Elder Luo Li looked troubled. Generally speaking, even if a genius wants to enter the Tsanyu sword sect, he has to go through strict examinations. Being able to make an exception and take in Lin Shinyo alone is already going against the decision of our ancestors. But after all, Lin Shinyo has the Pujuan sword body, and her value is immeasurable. Luoli was about to agree when Mo Feng beside her couldn't sit still anymore. Mo Feng walked out, glared at Lu Xian, snorted coldly and said, absolutely not. Lu Xian killed my disciple Lin Feng. This boy has a cruel heart. If he joins my Tsanyu sword sect, he will definitely be a disaster. Lin Shinyo said, if you don't let brother Lu Xian enter the Tsanyu sword sect, I will definitely not agree. No matter how powerful the Tsanyu sword sect is, it is not as important to Lin Shinyo as Lu Xian. Luo Li was a little embarrassed. At this time, Lu Xian looked at Lin Xinyo and said, "It is a good opportunity for you to enter the Tsanyu Sword Sect. I will participate in the assessment of the Tsanyu Sword Sect. We will meet again when we get to the Tsanyu Sword Sect." Lin Xinyo looked at Lu Xian, was silent for a long time, and nodded silently. She chose to believe Lu Xian's arrangement. Lu Li smiled slightly. "This is very good." But at this time, Elder Mo Feng snorted again and said, "Although Lu Xian is a swordsman at a young age, he may not pass the test. Although Lin Feng is not the strongest among his disciples, he is indeed the one he values the most. He still couldn't forget the revenge for the murder of his disciple." Luo Li sighed, looked at Lin Xinyao, and said, "I'll take you to see the sect master right now." Lin Xinyao nodded, then turned to look at the Chen and Lin families. "If you dare to attack Lu Xian or the Lu family, even if I am still in the Tsanyu Sword Sect, I will definitely fight you to the death." After saying that, she followed Luo Li and disappeared on the spot. Watching Lin Xinyao leave, Lu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. In this case, the Tsanyu Sword Sect must take this journey. Chen Duanjian looked unhappy at this time. Although the two elders of Tsanyu Sword Sect have already left. But he didn't dare to attack Lu Xian rashly. There is no doubt that the Tsanyu Sword Sect values Lin Xinyo very much. If we take action against the Lu family at this moment, we will inevitably become enemies with the Tsanyu Sword Sect. But Chen Duanjiang still snorted coldly and said, "It doesn't matter. Although Lin Xinyo has the broken army sword body, she may not be a match for my son Chen Wangnian. When Chen Wangnian suppresses Lin Xinyo in the Tsanyu Sword Sect, it doesn't matter who my Chen family attacks." After saying that, Chen Duanjian left with the Chen family members. But at this time, Lin Chanan felt a little regretful. His face looked extremely ugly. Although Lin Xinyo was accepted by the Tsanyu Sword Sect, she had already broken off relations with the Lin family. The Lin family can't get any benefit at all. If I had known that Lin Xinyo's future was so horrible, I would never have forced her away. Now that the matter was understood, everyone in the Lu family breathed a sigh of relief. For them, this battle is a small profit with no loss. Only Lu Xian had a complicated look. According to the woman in the red skirt, the Pujuan sword body will eventually lose its humanity and only remain with extreme rationality. The special physique caused by love will eventually wipe out the emotions. By then, will Lin Xinyao still care about all this? The woman in the red dress seemed to see what he was thinking. The Pujuan sword body is inseparable from the word sword. If you have the ability to change the way of the sword, you can change everything. Hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes became profound. "You'll help me, right?" Chapter 11, You Want My Body? Are you worthy? Night. In the Lu family, in a secret room with only two people. Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Xian in front of him and asked, "You are going to participate in the assessment of the Tsanyu Sword Sect?" Lu Xian nodded, "That's right." Lu Qingtian sat on the chair, his eyes deep and his expression gloomy. "Since you are going on a long journey, some things should be made clear. I am not your biological father. Your parents are other people." Lu Xian was a little surprised when he heard this. "How come there is something wrong with my background?" Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Xian's face and said slowly, 20 years ago, you suddenly appeared at the gate of Lu Mansion when you were still an infant. At that time, you only had a pendant hanging around your neck and a space ring, but there was only a sword in the ring. With only this little stuff, we have no way of finding your biological parents, but I have a liking for you, and since I have no children, I will raise you as my own son." Lu Xian didn't care. It seems that many people in the Lu family also know about this matter. However, the entire Lu family has always treated me as their own child. Whether or not it is the true bloodline of the Lu family is really not that important. Lu Qingtian sighed and said, "To be honest, I have always suspected that you might be the illegitimate child of some big family, but I have no idea." Over the years, Lu Qingtian has been looking for clues. But I can't find it at all. It was as if Lu Xian had dropped in front of the Lu family's doorstep that night. At this time, Lu Xian seemed to have thought of something. In his heart, he silently asked the woman in the red skirt, "Do you know about this?" The woman in the red dress said, "I know." Lu Xian asked again, "Then do you know my background?" The woman in the red dress said, "I don't know." After saying that, the woman in the red dress fell silent. Lu Xian was stunned. "Do you know this or not?" "No, sister, can you explain it more clearly?" Lu Xian asked several more times, but the woman in the red dress still ignored him. Lu Xian was immediately depressed. This elder sister's temper is really hard to understand. Lu Qingtian handed a space ring to Lu Xian and said, "This is your companion spirit sword. There are also 100,000 spirit stones. Keep them." Lu Xian took the ring and said, "I understand." Lu Qingtian added, "You are going to Sangyu Sword Sect, take care on your journey. You are so talented that Sangyu Sword Sect's assessment will definitely not be a difficult task for you." Lu Xian nodded, and after a few more pleasantries, he set off for the Sangyu Sword Sect. On the way, he opened the space ring that Lu Qingtian gave him. Suddenly, he discovered the 2 Xian-level spirit veins that had been left for the Lu family in the ring. "You left the spiritual vein to me too?" Lu Xian didn't guess this. The spiritual vein is so important that Lu Qingtian is really willing to give it up. Soon, Lu Xian took out the magic sword. This sword looks unremarkable, with 2 words engraved on it, Silent Way. The Silent Sword. This Jidao sword looks ordinary. But Lu Xian always had a hunch. This sword is not as simple as I thought. At this time, the voice of the woman in the red skirt came, "Take out that Xian-level spiritual sword." Lu Xian took out Chen Yan's Xian-level spiritual sword and placed it on the Jidao sword. Just a moment. With a loud crack, the Xian-level spiritual sword shattered instantly. It transformed into countless streams of light and poured into the Jidao sword. And the aura of the Jidao sword is constantly rising. In just a moment, he reached the upper level of the Xian grade. Lu Xian was stunned. The ordinary sword that had no grade just now has now become a top-grade spiritual weapon of the Xian level. This Jidao sword can actually devour swords to increase its own power. The red-skirted woman's words came again, "The more swords the Jidao sword devours and the higher their quality, the more powerful this sword will be." Lu Xian was a little surprised. "I have never heard of a spiritual sword that can improve its quality. If this sword were to devour the Earth-grade spirit sword, wouldn't it have a chance to directly transform into a Heaven-grade spirit sword? In this way, I can also use this Jidao sword on daily basis. The ancestral sword can be saved for use at the critical moment." Soon, Lu Xian arrived at the Sangyu Sword Sect. Coincidentally, the assessment of Sangyu Sword Sect is about to begin. There were several thousand people outside the mountain gate of Sangyu Sword Sect. These people are all cultivators from nearby cities. Each one of them is a genius. Although many people come, only a few can actually stay. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Lu Xian. "Are you Lu Xian?" "Ah, I didn't expect you to be here too." Lu Xian turned around and saw a girl in black looking at him with disdain. This person is none other than Chen Yuhuai, one of the geniuses of the Chen family. Now his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the spiritual awakening realm. It is only 1 step away from the Dongxian realm. But I heard that she is a dissolute person and loves men. And her hobbies are very strange. I heard that almost all the men she has played with were ruined. Lu Xian didn't have much interest in this kind of little punk and was too lazy to pay attention to her. He seemed not to hear and just looked ahead. Chen Yuhuai seemed to be very interested in Lu Xian. She walked over to Lu Xian, looked at him for a moment, and licked her lips. "Is this the enemy of my Chen family? I didn't expect he looked so handsome." Lu Xian couldn't stand her perverted gaze, and frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" Chen Yuhuai smiled and said, "I am a well-known genius. Why don't you be my dog and provide me with entertainment? I guarantee that no one in the Chen family will dare to touch you." Her smile became more evil, and the look she gave Lu Xian was as if she was examining a toy. In Chen Yuhuai's eyes, Lu Xian had no reason to refuse. Lu Xian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He really didn't understand why this woman was so ordinary and yet so confident. Compared with the woman in red dress and the Lin sisters, she is not even qualified to carry shoes. That's all, and she still wants me to be her dog? I'm not interested in this. Get lost. Lu Xian said coldly. Chen Yuhuai was stunned and asked, "What did you say?" Lu Xian said, "For a piece of shit like you, I'd still find it dirty even if I washed it 100 times, so don't come over and get in the way." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuhuai was extremely furious. She also considered herself a genius, but she was always out training and had no chance to fight with Lu Xian. But she was confident that if Lu Xian really fought with her, she had a 90% chance of winning. But unexpectedly, this man not only disagreed with his good intentions, but even insulted him. Chen Yuhuai sneered and said, "Did you think you were the genius you once were? Just wait, I will make you regret it. At this moment, thousands of disciples taking the test outside the mountain gate began to get restless. A man in a white robe appeared. Assessing the elders, Shinkong. Elder Shinkong stood with his hands behind his back, a proud look on his face. At this time, many of the disciples taking the test were already excited. They came here just to join the Tsangyu Sword sect. As long as they pass the difficult tests, they can successfully become disciples of the Tsangyu Sword sect. Become an invincible swordsman in the same realm. Elder Shinkong glanced at the crowd, finally stopping his gaze on Lu Xian and Chen Yuhuai, then sneered. He had already accepted bribes from the Chen family in the sect. And the Chen family's requirements are also very simple. That is to let Chen Yuhuai successfully enter the Tsangyu Sword sect, and Lu Xian must fail, or even better, die in the assessment. The Tsangyu Sword sect has thousands of people taking tests every year, so it's normal for some people to die, and no one will suspect anything. For Elder Shinkong, this is a business that is sure to make a profit. At this time, Elder Shinkong also looked at everyone and said, in the first round of the Tsangyu Sword sect assessment, those who can hold out for one stick of incense under the pressure of the sword can enter the next round. He pointed and saw a magic sword flying towards him. The sword of the leader of the Tsangyu Sword sect, the Xuansong sword. The assessment officially begins now. Following the order from Elder Shinkong. An extremely terrifying sword force pressure immediately swept in all directions, suppressing the heads of thousands of people. Suddenly, everyone's face changed drastically. There was no trace of the relaxed look he had before. In just a few breaths, hundreds of people vomited blood and fainted on the spot. Hundreds of people failed in such a short period of time. Not to mention the time of a stick of incense. And a sinister smile appeared on Elder Shinkong's face. He controlled the Qingtsong sword and directly increased the pressure on Lu Xian. At this moment, the sword pressure that Lu Xian was bearing was several times greater than that of others. Boy, let's see what you can do now. At this moment, Lu Xian stood under the Qingtsong sword, but his expression remained unchanged. The sword skills he practiced can easily dissolve the pressure from the sword. Transform it into pure sword energy, which continuously flows into your body. This sword pressure that ordinary people cannot bear at all has now become a tool for Lu Xian to enhance his own cultivation. Fatally, Lu Xian had a feeling that he was about to break through to become a great swordsman. Chapter 12, Reap What You Sow. Lu Xian took a deep breath. Feeling the pressure of the sword descending upon him. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, he even enjoyed it a bit. At this rate, he might even have a chance to break through directly to become a great swordsman. At this time, the expressions of other people in the field were extremely ugly. The pressure from the sword was like a mountain pressing down on them. Even though these people are the geniuses of their respective city-states, they still seem vulnerable when facing the first round of assessment by the Tsangyu Sword sect. Before half an incense stick of time had passed, only 1/10 of the people were left on the field. There were originally several thousand people, but now there are only 200 people left who are still struggling. If another half an incense stick of time passes, there will definitely be even fewer of these people. Chen Yuhuai seemed extremely relaxed. Faced with the pressure from the sword, she remained calm and composed with a ruddy complexion. Although the Shin Sung sword is not Elder Shinkong's sword, it is temporarily controlled by Shinkong. Of course, Shinkong was very lenient towards Chen Yuhuai. The sword pressure that befell Chen Yuhuai was only about 1/10 of that of others. Although he is also very strong, it is not difficult for Chen Yuhuai to hold on with his qualifications. Watching the people around him fall one after another, Chen Yuhuai felt extremely proud. What is the use of having good talent? To get by, you need strength and background. She turned her gaze to Lu Xian again, wanting to see what miserable condition Lu Xian was in. I guess even if I can hold on, it won't be comfortable. But just one glance and Chen Yuhuai was stunned. Lu Xian was seen standing there motionless, with his eyes slightly closed, as if he was enjoying it. The extremely ferocious sword pressure descended upon Lu Xian, but it seemed insignificant. Even under the pressure of the sword, Lu Xian's aura continued to rise. The misty sword energy wrapped around his body, adding a bit of sword immortal aura to his appearance. How come he's so relaxed? Chen Yuhuai clenched his fists unwillingly and gritted his teeth. Shinkong even went out of his way to make things easier for himself, but now Lu Xian looked even more relaxed than himself. Didn't Shinkong say that he could guarantee that Lu Xian would be eliminated? She had even thought about how she would confront Lu Xian harshly when the time came. But now, others are more relaxed than me. It's clear that this guy took the money but didn't do the job. Chen Yuhui glared at Shinkong angrily. Shinkong also felt Chen Yuhui's fierce gaze. He is numb too. The sword pressure he exerted on Lu Xian was already 10 times greater than that of any other person. Logically speaking, no matter whether it is a sword master or a cultivator in the Qiling realm, they cannot withstand such fierce sword pressure. But Shinkong didn't know what was going on. His own cultivation level is actually only at the peak of the 8th level of the Qiling realm. The only reason he could sit in the position of assessment elder was because of his seniority. Otherwise, Shinkong would not have to take the risk of accepting bribes from the Chen family. After all, the rules of the Tsanyu sword sect are extremely strict. If this behavior is exposed, he will surely die. I just don't believe it. Can a mere Lu Xian stump me? Shinkong's face turned grim. Immediately, the sword pressure was amplified dozens of times. Now the sword power on Lu Xian has far exceeded that of others. Even above Lu Xian's head, a wave of pressure formed. Like a ball of wind and clouds, they converged and rotated above Lu Xian's head. It was like a giant eye flashing above Lu Xian. Even the entire sky dimmed. The center of the entire pressure was Lu Xian alone. Lu Xian also suddenly felt an even more powerful sword pressure coming at him. It even directly broke the shackles of his sword realm. Lu Xian also felt something was slightly wrong. He opened his eyes and saw Shinkong looking at him with a look of dissatisfaction. He also clearly felt that the pressure from his sword had reached an incredible level. If an ordinary cultivator were to endure such pressure, he would have died long ago. Moreover, this pressure is obviously far greater than that of any other. Oh, you want to target me? Lu Xian smiled. This Shinkong looks quite old, but he is still too naive. When he found that the sword pressure was useless to him, he should have discovered the clue. Not as stubborn as it is now. But it just so happens that these sword pressures are also of great benefit to Lu Xian. It's a good bargain for myself. When Lu Xian absorbed the sword pressure, the people around him were stunned. Everyone looked at Lu Xian with extremely surprised eyes. Now the remaining people are all true geniuses. Of course, they discovered that Lu Xian's sword power was far greater than that of others. It is even dozens of times greater than the pressure he himself is bearing. But facing such terrifying power, Lu Xian remained calm and composed. They looked up at the vortex of pressure in the sky and felt even more numb. How come he plays a bigger game than us? Good boy. It's incredible that he can resist it. Why was his test so difficult? The most important thing is that he actually managed to survive. Even Chen Yuhui was silent at this time. There is no doubt that Shinkong did get the job done by taking the money. But for Lu Xian, it doesn't seem to be of much use. Damn it! He is so lucky. It just so happens that the sword pressure has no effect on him. Although Chen Yuhui didn't know why Lu Xian could ignore the pressure of the Xiansong sword. But she didn't care about these, she only cared about when Lu Xian would die. The time of an incense stick will pass. Lu Xian was still immersed in the benefits that this sword pressure brought to him. But Shinkong was already sweating profusely at this time. He really couldn't imagine why Lu Xian was so resilient. Now there are only a few dozen people left in the field. But Lu Xian is actually one of them. Damn it! I don't believe it. Shinkong really got into a fight with Lu Xian today. He used all his strength to activate the Xiansong sword. Although Shinkong's cultivation is not high, but with the order of the leader of Tsanyu sword sect, Xuansong sword can also obey Shinkong to a certain extent. And Shinkong also continued to exert pressure with his greatest authority. The sword pressure that Lu Xian is now bearing is 100 times that of an ordinary person. Logically speaking, even a cultivator in the Dongxian realm would be either dead or injured at this time. Under this tremendous pressure, even the ground around Lu Xian collapsed several inches. Many of the disciples taking the test stayed far away from Lu Xian. There is no way. If you get close and are caught up in the pressure, you will definitely die. Just when Shinkong was thinking about how to target Lu Xian, he heard a voice. Past. I saw a graceful figure in a white robe walking in. It's Elder Luoli. Luoli also has a very good impression of Lu Xian. Not only is he a swordsman at a young age, but he also has a good appearance and figure. Hearing that he was coming to take the test today, Luoli hurried over after finishing the work at hand. But I didn't expect this to be the situation. When Shinkong saw Luoli, he was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. He was able to sit on the position of elder because of his seniority. But Luoli is different, she can really fight. I am not qualified to be on equal footing with others. Greetings to Elder Luoli. Shinkong hurriedly bowed respectfully. Who allowed you to exert such pressure during the test? If the sect master knew about this, do you know the consequences? Chapter 13, Killing you is like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. There was no gentleness in Elder Luoli's voice, but rather it was extremely cold. She has always been meticulous about the sect's official business. Luoli was disgusted by such blatant targeting like Shinkong. This kind of behavior has never been allowed by her. Shinkong was so frightened that he was sweating profusely at this time. He didn't dare to offend Elder Luoli at all. He nodded hurriedly and said, "It was my negligence." After saying that, Shinkong hurriedly removed the pressure from Lu Xian's head. Just at this moment, the time for one stick of incense has arrived. Lu Xian instantly felt the sword pressure disappear. He slowly opened his eyes. What a shame. He was only a little bit away from reaching the realm of a great swordsman. If I can hold on for a few more dozen breaths, maybe I really have a chance. Lu Xian can not only absorb the power from the pressure, but also understand the true meaning of swordsmanship through the pressure of swordsmanship. The benefits are quite substantial. At this time, Luoli looked at Lu Xian, and a tender look appeared in her eyes. That's right. You can actually withstand such pressure. I was right about you. Luoli originally guessed that the assessment of Sanyu sword sect was nothing to Lu Xian. But I didn't expect it to be so easy. This was far beyond Luoli's needs. She knew that she should re-examine Lu Xian. Why don't you skip the assessment and join the Sanyu sword sect directly? I can give you a position as a personal disciple in the inner sect. Luoli knew that the current assessment was purely a formality for Lu Xian. It's almost impossible for him to fail. Moreover, if he continues to stay in the assessment, it is very likely that those who are hostile to Lu Xian will get the opportunity to take action. No matter how talented Lu Xian is, he is only at the second level of the spiritual awakening realm. It's still very dangerous. Luoli didn't want to see such a genius die young. Lu Xian smiled. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Luoli, but I would rather rely on my own abilities to pass the test. In fact, Lu Xian wanted to gain benefits from the assessment process. The first round of assessment alone can allow one's swordsmanship level to improve rapidly. If I can pass the subsequent assessments, I will definitely get more. Maybe I can break through directly to the realm of great swordsmen. At that time, your own strength will also undergo a drastic transformation. Luoli couldn't help but nodded repeatedly. Such a character is very good. The temptation of being exempted from assessment is not something that everyone can ignore. It turned out that Lu Xian could give up this privilege and pass the assessment based on his own strength. It can be said that there are very few people with this kind of character in the Sanyu sword sect. Now Luoli admires Lu Xian even more. When everyone saw this, they were extremely envious. Elder Luoli is not only beautiful, but also extremely powerful, and it is said that she is extremely protective of her people. Not to mention these assessment disciples, even the disciples who officially joined the Sanyu sword sect wanted to curry favor with Luoli. But Luoli has always been clear about the distinction between public and private affairs, and it is quite difficult to gain her approval. But no one expected that Lu Xian would be favored by Elder Luoli before he even officially passed the assessment. Comparing yourself with others will only make you angry. At this moment, Chen Yuai's face looked extremely ugly, as if his parents had died. She never expected that Lu Xian actually passed the assessment. And he also gained the favor of Elder Luoli. According to the Chen family's previous plan, Lu Xian would be lucky if he didn't die in this assessment. But unexpectedly, they really couldn't do anything to Lu Xian. Humph, I'm lucky this time, but next time, I won't have this chance. Chen Yuai snorted coldly. There are plenty of opportunities to take action against Lu Xian. Elder Shinkong also had a gloomy expression. This time he targeted Lu Xian, but ended up being reprimanded by Elder Luoli. This made him very unhappy. Even though he failed, it doesn't mean Shinkong will let Lu Xian go. He looked at the dozens of people in the field and said, "Now, the second round of assessment begins. Those who can survive the Sanyu sword formation for one stick of incense will pass the test." After saying that, Shinkong waved his hand and activated the sword formation. In an instant, a huge sword formation with a radius of 100 feet directly covered the front of the mountain gate. The few dozen remaining disciples who were taking the test were also included in it. In an instant, everyone's faces froze. Compared with the Tsanyu sword formation, the previous sword pressure was just an appetizer. If you are not careful, you will really die without a burial place. Shinkong waved his sleeves and the Tsanyu sword formation was directly activated. Immediately, a vast white mist enveloped the entire sword formation. Everyone was pitch dark. At the same time, sword lights continued to flash in the formation. The sound of breaking air was loud. Countless sword lights tore through the earth, slashing at dozens of people. The disciples taking the test in the field could only barely parry and deal with it. It didn't take long before a shrill howl and the sound of flesh being shredded were heard. The rest of the people were even more frightened. There is no doubt that someone died in the sword formation. At this moment, more than a dozen sword lights also shot towards Lu Xian. Obviously, the attacks he endured far exceeded those of other cultivators. But Lu Xian was not panicked at all. He just stood there and let the sword energy attack him. I saw a sword energy directly slashing at my body. However, this did not cause him any harm. The sword energy directly penetrated into Lu Xian's body, transformed into a stream of refined power, and merged into his flesh and blood. Sure enough, these sword energies have no effect on me at all. Lu Xian was overjoyed. This sword manual is indeed extremely powerful. Anything related to the sword is of no use to me. Moreover, you can also absorb the benefits from it. Very strong. Lu Xian stood in the sword formation and let the attacks come at him. It won't be long. A brilliant sword light burst out directly from Lu Xian's body. At the same time, his aura was also increasing wildly. He seemed like a sharp sword, standing in the center of the sword formation. Breakthrough in Kendo realm. Great swordsman. Now Lu Xian's control over sword energy has reached the pinnacle. If one can comprehend his own sword power, he can reach the realm of Sword King. At this moment, another murderous intention came. Lu Xian glanced sideways slightly. This is not an attack from a sword formation. But it comes from the cultivator. Lu Xian. I want you to die here. Chen Yuhuai turned into a black shadow and flashed directly behind Lu Xian. He had just been waiting for Lu Xian to die in the sword formation. But unexpectedly, Lu Xian was unharmed. She really couldn't wait any longer. It's better to rely on yourself than to rely on Shinkong. Chen Yuhuai immediately took out a dagger and stabbed Lu Xian's neck with great force. The aura at the peak of the 8th level of the spiritual awakening realm was even more stirring. Blood Shadow Poison Sting. Chen Yuhuai immediately activated his martial arts. The whole person is like a hunting poisonous snake. Attacked towards Lu Xian with lightning speed. Very fast. At this time, Lu Xian had already noticed Chen Yuhuai's attack. He has always looked down upon such incompetent little scoundrels. But now if Chen Yuhuai wants to do something to her, she will be courting death. Court death. Lu Xian sneered. It just so happens that he also wants to test his current strength. Draw out the Jidao sword immediately. A sudden slash. An astonishing sword energy shot out immediately. Chapter 14, Why are you in such a hurry? At this time, Chen Yuhuai had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Her eyes were filled with contempt for Lu Xian, as well as excitement at being able to kill him. I want to see what you are capable of, to make you so hard to kill. Chen Yuhuai rushed to Lu Xian like a poisonous snake, raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed downwards. At this time, Lu Xian's sword energy had already arrived. The sword energy flashed with silver light, and almost instantly cut off one of Chen Yuhuai's arms. Puff! The broken limbs flew out, splashing blood. Chen Yuhuai let out a miserable howl and fell directly to the ground, wailing while covering his broken arm. There was deep fear in the look he gave Lu Xian. You, how can you be so strong? He is at the 9th level of the spiritual awakening realm, far surpassing Lu Xian's 7th level. But I couldn't even take one strike from his sword. Even if he is a sword cultivator, he can't be so evil. All I can say is that Lu Xian is extremely strong. At this moment, Chen Yuhuai broke out in a cold sweat. She didn't want to die here. Lu Xian, my Chen family is sorry for you. You forgive me. As long as you forgive me, I will agree to anything you ask. Chen Yu held his broken arm and kept moving backwards, trying to get away from Lu Xian. But Lu Xian obviously did not give her the right to live. From the moment you decide to kill me, you're dead. Lu Xian sneered and slashed out with another sword. Swish! Sword energy flies out. Chen Yuhuai was directly split into two halves and died on the spot. The ferocious sword energy even left a deep groove on the ground. Instant kill. Sure enough, it's very strong. Lu Xian looked at the Xian grade top grade Jidao sword in his hand. One sword injures severely, two swords kill. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of the Spirit Awakening realm would have little chance of winning against me. Even a cultivator at the Dongshan realm might be able to withstand a few moves. And at this moment, the thick fog in the sword formation slowly dissipated. Gradually, the entire sword formation disappeared from everyone's sight. The remaining survivors looked at each other, all of them still feeling a lingering fear. There were originally dozens of people, but now there are only 5 left. The remaining people all died in the sword formation. There were originally thousands of people, but only 5 were able to pass the assessment. It's really like a huge army crossing a single plank bridge. Those who can survive are the elite among the elite. Lu Oli looked at the intact Lu Xian and smiled slightly, as expected of you. But Xing Kong on the side was a little panicked. He stared at Chen Yuhuai's body on the ground. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his back. I have received benefits from the Chun family. Therefore, Xing Kong was able to control the sword formation and did not attack Chen Yuhuai. But Chen Yuhuai actually died in the sword formation. If the Chen family knew about this, I would definitely be severely retaliated. I won't live long. Impossible. She can't be dead. Swish! Xing Kong flashed directly to the side of Chen Yuhuai's body and looked him up and down. There is only one reason why Chen Yuhuai would die in the sword formation. That means he was killed by other cultivators. As expected, Xing Kong found some clues on Chen Yuhuai's body. Sword Qi. There are remnants of a cultivator's sword Qi on Chen Yuhuai's body. She died at the hands of a swordsman. The sword energy emitted by the Tsangyu sword formation is completely different from the sword energy used by the swordmaster. Therefore, Xing Kong could almost conclude that a swordsman had killed Chen Yuhuai in the Tsangyu sword formation. Among all the disciples taking the test, there was only one swordsman. Soon, Xing Kong's eyes were fixed on Lu Xian. At the same time, another figure flashed over. It was Chen Wangyan. He was wearing the attire of a direct disciple, with a long sword on his back, his arms folded, and he looked very imposing. Chen Wangyan stared at the corpse on the ground and snorted coldly. During the assessment, a swordsman actually killed one of my people. Elder Xing Kong, you must give me an explanation and find the murderer. After saying that, Chen Wangyan sneered secretly and glanced at Lu Xian. Among all the people present, the only one who had the reason and opportunity to kill Chen Yuhuai was Lu Xian. Although he didn't have much affection for Chen Yuhuai, he didn't care if he died. But this is a good opportunity to use Xing Kong to get rid of Lu Xian. Not only can he get rid of Lu Xian, the thorn in his side, but he won't get his hands dirty either. Why not? Hearing Chen Wangyan's question, Xing Kong's face suddenly changed. Mr. Chen is absolutely right. I will definitely find out the truth, punish the murderer, and set things right. Xing Kong didn't dare to offend Chen Wangyan. He was just an elder who had risen to the position based on seniority. How could he afford to offend Chen Wangyan, one of the most promising geniuses in the inner sect today? Now Chen Wangyan has been promoted from an inner disciple to a direct disciple, and has become a disciple of Elder Mo Feng. He is at the peak of his career in the sect. Xing Kong had no time to please Chen Wangyan on normal days, let alone now. What's more, he also accepted bribes from the Chun family. It is equivalent to his own lifeline, and now it is in Chen Wangyan's hands. Xing Kong immediately stood up and looked at Lu Xian with anger in his eyes. Lu Xian, you are the only one who reached the sword master level in this assessment. It must be you who killed Chen Huayu. Swish! Everyone's eyes instantly stopped on Lu Xian. Lu Xian did not deny it and said, I was the one who killed him, so what? Xing Kong said, you attacked others during the assessment. You are extremely cruel. You should pay for Chen Huayu's life. After he finished speaking, the aura of the 9th level peak of the Qiling realm spread out. It seemed like he had the momentum to overwhelm Lu Xian. Lu Xian retorted, it was Chen Huayu who attacked me first, am I supposed to just stand there and let him kill me? If it was Chen Huayu who survived, would you still question her like you are doing now? Besides, I haven't even come to terms with you for targeting me during the assessment, so how dare you ask me to pay with my life? Lu Xian was speechless. Now he's throwing dirty water on himself. Is it really right for me to die here? Shut up. As an assessment elder, I, Shinkong, always enforce the law impartially. How could I possibly target you during the assessment? But you must die here today. Shinkong became anxious, as if someone's tail was stepped on. If it were anything else, he really wouldn't be in a hurry. But the fact that he used his power for personal gain and attacked Lu Xian is real. If Lu Xian continues to say some nonsense, will he still be able to survive in the future? You are just a mere swordsman. Do you really think I can't defeat you? Die. Shinkong immediately took out a long sword, turned into a stream of light and killed towards Lu Xian. He wants to silence the witness. All of a sudden, everyone exclaimed. The assessment elder takes action against the disciples who have not yet been admitted. Isn't it true that Lu Xian is dead? Shen Wangnian was also delighted. Sure enough, if he wanted to deal with Lu Xian, he didn't have to do it himself. Because Lu Xian would be seeking death. Luo Li also frowned slightly. Lu Xian is, of course, a swordsman. But Shinkong is not weak either. She was about to take action to stop him, but she stopped herself. There was still a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lu Xian was seen holding the Jidao sword and facing Shinkong. The next moment, a fierce sword energy directly wrapped around his body, and the energy soared into the sky. Who told you that I am just a swordsman? Chapter 15, My head is itchy, I need to grow a brain. The moment Lu Xian tightly grasped the Jidao sword, his entire aura changed. Extraordinarily strong and sharp. The powerful sword energy continued to sweep and wreak havoc around him. Seeing that Lu Xian did not hide his murderous intention in front of him at all, Shinkong was also angry. This was the first time that he was provoked like this by a disciple who was taking the entrance examination. He drew his sword and slashed. Die. When the sword in Shinkong's hand was only a few inches away from Lu Xian's head, Lu Xian also moved. A silver light flashed. Sword energy rises into the sky. The sword flies across the sky. Swish. Almost in an instant. A shocking sword energy cut the starry sky directly in half. The corpse, gushing with blood, flew out immediately. It hit the ground like mud. When everyone came to their senses, Lu Xian's sword had been sheathed. One sword. With just one sword, Shinkong was killed instantly on the spot. The surviving test disciples and everyone else around stared at the scene with eyes wide open in amazement. With this strike of the sword, Shinkong will die? Shinkong is at least a swordsman at the peak of the 9th level of the Qiling realm. Even ordinary Dongxian realm cultivators would have to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. So strong. At such a young age, he has such attainments in swordsmanship, he is definitely not an ordinary person. Such a powerful sword energy. This is definitely not an ordinary swordsman. Everyone was stunned. Luo Li's pupils also shrank slightly. He's not a swordsman, he's a great swordsman. In an instant, everyone was shocked. No wonder he is so strong, he turns out to be a great swordsman. Only the top-level ones who have reached the bottleneck of swordsmanship can be called great swordsmen. The sword energy of this kind of sword cultivator can kill the enemy in an instant. Lu Xian is only 20 years old this year, but he has already reached the level of a great swordsman. Looking at the entire 1,000-year history of the Sanyu sword sect, it is difficult to find a few existences that can be compared with it. The evil has reached its extreme. Shen Wangnian's face suddenly darkened. Shinkong is a piece of trash. He originally thought that he could use Shinkong's help to get rid of Lu Xian. But I didn't expect that I couldn't even block a single sword. Lu Xian was already extremely evil, and now he had become a swordsman. In the future, there might really be a possibility that he would be threatened. And everyone was extremely shocked. Suddenly, there was a loud thunder. How dare you? How dare you murder the elder of my Sanyu sword sect? I saw a figure walking in the air and walking out. Many of the onlookers from the Sanyu sword sect hurriedly bowed and saluted. The person who came was Elder Mo Feng. Mo Feng himself didn't care about today's assessment. But no one expected that Lu Xian actually killed Shinkong. Mo Feng has always been resentful of Lu Xian for killing Lin Feng. This time, he finally caught me. The Sangyu Sword Sect's rules clearly state that anyone who obstructs the elders from enforcing the law will be beheaded. Not only did you stop Elder Shinkong from punishing you, you even tried to murder Elder Shinkong in front of everyone. Your crime is so heinous that you deserve to die. Mo Feng sneered. Little guy, you've fallen into my hands, right? This time, even the Lord can't save you. Lu Xian was silent. Stop Elder Shinkong from punishing me? That's a fucking punishment? If I don't do something, my head will fly off. Seeing this, Zhen Wangnian smiled slightly and said, Lu Xian, let's see what you can do this time. I have to say, Lu Xian is very brave. Not only did he attack Shinkong, he even killed him directly. No matter how useless Shinkong is, he is still an assessment elder. This time, even if Zhen Wangnian wanted to let Lu Xian go, he had no chance. Mo Feng flicked his fingertips. Swish. A long sword was inserted directly into the ground in front of Lu Xian. If you commit suicide now, I can keep your body intact. Lu Xian looked up and said, I didn't murder Elder Shinkong, but you are accusing me of this. This doesn't make sense. Mo Feng laughed, if it's not called murder, then what is it? The body is lying here. Lu Xian lowered his head and glanced at the body that was chopped into 2 pieces, and said, I killed him because he wanted to kill me first. This is called self-defense. Everyone was stunned. Mo Feng was also stunned. Self-defense? Lu Xian nodded. He was the first to illegally assault me and threaten my personal safety, so I killed him in self-defense. Mo Feng's face darkened. Then you can't take his life. You have caused serious damage beyond the necessary limit, which is excessive defense. Lu Xian said righteously, Shinkong committed murder and seriously endangered my personal safety, so I took defensive actions. Although Shinkong died, it was not excessive defense. At this time, everyone around was silent. What? It is both self-defense and excessive self-defense. My head itches. It feels like I'm going to grow a brain. Mo Feng was also a little confused. He thought about it for a long time before he came to his senses. Lu Xian, if you hadn't killed the disciple who was being assessed, why would Elder Shinkong have killed you? You were the one who made the mistake first. Lu Xian asked, is there a rule that says you can't kill the assessment disciples? Mo Feng was silent for a long time. No. Lu Xian added, so the assessment elder was upset with me and attacked me. I didn't break any rules, so it doesn't count as him punishing me. So I killed Shinkong because of a personal grudge between him and me. He died because of my own lack of strength. It has nothing to do with the Sangyu Sword sect. You are meddling in other people's business. Mo Feng was stunned. He wanted to refute, but was confused by Lu Xian for a moment. Mo Feng scratched his head and thought about it again. Shit, that seems to make some sense. So Lu Xian was really right? And I am like a dog trying to catch a rat? This. Mo Feng suddenly felt like a clown. Seeing this, Luoli couldn't help but smile. She rarely saw Mo Feng in such a miserable state. Mo Feng was at a loss before Lu Xian even officially joined the team. What a talent! Luoli looked at Lu Xian and said. In this case, Lu Xian is innocent and has passed the assessment. He is only 20 years old, but he has already become a great swordsman. He is a natural talent. I am prepared to make an exception and accept Lu Xian as my personal disciple. Luoli admires Lu Xian very much. She hasn't seen a genius of this level for a long time. As for Lin Xingyao, because her Prijuan sword body was too powerful, she had been accepted as the sect master's last disciple. If there is no chance to win Lin Xingyao over, then I must win Lu Xian over myself. In an instant, everyone present was excited. On the day of the assessment, he made an exception and accepted him as his personal disciple. They actually encountered a special event that has not been seen in hundreds of years. Isn't this too incredible? That's Elder Luoli. She can actually become her direct disciple. I heard that many disciples want to become Elder Luoli's disciples, but none of them have the chance. Elder Luoli only has one disciple now. I really want to say something unfair, but after thinking about it, I realize that he is a 20-year-old great swordsman, so there is really nothing to say. On the day of the assessment, he killed the assessment elder and not only escaped unscathed, but also used it to become his direct successor. Who would dare to believe this if I told them? Everyone looked at Lu Xian with envy in their eyes. But no one dared to deny it. All the opportunities Lu Xian gets now are gained through hard work. Mo Feng's face also became extremely ugly. He hasn't figured it out yet, but Mo Feng knows it's too late to say anything now. Humph. You're lucky. But don't be too arrogant. Chen Wangnian's face also became extremely ugly. He proved himself countless times before becoming Mo Feng's direct disciple. But I didn't expect that Lu Xian could be on equal footing with me in just one day. In Chen Wangnian's eyes, this is a shame. Humph. You're lucky, kid. Just wait. When the Tsanyu martial arts competition comes, I will kill you openly. There was murderous intent in Chen Wangnian's eyes. This person must not be kept. When he dies, Lin Xinyao will become his plaything completely. Lu Xian looked at Chen Wangnian and sneered. Okay. Then clean your neck and wait. Chapter 16, Fly 90,000 Miles on a Sword. The faces of the many Tsanyu sword sect practitioners present were all shocked. The Tsanyu martial arts competition is a grand event held every 30 years by the Tsanyu sword sect. Those who win the first place can get a lot of rewards. But the risks are also huge. Countless disciples died in the Tsanyu martial arts competition. Chen Wangnian sneered, I hope you will still be as arrogant as you are now. After saying that, he turned and left. In Chen Wangnian's eyes, the time of Tsanyu martial arts competition would be the day of Lu Xian's death. He could attack Lu Xian at will instead of being timid like he is now. But Lu Xian felt that there was nothing to worry about. When that time comes, I will kill you. After Chen Wangnian and others left, Lu Oli looked at Lu Xian and said, Come with me. Lu Xian asked, Where are we going? Lu Oli said, A place where I can guarantee that you will have no worries and can become stronger as much as you want. Lu Xian smiled and nodded, Then I have no reason to refuse. Lu Oli pointed her finger and a flying sword stopped in front of Lu Xian. Come up. Lu Xian stood on the flying sword, and in an instant, the sword soared into the sky. Flying with a sword. Lu Xian was a little excited at this time. This is the privilege of sword cultivators. Even if you don't reach the Tongtian realm, you can still soar into the sky and tower above the earth. Lu Oli also stood in the air beside him, following Lu Xian. How is it? You still can't fly with a sword? Lu Oli chuckled. Lu Xian looked at Lu Oli. Although he is still unclear about Lu Oli's realm, but from now on, it seems that she is at least above Tongtian realm. Very strong. Lu Xian shook his head decisively, Not yet. Lu Xian had only heard of flying with a sword, but had never seen it. The woman in the red dress should know how to do it, but she didn't teach herself. Lu Oli said, You are now in the spiritual awakening realm, you should be able to release your spiritual power. Just imagine that you are using your spiritual power to lift up the sword, as if the sword is riding on the sword energy and soaring into the sky. Lu Xian listened to Lu Oli's words and summoned the silent sword. Then he tried to lift the sword with his spiritual power. The Jidao sword was seen flying in front of Lu Xian, swaying and very unstable. Lu Oli was also very calm and said, Take your time. You can't rush this thing, just practice for a while and it will be fine. She fell silent before she finished speaking. It only takes one sentence. The Jidao sword, which had been shaking just now, suddenly stabilized. Under Lu Xian's control, the sword turned into a flower. Then it stopped in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian leaped up and stood firmly on the sword. The Jidao sword carried Lu Xian and flew slowly towards the distance. Success! Although it was slow, it was a success after all. It turns out it's not that difficult. Lu Xian smiled gently. I originally thought this would be difficult, but it turned out to be very easy to accomplish. No wonder the woman in the red dress didn't teach me. There is really no need to teach this simple sword flying technique specifically. Lu Oli beside him was stunned. You have learned this? Lu Oli couldn't help but take a deep breath. She only mastered the ability to fly with a sword when she was in the Dongxian realm. Moreover, at the beginning, it could only fly a few hundred meters, which was not practical. It was only through later practice that I gradually mastered it. Until now, flying a sword is faster than flying in the air. But this Lu Xian is only at the spiritual awakening realm, but he has successfully learned how to fly with a sword. And he is much more skilled than I was before. Lu Xian nodded, It's not difficult. Imagine that you are controlling the sword energy to lift the sword up and slide it into the distance. You will get it after trying a few times. Lu Oli was silent. This boy is too evil. Perhaps it won't be long before he will surpass 90% of the sword practitioners in the Zhongyu sword sect. He clearly has no special physique for kendo, so why is his talent so strong? At this time, Lu Xian's face turned slightly pale. Flying a sword can indeed allow you to fly in the air for a short period of time. But it consumes a lot. The spiritual energy in his body simply cannot withstand such a level of loss. Although his sword art realm has reached the level of a great swordsman, his true realm is only the second level of the spirit awakening realm. Although he had the sword manual to help him improve his strength, the disadvantage in his realm was too great. Not enough. The second level of the Qiling realm is obviously not enough now. Luoli also saw Lu Xian's condition, grabbed Lu Xian's shoulders, and pulled him directly onto her flying sword. Lu Xian also took advantage of the situation to hold Luoli's waist, and the two flew away. Your current realm is not high, but you can fly a few hundred feet with your sword, which is already rare. Luoli was speaking from the heart. The first time she flew a sword, she only flew a few hundred meters. When Lu Xian's realm is improved in the future, his cultivation speed will be even faster. Lu Xian nodded and looked down at the entire Zhongyu sword sect. There were 7 mountains several thousand feet high, forming the Zhongyu sword sect. There are countless pavilions and towers on each mountain peak, and there are also cultivators shuttling between them. These 7 peaks have different shapes, some are shrouded in mist, some are covered with snow, and they have different shapes. Luoli brought Lu Xian to land on one of the mountains. Although the mountain was covered with thunderclouds and filled with calamity, there was not a single drop of rain. This is Yuhuang Peak, one of the 7 peaks of Zhongyu, and it is also my cave. Luoli took Lu Xian and walked into Yuhuang Peak. There are all kinds of temples here, but few people, it seems very quiet, a fairyland scene. There don't seem to be many disciples here. Lu Xian looked around and saw no one else except some servants doing the rough work. Luoli nodded and said, I like quietness, so I rarely accept disciples. You only have one senior sister. Lu Xian asked, what about Lin Xinyao? Where is she now? Luoli said, she is now accepted by the master as a closed-door disciple, and is being trained to become the sword sect saintess. She is in closed-door retreat on Tianquan Mountain. Lu Xian nodded. It seemed that it would be difficult to see Lin Xinyao in the near future. What kind of person is the sect leader? When Luoli heard this, she was silent for a moment. I don't know exactly who the sect master is, but I know she doesn't like to treat people as human beings. Seeing Luoli's expression, Lu Xian was slightly stunned. Looks like there's a story behind it. Luoli looked at Lu Xian and said, I will now teach you our sect's sword skills. Lu Xian thought for a moment and said, why don't I learn sword skills first? I already have the skills. What a joke, what sword cultivation technique can compare to the sword cannon? After learning the sword cannon, Lu Xian really looked down on other martial arts. Luoli also nodded, I understand. Nowadays, the inheritance of sword cultivation is not systematic. Even the 7 peaks of the Zhongyu sword sect have different skills. It's a good thing that you have your own skills. But you can learn some sword skills. After saying that, Luoli pointed her finger at Lu Xian's forehead. A sword technique immediately appeared in his mind. 9 Heavens Thunder Sword. Grade, top grade Xian level. There are 3 types in total. Each move has extremely terrifying power, like a punishment from God, with unparalleled force. However, it seems to be just a fragment, recording only the first form. The sword draws thunder. Use the sword to mobilize the power of thunder, and use the endless power of thunder to smash the enemy. The power is extremely fierce. Lu Xian was very satisfied. Jian Fei Jingtian is very powerful and can be considered his trump card. And this 9 Heavens Thunder Sword is of the upper grade of the Xian level. Even if he uses this sword skill, he will not reveal too much of his strength. Although this is only a fragment, the whole story can be deduced by the woman in the red skirt. Lu Xian smiled, thank you, senior. Luoli nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at the sky. I'm taking you to see your senior sister now. I just happen to have something to entrust to the two of you. After saying that, Luoli smiled faintly, for you, this is a great opportunity, a good thing. Chapter 17, Daoyuan. Opening up another inheritance. Soon, a young woman of about the same age as Lu Xian came over. The woman was tall, wearing a blue skirt, and had a cold temperament. Seeing Lu Xian just nodded slightly, then saluted Luoli. Greetings, master. Luoli nodded, and then introduced to the girl, "This is your junior fellow apprentice." She looked at Lu Xian again and said, "She is your senior sister, Ling Lin." Ling Lin. Lu Xian smiled slightly, "Hello, senior sister." Ling Lin nodded, "Okay." Lu Xian was stunned. This senior sister doesn't seem to talk much. And I can feel that the aura is very unusual. At least the Dongxian realm, or even stronger. Lu Xian took out a space ring and put it into Ling Lin's hand. "Senior sister, this is a meeting gift." Ling Lin opened the ring and found several third-grade medicinal pills. This is the most precious elixir Lu Xian has, and even he doesn't have much of it. It can be said that half of the inventory was given to Ling Lin. He wanted to see what his senior sister's attitude was. If her attitude remained so cold, Lu Xian would not bother to pay attention to her. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you, but you should at least show some attitude, right? When Ling Lin saw the space ring on his hand, an expression appeared on his face, a half smile. She took out another space ring and handed it to Lu Xian. "This is a return gift." When Lu Xian opened the ring and took a look, he was stunned. Dozens of 5th-grade medicinal pills and 200,000 spirit stones. These are enough to buy out some small families in Xingqiang City. I didn't expect to give it to myself like this. Lu Xian suddenly felt that the gift he had just given was too shabby. Wow, this senior sister is so generous and capable. Seeing this, Luoli smiled slightly and said to Lu Xian, "She rarely gives gifts to others. This is the first time." Lu Xian smiled and said to Ling Lin, "Thank you, senior sister." Ling Lin nodded, "It's okay, I'll protect you from now on." The tone of these words was very light, but Lu Xian felt completely safe. His expression also changed slightly. This senior sister's strength may not be as simple as it seems. There's something. Luoli was relieved to see that the two of them were getting along quite well. Then he said to Lu Xian and Ling Lin in a serious tone, "It just so happens that there is an opportunity here for you to get to know each other. Luoli doesn't have many disciples, but that doesn't mean she doesn't care about them. On the contrary, Luoli cares a lot about her apprentice." She flicked her sleeves and a map of Qingzhou appeared with a mountain range marked on it. "A new secret realm has appeared here, called the Dragon Burial Forbidden Territory. I heard that there are many rare treasures in Qingzhou. You too can go there to experience it and take this opportunity to improve your strength. In addition, there are also disciples of Wuji sect here. If you capture their heads, there will be a big reward in the sect." Lu Xian looked at the map. Dragon Burial Forbidden Area. Some unique places between heaven and earth, or where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathers, or where the bones of powerful people are buried. After years of baptism, there is a chance that secret realms will appear. In the secret realm, there will be many top-quality natural treasures that are rarely seen in the outside world, which is of great benefit to cultivators. But it is also full of dangers. If you are not careful, you may die without a burial place. This Forbidden Dragon Burial Area is one of the newly emerged secret realms. As a new secret realm, no one knows what kind of treasures and dangers are inside. It is precisely because of this that practitioners from all forces are eyeing this covetously. Wu Ji sect is one of them. As sects as famous as the Sangyu Sword sect, the two sides have been hostile to each other for a long time. They have been fighting each other for years and are incompatible. It is also because of this that both sides offered rewards to each other's disciples. If you can bring back the enemy's head when you go out, the sect will give you a generous reward. It can be said that this line of work carries both danger and opportunity. Lu Xian thought this was a good opportunity. Now that I am breaking through and rebuilding, what I need most is resources. It just so happens that this time I go to the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area, maybe I can greatly improve my strength. But if I remember correctly, my sister-in-law Ruby Lin seems to be a member of the Wu Ji sect. If this happens, it shouldn't cause a flood to hit the Dragon King Temple, right? Of course Lu Xian didn't think Lin Sini would do anything to him. I'm just curious about what will happen then. Ling Lin nodded, "Okay, I'll protect him on the way." Luoli warned, "Be careful, save your life first. Of course, if Wu Ji zone goes too far, just call me." After Ling Lin agreed, he pointed his finger and a flying sword stopped beside Lu Xian. "I know you can fly with a sword, but the journey is long and you may not be able to hold on. Why don't we ride on the same sword together?" After saying that, he motioned for Lu Xian to come up. As soon as Lu Xian stepped onto the flying sword, he didn't know where to put his hands, so he grabbed Ling Lin's waist. Suddenly, a wonderful touch came from the fingertips and palms. Although he also grabbed Luo Li's waist just now, Ling Lin was completely different from Luo Li. The white robe Luo Li was wearing was very thick, so she didn't feel anything when she grabbed it. But Ling Lin's blue dress was only a thin layer, and one could even feel the warmth of Ling Lin's skin when holding it with one's hands. It feels cool and very comfortable. Ling Lin also noticed something and her face darkened. Ling Lin also noticed something, but she didn't react. But he still said, "Hurry up, we'll go and come back quickly." After saying that, the two of them flew into the air on their flying swords. Swish! In just a moment, he ran hundreds of feet. Very fast. Lu Xian also subconsciously grabbed Ling Lin's slender waist. The blue dress she was wearing also fluttered in the wind, brushing against Lu Xian's body. Suddenly, a faint orchid fragrance came over. At the same time, Ling Lin's perfect figure was faintly visible under her dress, revealing large areas of pink and white skin from time to time. Lu Xian fell silent immediately. Who can withstand this? I am a gentleman, why do you want to test me with this kind of thing? Ling Lin seemed unaware of all this, but could clearly feel that Lu Xian's hands were getting hotter and hotter. At the same time, Ling Lin's flying speed gradually increased. Lu Xian can see more and more things. At this point, Lu Xian came to his senses. It doesn't matter, just let it be. Soon. The two of them came to the sky above a mountain range. Dragon Burial Mountains. At the same time, a gate several dozen feet high stood majestically in the canyon. A pale golden light shone in the center of the portal, with ripples similar to water waves appearing from time to time. Here is the entrance to the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area. Some secret realms are transformed from the places where great men fell, and they contain many precious inheritances such as magic weapons and elixirs. There are also secret realms that claim to be a cave paradise, where many natural treasures that are not found in the outside world are born. But correspondingly, there will also be many monsters living in them to guard the treasures. The Dragon Burial Forbidden Area belongs to the latter. At this time, many cultivators have gathered at the gate, hoping to find the treasure in the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area. And when they saw Ling Lin and Lu Xian wearing the clothes of Supreme Sword sect and coming to the gate, everyone's faces darkened and they consciously retreated to the sides. The Supreme Sword sect is the overlord in Qingzhou, and they can only avoid its edge. Only the Wuji sect can be compared with them. We're here. This is the entrance to the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area. I don't know what dangers are inside. You have to be careful. Ling Lin reminded Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded slightly. But then, he felt a very familiar power from the portal in front of him that was emitting light golden ripples. The voice of the woman in the red dress also sounded at this moment. Here, there is the breath of Tao Yuan. Chapter 18, Taking Advantage of Senior Sister. Tao Source. It is equivalent to the key to unlock the inheritance of the 9 powerful men in the burial heaven realm. Only by possessing the source of Tao can one obtain the inheritance left therein. The other 8 powerful men should be almost the same as the sword ancestor of all worlds. If even the master of the sword of all worlds is so powerful, then the inheritance of the other 8 powerful men must be even more enchanting. Lu Xian asked, "Good sister, can you feel the location of Dao Yuan?" The woman in the red dress nodded and said, "We can sense the approximate location, but Dao Yuan is a spirit. Whether he wants to see us or not is uncertain." Lu Xian was a little confused. Why, does this Dao Yuan still have a temper? The woman in the red skirt said, "We are going to find Dao Yuan, which is equivalent to asking Dao Yuan to work for us and support the burial heaven realm. If it were you, would you be willing to be captured by others and used as a laborer?" Lu Xian immediately asked back, "Am I not being exploited endlessly by you now?" The woman in the red skirt was confused for a moment. When she realized what Lu Xian said, she smiled with satisfaction. "Very good, you are very self-aware. I will reward you tonight." Lu Xian remained silent and did not dare to continue speaking. He thought about what the woman in the red dress had said before, and it seemed that there was some truth in it. The source of Tao originally existed between heaven and earth, unrestrained. He was suddenly trapped in the heaven burial realm and was subject to all kinds of restrictions. No one would like it no matter who it is. Since he has a spirit, then we can use coercion, bribery, deception, and trickery. As long as we let him enter the heaven burial realm, won't we be able to control him? Lu Xian had a bold idea. The woman in the red dress was silent for a while, as expected of you. But you have to be careful not to let others get there first. Dao Yuan itself is a rare treasure between heaven and earth, and it is not only useful for guarding the burial heaven realm. Any cultivator who sees it will be tempted. Lu Xian nodded to show that he understood. He followed Ling Lin and walked towards the depths of the dragon burial forbidden area. This place is like a dark canyon abyss. The ground beneath his feet was dry and withered, with not a single plant around. The entire world was filled with a dead silence, forming a sharp contrast with the area outside the dragon burial forbidden area. But for some reason, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth here is quite rich, like a rare paradise. At the same time, there are many crystal clear minerals embedded in the stones on the surrounding ground, exuding a rich spiritual energy. It's a large amount of spirit crystals, which is very rare. Ling Lin turned his head and looked at Ling Jing, his expression calm. But Lu Xian was quite surprised. The value of spirit crystals is far greater than that of spirit stones. Although spirit stones contain spiritual energy, cultivators generally cannot use them directly for cultivation. But spirit crystals are different. Not only does the concentration of spiritual energy inside them is higher, but practitioners can also directly absorb the spiritual energy from them, which is of great benefit to their practice. Because of this reason, the exchange rate between spirit crystals and spirit stones is approximately 1 to 100. And just a quick glance at the spirit crystals here reveals that there are tens of thousands of them. It is worthy of being a place that all major forces covet, and there are indeed many treasures here. These spirit crystals alone are enough to drive many cultivators crazy. Lu Xian was not idle either, constantly searching for spirit crystals nearby. In just a few hours, he collected 30 to 40,000 spirit crystals. Converted into spirit stones, it has exceeded 3 million. Ling Lin didn't compete with Lu Xian, but just followed Lu Xian and walked towards the depths of the dragon burial forbidden area. Lu Xian looked at the many spirit crystals in the space ring, and then glanced at Ling Lin, who had not taken a penny. I came here and got so many benefits, but this senior sister didn't want anything. Lu Xian took out half of the spirit crystal and put it in the space ring and gave it to Ling Lin. Sister, these spirit crystals are for you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to collect spirit crystals here in peace. Lu Xian smiled. Ling Lin lowered his head and glanced at the space ring, then slowly shook his head. Forget it. You are only in the early stage of the spiritual awakening realm. Your need for spiritual crystals is greater than mine. I won't compete with you for it. After saying that, he prepared to return the space ring to Lu Xian. But Lu Xian's attitude was very tough, and he directly pressed the space ring firmly in Ling Lin's hand. You are my senior sister after all, I can't let you make a wasted trip, you must accept these spirit crystals. Seeing that he couldn't win over Lu Xian, Ling Lin had no choice but to accept it. She thought for a moment, then handed another space ring to Lu Xian. You can take it. Just think of it as an exchange between you and me. I won't take advantage of you. Lu Xian smiled, okay. He took the ring, then quietly opened it and took a look. I was stunned for a moment. There were not only hundreds of 7th grade medicinal pills in the ring, but also dozens of spiritual weapons of all kinds. Each one starts from the Xian level. At the same time, there is also a mysterious spiritual vein inside. Spiritual vein. It was the first time that Lu Xian saw so many treasures in his space ring. Sure enough, my guess was correct. This senior sister is quite generous. Lu Xian began to be curious about the background of this senior sister Ling Lin. Not only is he very powerful, but he is also very rich. The things contained in this space ring alone are worth no less than tens of millions of spirit stones. And I only exchanged for these treasures with more than 10,000 spirit crystals, which can be said to be a huge profit. Suddenly, a clear spring appeared in front of the two of them. The spring water is so clear that you can see the bottom, and it exudes a rich spiritual energy. You can tell at a glance that it is not ordinary spring water. It is very rare to see such a clear spring in a desolate place like the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area. Ling Lin was also very curious when he saw the spring water. It's Qingyun Spring, one of the best spiritual springs. Just one drop can heal all injuries and replenish spiritual power. If I remember correctly, the price of a bottle of Qingyun Spring is more than 30,000 lingshi. This mouthful of spring water is worth at least 300 to 500 million. Although it is worth millions, it is difficult to buy Qingyun spring water with so much money. Not only can it quickly recover from injuries, but it can also replenish spiritual energy. It can be said to be a very good life-saving treasure. Even if you really want to buy it, you may not be able to buy it. It can be said to be a treasure that is hard to come by. There are so many Qingyun springs here, their value is hard to estimate. Suddenly, Ling Lin raised his head. A beast roar was heard. Roar! Then several ferocious figures rushed out and surrounded Lu Xian and Ling Lin. I saw more than 10 giant wolves, each about 10 feet tall, covered with hard hair, with bloodshot eyes and strong muscles. The strong smell of blood was overwhelming. The giant wolf in the lead was extremely tall, at least 2 meters tall, a whole circle larger than the other demon wolves. Ling Lin glanced at the surrounding monsters. There are 12 broken pattern wolves, the leader is a 4th level monster, and the rest are 3rd level. 4th level monster. Corresponding to the human race's subtle realm. Very strong. As for the remaining broken pattern wolves, they are also at level 3. Equivalent to a cultivator in the Dongxian realm. It can be said that these 12 monsters are extremely threatening to them. Presumably, these broken striped wolves are the monsters that guard Qingyun Spring. If you want to get Qingyun Spring water, you must deal with them. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian beside him, and was slightly stunned. She originally thought that Lu Xian would be very nervous, as if facing a powerful enemy. But unexpectedly, he was so calm and composed, as if he didn't take these wolves seriously at all. This couldn't help but surprise Ling Lin. This Lu Xian, his mind is so calm, he doesn't seem like a cultivator of this age at all. Lu Xian looked at Ling Lin beside him and said calmly, "Senior sister, take action quickly, or I will die in front of you." Ling Lin was silent. It seems that he is determined to take action. She smiled with relief. Whatever. Ling Lin casually drew his sword and slashed. An astonishing sword energy flew out, rising in the wind. Mixed with a powerful sword force, it directly bombarded the body of the leading broken wolf. Boom! A loud noise. The broken striped wolf was chopped into pieces immediately and died on the spot. Swish! The long sword was sheathed. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian beside him and said, "Now that the 4th level monster is dead, the rest belongs to you." Chapter 19, How could you add water to it? Roar! When the remaining wolves saw their leader dead, they all let out mournful howls. But not only did they not retreat, but they stared at Ling Lin and Lu Xian with hateful eyes. It was as if he wanted to eat them alive. Seeing this scene, Lu Xian fell silent. Lu Xian also knew something about the broken striped wolf. This type of monster not only lives in groups, but is also extremely vengeful and has a strong sense of tribe. If any of their tribesmen were injured, they would not be afraid but would desperately seek revenge. Therefore, many cultivators will avoid the broken striped wolf when they see it in the wild. But they didn't expect that Ling Lin would kill the leader of the broken pattern wolf in front of them. In this way, the remaining broken striped wolves will definitely launch crazy revenge and will not stop until they kill themselves. Ling Lin, however, did not take these broken line wolves seriously at all. He just stood beside Lu Xian silently and said, "Only the 4th level broken line wolf can threaten you. Now you can practice with them. Don't worry, I will ensure your safety." Ling Lin, however, did not take these broken striped wolves seriously at all. He just stood beside Lu Xian silently and said, "The rest is up to you." Lu Xian directly drew out the Jidao sword. At the same time, he was secretly guessing about Ling Lin in his heart. The sword that Ling Lin just swung out contained sword momentum. Only sword practitioners above the Sword King realm can use sword power. This means that senior sister Ling Lin is at least a great swordsman above the level of Sword King. Wow, this senior sister doesn't look very old, but I didn't expect she has such attainments in swordsmanship. Moreover, he was quite generous in his spending, and it was obvious that he was from a prominent family. Both the background and the strength are impeccable. I have to say, Luoli is really good at choosing disciples. While Lu Xian was thinking, the wolves with broken stripes pounced directly towards him. Each of them bared their fangs and sharp claws, wanting to tear Lu Xian and Ling Lin into pieces. At the same time, roars of beasts resounded through the sky. Roar! In just a moment, countless broken pattern wolves rushed in front of Lu Xian. It was only a few feet away from Lu Xian. Lu Xian drew his sword and killed. The first move of the Nine Heavens Thunder Sword. The sword draws thunder. I saw several purple lightning flashes on the wound of the Jidao sword in Lu Xian's hand. Countless arcs of electricity flashed on Lu Xian and the sword. Dazzling and bright, full of destructive intent. A sword energy flashing with lightning shot out. It directly enveloped several broken striped wolves. Boom! The Jidao sword, which contained the power of thunder, directly tore several broken pattern wolves into pieces. Nearly half of the broken striped wolves were killed in an instant. As for the remaining broken striped wolves, they could not escape Lu Xian's pursuit. After several rounds, the ground was covered with sword marks and blood. Lu Xian sheathed his sword, and at this time all the broken mark wolves were killed by Lu Xian. He was not idle either. He skillfully took out the demon pill of the broken wolf and then searched the corpse for demon beast materials. Although these are not as valuable as Ling Jing and Qing Yun spring water, even a small fly is still meat. This is the true example of a tower built from piles of sand. Ling Lin stood there staring at Lu Xian, and finally a hint of fluctuation appeared in his eyes. You are stronger than I expected. This is the first time I have seen a great swordsman as young as you. Seeing Lu Xian, such a monstrous swordsman, her heart couldn't help but waver a little. Even a cultivator at the profound cave realm would have to temporarily avoid the 11 third-level broken pattern wolves, but Lu Xian solved them very cleanly and neatly. Whether in terms of combat experience or personal strength, he is considered to be a leader in the same realm. Although Ling Lin is well aware of Lu Oli's extremely high requirements for accepting a disciple, it is hard not to be impressed by Lu Xian's strength. Lu Xian neatly filled the Qing Yun spring water into small bottles. It took nearly 200 bottles to finally collect the last drop of Qing Yun spring water. Senior sister, you have a share too. Lu Xian threw a space ring to Ling Lin. Ling Lin took the ring but did not accept it. Instead, he returned it. Never mind, I don't lack such things. Now even Ling Lin couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. It seems that Lu Xian is trying to show his kindness to me like crazy, but why is it that he always receives more things while I never suffer any loss at all? But if I accept Lu Xian's things, as his senior sister, I would lose face if I don't return the gift. Lu Xian seemed to have grasped my psychology and kept giving me gifts. This is not making friends with me at all, it's clearly fleecing me. Seeing that Ling Lin didn't want the Qing Yun spring water, Lu Xian smiled slightly and put it away. Even if she doesn't want it, I won't suffer any loss. Ling Lin was silent for a while, but still reminded Lu Xian and said, if you want to sell it, add less water, otherwise it will be easily recognized. Lu Xian was stunned. How did Ling Lin know that he wanted to add water? Lu Xian, who was just thinking about adding water to it, suddenly stopped. Oh no, this senior sister has seen through my little thoughts. Ling Lin saw Lu Xian stunned and realized that he had guessed right. My goodness, this guy is not as honest as he looks. Lu Xian took out a small bottle and looked at the Qing Yun spring water inside, unable to help but feel a little curious. He sat on the ground and drank a mouthful of spring water directly. Moment. A strong spiritual energy fills every part of his body. This feeling is not much worse than practicing with the help of spiritual veins. Lu Xian sat directly on the ground and began to practice with the help of the power of Qing Yun spring water. The sword manual kept running in his body, trying to digest this large amount of spiritual power. In an instant, a vortex of spiritual power appeared with Lu Xian as the center, directly covering an area of several feet in radius. At the same time, Lu Xian used this spiritual power to madly improve his cultivation. The third level of the spiritual awakening realm. The third peak of the spiritual awakening realm. The fourth level of the spiritual awakening realm. The fifth level of the spiritual awakening realm. Half an hour later, Lu Xian's aura remained at the fifth level of the Qiling realm. He slowly opened his eyes, moved his body, and suddenly felt a powerful force filling his body. After breaking through 3 small realms in succession, Lu Xian felt that his strength had improved a lot. Compared with before, it is almost a qualitative leap. As expected of Qing Yun spring water, it is really strong. Lu Xian was very satisfied. This Qing Yun spring water can not only heal wounds and restore spiritual power, but can also be used for cultivation. Although the cost is a little high, the bottle I just drank is worth 30,000 spirit stones, but the effect is still good. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and nodded slightly. Very smart. He didn't rush to improve his realm, but chose to take steady steps. There is a promising future ahead. She realized that if Lu Xian wanted to improve his realm, he could definitely reach the 7th level of the Qiling realm or above. But Lu Xian did not choose to rush for success, but moved forward steadily step by step. Although the current realm is not improved much, there will be many benefits in the later stage. It's rare to see someone so young having this awareness. Lu Xian smiled slightly and said, Senior sister, let's keep going. There must be more good stuff inside. The woman in the red dress has already told him the general direction of the Tao source. As for this Tao source, Lu Xian is determined to obtain it. I just used the Qingyun spring water to improve my strength in order to ensure that I could obtain the Daoyuan. At this moment, Ling Lin's face darkened, and he immediately concealed his breath. At the same time, several figures appeared, all of them were cultivators wearing Wu Ji sect uniforms. One of them even rushed directly in front of Lu Xian and Ling Lin. How brave! We were the first to discover the Qingyun spring water. In the time it takes us to go back and call for help, you've already got it. Now quickly hand over the Qingyun spring water, and we in Wu Ji sect will spare the lives of both of you. Chapter 20, They Are All Prey. Lu Xian looked up and saw 6 strong men standing in front of him, all wearing Wu Ji sect uniforms, and each of them was full of murderous intent. The leader stared at himself and Ling Lin with an extremely fierce look. Wu Ji zone. Lu Xian still had some impression of this force. Lin Sini was practicing in Wu Ji sect. The Wu Ji sect is also the #1 enemy of the Supreme Sword sect. After so many years of development, the conflict between them has already reached the point where there is no end but life and death. At this time, the leader looked Lu Xian up and down, the murderous intent in his eyes had not diminished at all, and said to Lu Xian in a threatening voice. I am Duan Jianglu, a disciple of Elder Changqing of Wu Ji sect. I advise you to hand over the Qingyun spring water as soon as possible, otherwise we will not be polite. The expression on Duan Jianglu's face was very ugly, and it could be seen that he was very unhappy. He had actually discovered Qingyun spring a long time ago, but because of the guarding of the broken striped wolf, Duan Jianlu did not dare to rashly take the water from Qingyun spring. He simply went back to find his companions. After finally getting 6 of them together, he came back to find that the Qingyun spring water had been taken by Lu Xian and Ling Lin first. If it were just that, the most important thing is that Duan Jianglu recognized that Ling Lin was wearing the clothes of the Supreme Sword sect. The disciple of Supreme Sword sect stole the opportunity that should have belonged to him, which made Duan Jianglu want to kill him. A Wu Ji sect disciple behind him said in a clear voice, Brother, why are you wasting time with these 2? They don't look very advanced. I think they must have used all their strength just to kill those broken striped wolves. We can take advantage of their misfortune and take them down directly. That's right. The disciples of Supreme Sword sect are generally very rich. If we strip them naked and find all the resources, we can definitely sell them for a good price. Lu Xian looked at the people in front of him, all of whom were at the 8th or 9th level of the Qiling realm. Duan Jianlu, who is in the lead, has reached the Dongxian realm. Dongxian realm. In his prime, Lu Xian was a cultivator at the 5th level of the Dongxian realm, so he knew how big the gap between the Dongxian realm and the Qiling realm was. But now Lu Xian is also very confident. If he takes out his trump card, he can definitely compete with the cultivators in the Dongxian realm. What's more, the cultivation level of senior sister Ling Lin beside him is unfathomable. Lu Xian couldn't tell what realm she was in now, and could only guess that she was at least at the subtle realm. As for her sword realm, she was at least at the sword king level. It can be said to be a very plump and white thigh. Lu Xian turned around and looked at Ling Lin, blinked his eyes, and signaled her to take action. However, Ling Lin had already concealed his realm, and the aura he exuded now was only at the Qiling realm. She directly covered her chest with both hands, pretending to be scared, which made people feel pity for her and exclaimed, Oh my god, there are so many of them, including some in the profound realm. I'm so scared. Junior brother, you must protect me. Lu Xian? No, buddy. Your realm is much higher than mine, now come and show off. However, Lu Xian roughly understood what Ling Lin was thinking. He simply wanted to stop relying on Ling Lin and use more of his own strength. At this time, Duan Jianglu did not notice the complicated entanglement and private confrontation between the 2. He just sneered and said, Oh, little sister, you are going to fall into our hands today. You 2 are only at the Qiling realm, but I am at the Dongxian realm. Are you afraid of the Dongxian realm? After saying that, Duan Jianglu took a step forward and rushed out. Being experienced in combat, he did not target Ling Lin, who seemed to be frightened and had lost his ability to fight, but pointed his spearhead directly at Lu Xian. In Duan Jianglu's eyes, as long as they killed Lu Xian, the frightened Ling Lin would surely collapse on his own and let them do whatever they wanted. In an instant, an aura of the 2nd level of the Dongxian realm spread out, covering the entire place. The remaining few Wu Ji sect disciples also seemed extremely excited and wanted to watch this good show very much. With Duan Jianglu's strength, killing Lu Xian would be a piece of cake. At that time, all the treasures on Lu Xian and Ling Lin will fall into their hands, even including the priceless Qingyun spring water. Everyone's eyes were burning as they looked at Lu Xian and Ling Lin greedily. In their opinion, whether it is money or desire, they can be satisfied by Lu Xian and Ling Lin. Baji fist. Duan Jianlu didn't waste any more words and threw a clean and neat punch. One of the Wuji sect's unique skills, the lower grade Shen level martial art, the Baji fist. One punch has the power to split a mountain. A powerful punch, with overwhelming force, struck Lu Xian's face. This one punch alone was enough to smash Lu Xian into pieces. However, Lu Xian remained calm and directly drew out the Jidao sword. Facing Duan Jianlu, a Dongxian realm cultivator who was one major realm higher than himself, Lu Xian did not intend to hold back at all. Just strike out with all your strength. The sword flies across the sky. Martial arts without levels. As Lu Xian drew his sword and moved forward, a shocking sword energy also slashed out. The sword energy is so strong that it seems to be able to cut through gold and jade, turning into a long rainbow that can penetrate everything. Duan Jianlu sneered at the long sword energy slashed out by Lu Xian. The so-called sword cultivator only knows this kind of trick. Watch me break it with one punch. After saying that, Duan Jianlu swung a heavy punch, directly hitting the sword energy. Boom! The sword energy, with its devastating power, directly shattered the domination fist swung by Duan Jianlu. The remaining power hit Duan Jianlu's body heavily. He also sensed something was wrong. This sword energy, why does it look so strong? Is this a sword cultivator in the Qiling realm? No. Before Duan Jianlu could finish his words, he was split vertically in half by the sword energy. With a bang, the body, split in half, fell directly to the ground. Blood gushed out and he died on the spot. In an instant, everyone present was shocked. One sword. Just one sword. There is nothing fancy about it, it just looks like an extremely ordinary sword. Duan Jianlu, who was at the second level of the Dongxian realm, was killed on the spot. This kind of strength is simply incredible. It is said that sword cultivators are invincible in the same realm, but I have never heard of anyone being invincible after crossing a higher realm. What kind of sword skill is this? So powerful. The aura on him is clearly only at the 5th level of the spiritual awakening realm. He should be like an ant, so why is he so powerful? If they can kill Duan Jianlu, then wouldn't it be even easier to kill us? In an instant, the remaining 5 Wuji sect disciples all felt a chill on their backs. A chill rose from the soles of his feet and went straight to the top of his head. Ling Lin's expression also changed slightly. She originally thought that with Lu Xian's swordsmanship level as a great swordsman, even if he was very powerful, he would still have a hard fight with Duan Jianlu. But no one expected that Duan Jianlu would be killed on the spot with just one sword. This kind of strength can be called incredible. Those who can defeat the enemy in an adverse situation are all monsters. Especially the sword skills that Lu Xian used just now, although they looked extremely ordinary, they contained the imagery of the Great Way of Sword, which was very extraordinary. It seems that Lu Xian is not as simple as he seems. She curled her lips slightly and said to Lu Xian, "Junior brother, Songyu Sword Sect has a rule that if you kill a certain number of Wuji Sect disciples, the sect will give you a reward. Not only are there Xian-level sword techniques, but I heard there are also various magic weapons, and even an Earth-level spiritual sword. Junior brother, do you want to try it?" Hearing Ling Lin's words, Lu Xian immediately tightened the Jidao sword in his hand. Is there also an Earth-grade spirit sword reward? You know, your own Jidao sword can become stronger by devouring spiritual swords. If he swallowed the Earth-level sword, wouldn't that be a direct deception of heaven? Swish! Lu Xian's gaze was directly locked onto the remaining 5 sword cultivators. The cold gaze is like staring at prey. Chapter 21, Brother-in-law, I can only help you up to this point. Lu Xian is looking forward to it. When the silent sword devours the spiritual sword, it will gain a huge boost. After the Jidao sword, which was originally an ordinary sword, devoured a mid-grade Xian-level spiritual sword, its grade surpassed the latter and became a top-grade Xian-level spiritual sword. Then if it devours the Earth-level sword, it will definitely become stronger than the Earth-level sword itself. And the price to obtain the Earth-level sword is just to kill some disciples of Wu Ji sect. For Lu Xian, it was extremely simple. As early as when he was in Qingtsong City, Lu Xian had killed countless people in order to fight for resources for the Lu family. He cut from the east to the west of the city without blinking an eye. It can be said that as long as the problem can be solved by killing, it is not a big deal. At this time, several disciples of Wuji sect also saw Lu Xian's eyes that seemed to want to eat people, and they were immediately frightened. Although the Wuji sect also has relevant rules, hunting down cultivators from the Tsanyu Sword sect can earn high rewards, but the disciples of the Wuji sect only do it as a daily routine and do not have a deep obsession with hunting down disciples from the Tsanyu Sword sect. If you meet one that you can kill, just kill it. If you are too lazy to kill it, just forget it. But unexpectedly, Lu Xian seemed to have determined to kill them. Run! One person reacted first and then exclaimed. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone quickly dispersed in different directions. No one dares to look back. Even Duan Jianlu could be killed with one sword, so there is no way they could be his match. The gap in strength is really too big. Want to run? Lu Xian rushed out with sword in hand. In just a few dozen breaths, the 5 men were all killed by Lu Xian's sword. Lu Xian killed them not only because they belonged to the Wuji sect, but also because they revealed their murderous intentions towards him. Among cultivators, the strong prey on the weak. Once someone reveals his murderous intentions towards you, you must eliminate them completely. Otherwise Lu Xian won't be able to sleep well. Swish! Lu Xian cut off their heads cleanly and neatly and threw them into a spare space ring as a certificate for hunting down Wuji sect disciples. With these certificates, one can redeem rewards in the Tsanyu Sword sect. Lu Xian cut off the last person's head and held it in his hand. Looking at the bloody head, Lu Xian seemed to be thinking about something. He stood up and looked at Ling Lin. Senior sister, I'll give you this head as a token of my appreciation. Ling Lin did not take it. He just glanced at the bloody head in Lu Xian's hand and Lu Xian's sincere eyes, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Junior brother, I'm telling you not to give girls this kind of thing. Remember? Although this head is indeed of insignificant use to oneself, it is too weird to give heads to each other for fun. Lu Xian weighed the head in his hand and asked, Senior sister, don't you want the reward from the sect? Ling Lin shook his head and said, it's too troublesome to exchange it with human heads. What's more, the rewards are a bit ordinary. I'm not interested. Lu Xian was silent. What a lack of interest. That is an Earth-grade spiritual sword, a rare treasure that is hard to come by. What kind of background does this senior sister Ling Lin have? She doesn't even take the Earth-grade spirit sword seriously. Besides, there are even better rewards above the Earth-grade spirit sword. Seeing that there was no way to get his senior sister's gold coins, Lu Xian simply collected the head. Then he looked in one direction. The direction of Daoyuan. Senior sister, let's keep going. There should be some good stuff inside. Ling Lin nodded, let's go. The two continued to go deeper into the dragon burial forbidden area. Half an hour later. A group of Wuji sect practitioners came here and looked at the 6 headless heads on the ground with solemn expressions. One of them stepped forward, squatted down, examined their bodies, and said, It's Duan Yulo and the others. How come they died here? After saying this, he raised his head, looked at the young woman leading the group, and said, Senior sister Lin Sini, who did this? Why did you cut off their heads? Lin Sini said, it was done by the people of Tsanyu Sword sect. They have a sect rule that allows the heads of Wuji sect disciples to be exchanged for high rewards. I guess the murderer took their heads just for this. Don't pursue them any further, they have the ability to kill cultivators in the profound realm, it's very dangerous. Everyone nodded, and then a strong hatred appeared in their eyes. In their eyes, the Tsanyu Sword sect is not a group of good people either. Ruby Lin continued to examine the body. Suddenly, she was slightly startled. These corpses were injured by sword energy. The swordsmanship level of the person who attacked them should be above that of a swordmaster. This is not surprising, but Duan Yulo's body always makes Lin Sini feel familiar. The sword marks on the corpse reminded Lin Sini of Lu Xian. She had seen Lu Xian use Jin Fei Jing Tian, and this sword mark was very similar to the mark left by Jin Fei Jing Tian. It's brother Lu Xian! Lin Sini exclaimed softly. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see Lu Xian here. A barely perceptible smile appeared on her face. It seems that brother Lu Xian not only successfully joined the Tsanyu Sword sect, but also became stronger. He can even conquer the Dongxian realm. And Lu Xian took off their heads most likely to exchange them for rewards. If that's the case. Lin Sini stood up and said, we need to seek support from the sect and have more fellow disciples come to hunt down the murderer. The people nearby were stunned for a moment and asked, why? This murderer looks very strong. If our fellow disciples meet this murderer, won't they be dead for sure? Lin Sini pointed to the body of the broken wolf and said. Not necessarily. Duan Yulo and his men must have fought the monster first, and then were ambushed by the murderer, so the murderer may not be a match for his fellow disciples. Everyone heard this and seemed to be thinking about it. It seems that there is some truth in it. Suddenly someone looked up and said. But if the murderer is really powerful, wouldn't it be a waste of time to rashly ask our fellow disciples to hunt him down? The murderer will definitely use their heads to exchange for a reward. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by another person. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you question senior sister Lin Sini? Senior sister is loyal to the sect, do you mean she will harm the sect? The man shut up instantly and dared not say another word. He can't take the blame for this. Lin Sini took out a golden talisman, crushed it and began to transmit the message. My fellow disciples, there are disciples of the Supreme Sword sect who have killed our disciples in the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area. Please ask the disciples in the Dongshan realm and below to hunt down the murderer with all your strength and avenge our disciples. After saying that, Lin Sini let out a long sigh. He whispered, Brother Lu Xian, I can only help you up to this point. How many heads you can get depends on you. At the same time, Lu Xian and Ling Lin were still moving forward towards Daoyuan. Suddenly, he felt a throbbing in his heart. It seems like he sensed something. A strong premonition arose in Lu Xian's heart. It seems that if you keep moving forward, you will encounter something. At this moment, the voice of the woman in the red dress also reached his ears. Daoyuan is nearby. Chapter 22, Success. The Way of Fire. Daoyuan is nearby. Lu Xian looked around and found that the color of the land here was darker red than other places. There was a hot and dry smell in the air that was unbearable. Ling Lin also discovered something unusual here. The spiritual energy here is richer than elsewhere, but it is very hot. It seems that there is a special treasure here, otherwise the environment here would not be so different from other places. I guess the treasure must be of a good quality. Lu Xian glanced at Ling Lin. Even this rich senior sister said that the quality of the Dao source was good, so it must be a good thing. With this source, my strength can be raised to a higher level again. Sudden. The ground beneath Lu Xian and Ling Lin's feet cracked open, with countless broken marks spreading out from it. Under every piece of land under your feet, there is a large amount of flaming lava gushing out. An unbearable heat suddenly hit the two of them. Ling Lin and Lu Xian's faces changed slightly, and they immediately flew back 100 meters on their swords. When I looked closely at the original place, I found that it had been engulfed by flames. If I had continued to stay there, I would have been reduced to ashes by now. I saw the flames gradually rising in front of me, like a waterfall of fire pouring down from the sky. A human face whose outlines could not be seen gradually took shape in the flames. At the same time, a chaotic voice rang in the ears of the two. Who is this cultivator who dares to disturb my meditation? In an instant, an extremely powerful pressure came. Lu Xian's face changed immediately. This pressure almost suffocated him. It was so powerful that it was beyond words, almost surpassing anything he had ever seen before. This is. Ling Lin's face also turned slightly pale. Obviously, she couldn't resist this aura. But Ling Lin was very calm and said, I have no intention of offending you, senior. We will leave now. I hope you will forgive me. That aura didn't take Ling Lin seriously at all and said, You two already know my location. If I let you go, more people might find this place and disturb my peace. I give you two choices. The first choice is to imprison yourself here and never leave. The second choice is to die here. The tone of this breath was very unfriendly and contained a hint of anger. Lu Xian's expression changed slightly. Obviously, neither option is a good one. This guy wants to kill himself. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and said decisively, You go. After saying that, he stretched out his hand to push Lu Xian away, drew his sword and killed the aura. At the same time, a powerful aura exploded from her. In just a moment, Ling Lin came and killed with a sword. But that aura didn't seem to care about Ling Lin. It just slapped him and sent Ling Lin flying. An ant trying to shake a tree. Endless flames turned into chains that wrapped around her body, dragging Ling Lin directly into the crack in the ground. With a click, the gap closed and Ling Lin disappeared. When Lu Xian saw Ling Lin trapped underground, murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes. Along the way, Ling Lin had taken good care of me, but I didn't expect that he is now in danger of life or death. Lu Xian stretched out his hand, and the ancestral sword appeared in his hand. You say we are ants? Then let me show you the power of ants. Lu Xian wanted to see who was more powerful, him or his ancestral sword. At this moment, the voice of the woman in the red skirt came again. This guy is Dao Yuan. Lu Xian was stunned and said to the woman in the red skirt. Dao Yuan? I thought it was some treasure, but it turned out to be an old dang. The woman in the red skirt explained, the source of the Tao is spiritual and can naturally transform. You can mention my name to this fellow and he will understand. Lu Xian was silent for a while, then said, You've never told me your name. The woman in the red dress suddenly realized that this was indeed the case. She just said, Heaven's Way. Lu Xian was stunned. There was actually someone who used the name of Heavenly Tao? How confident is one's own ability to give himself such a name? Isn't this a provocation to the will of heaven? But since it was the woman in the red dress, Lu Xian believed it for the time being. He looked at the aura and said, Senior Dao Yuan, do you know a person named Tian Dao? Hearing this, Dao Yuan was immediately delighted. Even the flames on the ground were shaking continuously, as if they were rocking with joy. A person named Tian Dao? Ha ha ha. I am dying of laughter. Someone actually came up with such a name. Who does she think she is? How can she call herself Tian Dao? Do you know what Tian Dao is? Suddenly, the laughter stopped. Wait. How do you know I'm Dao Yuan? Who told you? Dao Yuan instantly felt that something was wrong. At this moment, the space in front of Lu Xian suddenly shattered. The woman in the red dress stretched out one arm and directly grabbed Dao Yuan. The next moment, Dao Yuan was directly dragged into the heaven burial realm. Within the heaven burial realm, Lu Xian's consciousness sank into it. The woman in the red dress was seen standing with her hands behind her back, her face cold. Dao Yuan huddled in the corner, trembling. Only then did Lu Xian see Dao Yuan's true face. It's like a ball of energy, seemingly without substance. You can only vaguely make out a figure, with some expression, and it seems to be a woman. At this time, Dao Yuan huddled in a corner, submissive and timid, without any of the arrogance and domineering attitude he had just had. The look in his eyes when he looked at the woman in the red dress was filled with fear. Oh my God, no wonder. No wonder someone found me. It turns out you were the one showing me the way. The woman in the red skirt looked at Dao Yuan and said, What if not? Dao Yuan was silent, then said, You want my power to guard the burial heaven realm? The woman in the red dress nodded. Great. Let's make a deal. You work for me and I'll keep you safe. Dao Yuan looked up at Lu Xian again and asked the woman in the red skirt, Who is he? The woman in the red skirt said, He is now the master of this heaven burial realm. Suddenly, Dao Yuan looked at Lu Xian with awe in his eyes. Dao Yuan walked towards Lu Xian and said, There are 3,000 great ways in the world, divided into the right way, the side door, and the left way. I represent one of the right ways, the great way of fire. You can call me Yanjiang. Lu Xian stared at him slightly. 3,000 avenues. For practitioners, this word is a bit far away. Ordinary practitioners cannot touch the so-called great way. According to the woman in red skirt, Dao Yuan is equivalent to the origin of the great way and the foundation of existence. In other words, Yanjiang's strength is quite high. Lu Xian pointed at Yanjiang and asked the woman in the red skirt. Didn't you say to let her work for me? If we encounter any enemy, can't we just let her fight? The red-dressed woman's face instantly darkened. I seek the source of the Tao to make you stronger, not to let you sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. She didn't expect Lu Xian to ask such a tricky question. Let the Tao source used to support the burial heaven realm act as your own thug. Wouldn't the inheritance of the remaining 8 peerless masters be more tempting? Lu Xian's idea is really too abstract. Yan Zhang was also somewhat helpless, and said to Lu Xian, I have been severely injured and I don't have much strength left. But if you need my essence, you can take it any time. After saying this, she spread out her palms and a ball of light appeared, which was her original power. This origin is exactly what is needed to guard the burial heaven realm. I am seriously injured. After I give up my essence, I will fall into a deep sleep. However, you can borrow my power during this period. How much you can borrow depends on your ability. After saying this, The origin in Yan Zhang's hand gradually sank into the burial heaven realm and merged into one with the burial heaven realm. At the same time, Yan Zhang's body gradually dimmed and disappeared in front of Lu Xian. The moment the origin merged into the burial heaven realm, Lu Xian suddenly felt that a unique power seemed to have appeared in his body. He spread out his palm, and a flame burned in the palm of his hand. Moreover, this flame can be controlled at will according to Lu Xian's wishes. This is the power of the Great Way of Fire. Although Lu Xian can only rely on a tiny part of the power now, it is enough to stand out from the crowd in this realm. At the same time, the 8 originally dim tombstones began to glow again, as if waiting for Lu Xian's choice. The woman in the red skirt stood beside Lu Xian and said, "Now, whose inheritance do you choose?" Chapter 23, Just Shake It. Lu Xian looked at the 8 tombstones again. On the tombstones, the names of these peerless masters also emit a faint golden glow. Immortal Pill God. The master of the heavenly refining artifact. Emperor Lingxiao. The master of Yin Tian formation. It is obvious that each of them is an unrivaled powerhouse in the corresponding field. Definitely not inferior to the sword ancestor of all worlds. Lu Xian stood in front of the 8 tombstones and pondered for a while. You must choose carefully. Dao Yuan is a good thing. It can not only be used to unlock inheritance, but also can be used for one's own benefit. But this is something that can only be encountered by chance, and I don't know when I will meet Dao Yuan again. Lu Xian paced for a while and stood in front of the tombstone of the immortal pill god. I choose the inheritance of the immortal pill god. There is no doubt that the inheritance of every strong man is extremely valuable. But for Lu Xian at present, the inheritance of the immortal pill god is more valuable. Alchemists are extremely rare in this world and have a high status. If you can take advantage of the alchemy skills from the very beginning and consolidate your foundation, then you will make rapid progress on the path of cultivation. In general, the immortal pill god inheritance has higher growth potential. The inheritance of several other powerful men is more suitable for when you are stronger in the future. With a loud crack, the tombstone of the immortal pill god exploded. A beam of emerald green light shot straight into the sky. At the same time, an ancient and vicissitudes of life voice was heard. I am the immortal pill god. I have devoted myself to the study of the way of pills for 30,000 years. I finally broke free from the shackles of my own lifespan. People in the world respectfully call me the immortal pill god. However, the world is changing in countless ways, the great way is collapsing, and the end of the law is coming. Even if one has an infinite lifespan, one cannot escape the day of falling and fall out of eternity. I leave all my life's learning and my life treasure to those who are destined to receive it. In an instant, a huge amount of information poured directly into Lu Xian's mind. It is a unique art of alchemy. The Book of Immortality Pills. It records the relevant knowledge of almost all the elixirs and pills in the universe. He even possesses a unique elixir recipe that can break the shackles of life. Lu Xian was shocked. Even the emperor cannot escape the shackles of lifespan, but with this elixir recipe, people can become immortal. If the immortal pill god had not died unexpectedly, he might still be alive in this world. He is indeed a powerful man of the same generation as the sword master of all worlds. His level of power is no less than that of the sword master of all worlds. Lu Xian casually took out a pill, took a quick look at it, and saw all the medicinal materials needed for the pill, as well as the flaws that existed. It can be said that Lu Xian is now equivalent to a top-level alchemist. With this knowledge of alchemy, his advantage among practitioners was magnified several times. Not only does he inherit the sword art, he even practices alchemy. Every force will be drooling over such a multifaceted monster. Not only that. Lu Xian's mind moved. A furnace appeared in front of him. This alchemy furnace is engraved with mountains, rivers, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Heaven and earth furnace. It is the magic weapon that the immortal pill god refined for himself during his lifetime. Use the world to refine it into a furnace. It is also a very precious treasure in itself. It can not only be used to make pills, but also can hold a whole world, refining the entire heaven and earth in the pill furnace. Whether it is used to refine pills or to kill people, it is a very good magic weapon. It's a pity that my current realm is still too low and I can't use the full power of this heaven and earth furnace. Very good. Now you should have few rivals in the same realm. The woman in the red dress smiled slightly and looked at Lu Xian. I have great expectations for you. You will definitely become stronger in the future. The inheritance of 9 peerless masters, Lu Xian now possesses 2 of them. If he could get the remaining 7 inheritances, Lu Xian's strength would definitely undergo an even more earth-shaking change. Lu Xian looked up at the woman in the red skirt and asked, "Sister, where should I go to find the source of Tao in the future?" Lu Xian understood the benefits of this source. Not only can one use the power of Dao Yuan for one's own benefit, but one can also gain inheritance at the same time. This source is indeed a good thing. The woman in the red skirt said, "It depends on luck." Dao sources are naturally spiritual, and now all the known Dao sources have basically been severely damaged, so they will subconsciously hide in deserted places. Lu Xian nodded, "Then I feel relieved. I think I'm pretty lucky." The woman in the red dress glanced at him and nodded, "In my opinion, he is indeed good." Lu Xian asked, "What do you mean?" The woman in the red skirt walked straight to Lu Xian, pinched his chin with her hand, and smiled slightly. "Because of you, I have to pay tuition again." Lu Xian watched the woman in the red dress breathing more and more rapidly, and her cheeks gradually flushed. Lu Xian felt numb. "Sister, you take a rest first. I have something else to do. I'm leaving now." Lu Xian fled from the heaven burial realm. If we were a step slower, there would be trouble. If my legs become weak, then this trip to the dragon burial forbidden area will be doomed, right? But before he could run far, he was grabbed by the woman in the red dress. Suddenly, a ban enveloped the two of them, isolating them from everything. A long, long time later. Outside the heaven burial realm, within the dragon burial forbidden area. Lu Xian, who was drenched in sweat, let out a long sigh. Thinking of the way the woman in the red dress had taken advantage of him just now, his heart trembled slightly. Almost broke it. Of course, the taste is still worth talking about. Soon, Lu Xian dispelled these messy thoughts. After all, I am a gentleman. The long time we just spent in the burial heaven realm was just a moment to the outside world. At this moment, with a click, the earth broke apart in an instant. Ling Lin broke out of the ground, riding his sword above the heaven and earth. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes. Just now, Ling Lin was suppressed into the earth by Yen Zhang. But in just a moment, the suppressing force disappeared without a trace. Ling Lin didn't know why either. "Senior sister, you're okay?" Lu Xian looked at Ling Lin's body and found that he was not injured. "What about that breath?" Ling Lin looked around but did not see Yen Zhang. Lu Xian made up a story, "I don't know why, but that figure suddenly left. It seems that he didn't want to attack us, otherwise we would have been finished." Ling Lin thought for a while before nodding slowly, "So that's how it is. We still have to be careful, after all, it's very dangerous here. As a new secret realm, it is not surprising to find some strange things inside." Ling Lin didn't take it to heart. And at this moment, several figures appeared behind them. Lu Xian and Ling Lin looked back and saw a group of Wu Ji sect disciples, more than 20 of them. They were all wearing disciple uniforms and surrounded the two men aggressively. The aura of these people is only around the Qiling realm, and there are only a few cultivators in the early Dongxian realm. The leader saw the two of them, sneered, and said, "So there are only 2 of you? You dared to murder junior brother Duan Jianlu, your crime is extremely heinous. You have prevented us from searching for the top opportunity, and today we will make you die here." After saying that, everyone's aura suddenly dispersed. More than 20 auras superimposed together looked quite intimidating. The eyes of these people looking at Lu Xian also became cold. They had received intelligence that there were top-level spiritual weapons hidden in this dragon burial forbidden area, and their grade might even have reached the heavenly level. Originally he thought he was going to get rich this time, but unexpectedly he received an order from the sect right after that to hunt down Lu Xian. "I originally thought he was a very strong opponent, but I didn't expect he was just at the spiritual awakening realm. Isn't this easy to grasp?" Seeing this, Lu Xian was suddenly stunned. "Just 3 people in the Dongxian realm and 20 people in the Qiling realm, and you want to avenge Duan Jianlu? Isn't this just seeking death? There will be rewards if you kill Wu Ji's own disciples yourself. There is even an earth-level spiritual sword. Who on earth is so kind-hearted to send so many people to kill himself?" What's more, he had just obtained some of the power of the Great Way of Fire and was worried that he had no place to practice. Lu Xian immediately became excited. With a swish, the Jidao sword is unsheathed. "Come on. I'll bury as many as you have." Chapter 24, The Source of Fire. Seeing Lu Xian take out the Jidao sword, the disciples of Woji sect became even more excited. They are not afraid of Lu Xian fighting, but they are afraid that Lu Xian will run away. If you kill a disciple of Sangyu Sword Sect, you can get a lot of rewards provided by the sect. As for people like Lu Xian who have killed several disciples of Sangyu Sword Sect, the reward will be even more generous. Even if they want to share it equally among more than 20 people, it will still be quite a large amount. The leading cultivator was extremely excited at this time, and couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth from curling up. Brothers, as long as we kill this little Qiling realm cultivator, we can get an extra 3 months' salary. We must not let them go. The eyes of those Wuji sect disciples were shining, and they looked at Lu Xian with extremely greedy eyes. Senior brother Wen Yang is right. With so many of us, how can we not take down the two of them? It's so easy. They have fled all the way here, and they must have used up most of their energy. Now they are just struggling to survive. Senior sister Lin Sinny is so kind-hearted that she gave us such a piece of fat meat. I will definitely repay senior sister Lin Sinny in the future. Everyone couldn't help but sneer. They had no chance to capture Lu Xian. It was because of Lin Sinny's information that they were able to locate Lu Xian and the other two. This gives them the best opportunity to kill Lu Xian. Wen Yang looked at Lu Xian with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He spread out his palms, and a powerful spiritual power gathered in his palms. Boy, let me show you that your humble sword cultivation heritage is nothing compared to the complete martial arts. Wen Yang took a step forward immediately. It turned into a shadow and rushed directly towards Lu Xian. The speed is so fast that it is hard to understand. He is worthy of being a cultivator in the Dongxian realm. Ling Lin also placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. Her tone was a little cold, but it was just right for Lu Xian. There are too many of them. I'll help you. Lu Xian's face was calm, and he said to Ling Lin, "Thank you, senior sister, but I also want to test my current strength. I have quite some experience fighting against a cultivator in the profound realm." It just so happened that Lu Xian also wanted to try out what level his current strength had reached. Having subdued Yin Zhang, he can now control a portion of the power of the source of fire. As one of the origins of the righteous path, the source of fire is extremely powerful. Even if he cannot fully master the source of fire now and can only borrow a tiny part of its power, it is enough to stand out from the crowd. For Lu Xian, Wen Yang and his group can just be his sword testing stones. Seeing that Lu Xian's voice was full of confidence, Ling Lin nodded slightly, took a half step back, and said, "You go first, I'll watch you." At this moment, Wen Yang has already rushed out. As the strongest among this group of people, he can be said to be extremely confident in himself. The Lu Xian in front of him can be destroyed with just a snap of a finger. Breaking vein palm. Wen Yang shouted loudly, gathered all his spiritual power in his palm, and struck out suddenly. The powerful spiritual power even caused ripples in the surrounding air. This vein-breaking palm can be said to be one of the Wuji sect's unique skills. When practiced to perfection, it can easily shatter the practitioner's 8 extraordinary meridians, causing permanent damage. For those whose strength gap is too big, they can be easily killed with one blow. Wen Yang was confident that this palm was enough to deal with Lu Xian. His many companions were also extremely excited and stood around watching. They also wanted to witness with their own eyes the moment when Lu Xian was slapped into death. When Wen Yang was about 10 feet away from Lu Xian took a step forward. Draw the sword and kill. Swish. A terrifying sword energy burning with flames roared out. With unparalleled power, burning the void in all directions. This sword hit Wen Yang's meridian-breaking palm hard. Two forces exploded head-on. Boom. A loud bang. The sword energy burning with flames directly engulfed Wen Yang's body. The next moment, a figure flew out from the flames and fell in front of everyone in a miserable state. Cough. Wen Yang fell to the ground and a stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. Looking at the arm again, a large area was burned into charcoal, and this arm can be said to be completely useless. What? He's so strong. He can even break my vein-breaking palm easily. Wen Yang's eyes widened, boundless fear burning in his heart. It was just a simple-looking sword, without even using any sword skills. The sword waves created by his own sword skills alone were enough to shatter the martial arts that he had used with all his strength. Even he himself was severely injured. Now, not only was one of Wen Yang's arms completely burned into charcoal by the flaming sword waves, but the remaining flames were still burning his meridians and internal organs. It seemed that he would not stop until Wen Yang was completely devoured. What kind of fire is this? It's so overbearing. Wen Yang was horrified. He had heard that there were countless kinds of divine fire in this world, each with unique powers. But this is the first time I have seen such a domineering flame. Lu Xian waved his arm to shake off the blood on the sword blade, his face calm. As expected, the power of the source of fire is extremely powerful. Ordinary practitioners are simply unable to break the flames created by utilizing the source of fire. This is not ordinary fire from heaven and earth, but the essence of fire, the most pure and essential fire. Of course, it is not so easy to resolve. It will never be extinguished unless the opponent is burned to ashes. Wen Yang felt the tremendous pain of the flames corroding his body and couldn't help but let out wails. The look he gave Lu Xian was also filled with fear. He knew that even if Lu Xian didn't take action now, he would sooner or later die under the flames that continued to burn him. Wen Yang hurriedly ordered the other Wuji sect disciples, shouting, "Quick! Come together! We must kill him!" Now it seems that the only way to save his life is to kill Lu Xian. The rest of the Wuji sect disciples were also terrified. Wen Yang is already the ceiling of combat power among them. In the end, he was still no match for Lu Xian's sword. Such terrifying power simply frightened them. He was able to severely injure senior brother Wen Yang with one sword strike. This kid is quite capable. Humph, so what? With so many of us, can't we handle him? That's right. With so many of us, even a cultivator in the micro realm would have to take shelter from the attack. It would be easy for us to deal with him. Everyone's eyes turned fierce and they turned into several afterimages, rushing towards Lu Xian from all directions. For a moment, the spiritual power in the field surged, and all types of martial arts and magic weapons bombarded Lu Xian. It seems that he will never give up until Lu Xian is killed. To deal with this extremely dangerous enemy, you must kill it directly. At this moment, a cold look flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. I can just use their heads to exchange for my own earth-level spiritual sword. Chapter 25, I only have a little knowledge of Kendo. At this time, more than 20 people were rushing towards Lu Xian with all their might. Each and every one of them used their own unique skills. Now is a matter of life and death. Because of this, no disciple of Wu Ji sect would hold back. Almost all of them were aiming to kill Lu Xian. In an instant, all kinds of weapons, fists, and palm shadows in the field flew towards Lu Xian. The air along the way was shaken to make a roaring sound. This scene is no less than the siege and killing of a Dongxian or even Ruwei realm cultivator. It can be said that everyone has tried their best. Ling Lin watched everyone take action, but his expression did not change much. She still had her hand on the hilt of the sword, staring at Lu Xian silently from behind. It seems, we are no match for him. Ling Lin knew that these people might not be able to hurt Lu Xian. In this case, as his senior sister, she should give Lu Xian more room to grow. Although Ling Lin was a little surprised that Lu Xian seemed so calm in this extremely dangerous situation. At this moment, Lu Xian also took a step forward. He suddenly clenched the sword in his hand. Facing the people in front of him, his expression was calm. He suddenly drew his sword and slashed out. In just a moment, the sword light was like a bolt of lightning. The sword flies across the sky. With this sword, Lu Xian even incorporated the power of the source of fire. The power of the sword cannon and the source of fire are combined into one. A shocking sword energy turned into a huge wave and suddenly swept towards the people in front. This sword carries with it extremely powerful power. The sword energy with roaring flames immediately drew in the offensive of everyone and annihilated them. Many disciples of Wuji sect were extremely shocked when they saw the sword energy coming towards them again. It seemed like a huge wave breaking through a dam, rushing forward. Boom! The sword wave directly hit everyone. Almost in an instant, most of the Wuji sect's people were engulfed. In an instant, many figures flew backwards and fell to the ground in a mess, howling in pain. On the ground, many figures were rolling on the ground. Not only were there hideous sword marks on their bodies, but there were even burning embers on the sword marks. The embers continued to burn their bodies, as if they were going to devour all their flesh and blood, and under such pain, almost all of these Wuji sect disciples lost their minds. The look he gave Lu Xian was filled with fear, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. So strong. How on earth did he do that? We in Wuji sect are all outstanding among our peers, why can't we even take Lu Xian's sword? What kind of power is hidden in his sword? I can't resist it at all. Is this what it means to be a swordsman? What should we do? We won't all die in his hands? Originally I was thinking of taking his head to ask for a reward, but now it seems like we're all doomed. Everyone was terrified at this moment. They knew very well that their lives were completely in Lu Xian's hands. But no one could have imagined that Lu Xian alone could actually stop so many of them. At this time, Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and said, "The moves you use seem to have never been taught by master." Lu Xian nodded and said, "Before coming to Tsangyu Sword Sect, I only had a little bit of basics." Ling Lin chuckled upon hearing this and said, "If what you said was just a little bit, then the sword cultivation inheritance wouldn't be so bumpy." Her eyes were fixed on Lu Xian. They were not coquettish, but rather had a touch of ancient elegance. It can be said that she is different from any woman Lu Xian has ever met before. Under these eyes, Lu Xian even felt like he was being understood by the woman. Lu Xian didn't know how much this could be interpreted. Master loves talents very much. She will definitely admire you. You have a good future in the Tsangyu Sword Sect. Ling Lin smiled faintly. When Master is in front of you, he may temporarily abandon the high and mighty identity of Elder Luoli, and instead communicate with you about swordsmanship with the mentality of an equal. She believed that she knew Luoli very well. In Luoli's eyes, most people would not arouse her interest at all. But a sword-wielding genius, or even a sword-wielding master, is completely different. Luoli might abandon all impractical decency and communicate with him in the posture of an ordinary swordsman. But at this moment, when Yang's eyes suddenly changed, the other many Wuji sect disciples also widened their eyes in astonishment. When Yang glanced at Lu Xian, then at Ling Lin, and said in surprise, "Are you, Elder Luoli's disciples?" Ling Lin nodded, "That's right." In an instant, everyone's faces became extremely ugly, as if their parents had died. There are 7 peaks in the Tsangyu Sword Sect, and Luoli is one of the strongest elders among the 7 peaks. Even many Wuji sect disciples are very afraid of him. The most important thing is, if they are disciples of Elder Luoli, then their strength is definitely far above mine. When Yang looked at Ling Lin in astonishment and said, "You are not a cultivator in the Qiling realm." Ling Lin nodded, "Not bad." In an instant, everyone's faces darkened again. From the beginning to the end, they never had any chance of winning. Even if they could defeat Lu Xian, they might not be Ling Lin's opponent. They are all just Lu Xian and Ling Lin as toys. Originally, when Yang thought that Lu Xian was just his prey, but he didn't expect that he was actually the plaything of Lu Xian and Ling Lin. At this moment, everyone in the field was already dying from being burned by the source of fire contained in Lu Xian's sword energy. There were a few people who were weaker, their bodies were even burned black and they were no longer breathing. Lu Xian also stuffed their heads into the space ring one by one as evidence to seek credit from the Tsangyu Sword Sect. After all, there is a chance to obtain such precious rewards as the Earth-grade Spirit Sword. If the Jidao Sword could devour the Earth-level Spirit Sword, his own strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. Lu Xian even thought about whether he should let the Jidao Sword devour the Zhu Sword. But after thinking about it, Lu Xian decided to forget it. Even if it could really be swallowed, Lu Xian did not dare to take out the Jidao Sword easily and use it on a daily basis. In this way, the original meaning of the Jidao Sword is lost. Besides, this ancestral sword is the relic of the sword ancestor of all worlds after all. It would be a pity if it were destroyed like this. What's more, the sword ancestor of all worlds is an old acquaintance of the woman in red skirt. If the woman in the red dress minds, she would probably skin herself alive in a minute. And the kind that squeezes out every last bit of useful value first. Thinking of this, Lu Xian still shook his head. Just use the earth-level sword, it's pretty good. At this time, everyone looked at Lu Xian in horror as he collected their heads one by one, and they were trembling with fear. They know that sooner or later it will be their turn. When Yang's face also changed suddenly. He used the last of his strength to take out the sound transmission talisman and then crushed it. Senior sister Lin Sinny. Something's wrong. The enemy is too strong. A rough estimate shows that their true strength is above the profound realm. Quickly send out cultivators above the micro realm to rescue us. At this time, on the other side. After Lin Sinny heard the words coming from the sound transmission note, she crushed it directly. The female companion beside her looked at Lin Sinny and asked, "What did this person just say?" Lin Sinny said seriously, "He said it will be cloudy today and it will turn to heavy rain at night, so we should be careful not to catch a cold." Companion. Chapter 26, Righteousness. The news that when Yang and others were wiped out did not surprise Lin Sinny. She had already guessed that these people were nothing to Lu Xian. It can also be considered as lending their heads as a gift to Lu Xian. Anyway, when asked by the higher-ups, Ruby Lin knew nothing about anything. Things are unpredictable in the secret realm, and no one will pursue anything. We can only blame Wen Yang and the others for their lack of strength, which led to them falling into the ambush of the Zhongyu sword sect. As for her, she doesn't have to take any responsibility at all. Let's stop while we're ahead. If you keep going, I'm afraid we'll have to send in experts at the micro level. Lin Sinny smiled and shook her head. But this also proves one thing, that in some cases, I can indeed play a role in changing the situation of the battle. Perhaps at the critical moment, it would not be as simple as letting people like Wen Yang give away their heads for no reason. At this time, on the other side, Lu Xian skillfully collected these heads as tokens of killing the Wu Ji sect disciples. Wen Yang, who was watching this scene, was terrified. I was shaking all over and sweating profusely. He was afraid that Lu Xian would kill him next. I'm warning you. I've already informed my senior sister, and she'll send someone strong here soon. I advise you to let me go, and maybe I can save your life then. Wen Yang gritted his teeth and began to threaten Lu Xian. Now Ruby Lin is his last supporter. Although I don't know when the reinforcements will arrive, at least there is a glimmer of hope. What if it happens to shock Lu Xian? Oh? Lu Xian was a little curious. Who is the senior sister you are talking about? Humph. Wen Yang raised his head and said loudly, the inner sect's genius, senior sister Lin Sinny. Lu Xian was silent. Now he understood why these people would inexplicably send their heads to him. It turned out that it was all thanks to Ruby Lin, who knew that she was short of money and resources, so she deliberately sent these unlucky guys to die. Your senior sister can't save you either. If you don't believe me, why don't you try to contact her now? Lu Xian sneered. Wen Yang's eyelids twitched wildly, and then he took out a voice transmission talisman and crushed it. After a few breaths, he also fell silent. I can't contact Ruby Lin at all. Or Lin Sinny simply ignored me. Is it true that there are no reinforcements? Then I will definitely die. Wen Yang panicked and said hurriedly. Don't kill me. I have more information here. It's related to the top spiritual soldiers. It may even be heavenly level. He now regards the heavenly grade spiritual weapon as his last straw. Originally, Wen Yang and his group went deep into the secret realm for the heavenly grade spiritual weapons, but unexpectedly they were called to deal with Lu Xian halfway. Now that death is imminent, he can only take out the information about the heavenly grade spiritual soldiers as a bargaining chip to save his life. Lu Xian put away his sword and said, heavenly rank? Tell me in detail, and I will spare you. Heavenly grade spiritual weapons, no matter whether they are suitable for you or not, are priceless. If you have the chance to get it, it would be great whether you sell it to exchange for resources or use it yourself. I didn't expect that this group of people actually had information about heavenly spiritual soldiers. But I don't know if it's true. Wen Yang nodded frantically. There is definitely a heavenly rank. But we don't know what kind of magic weapon it is. I have a map. After saying that, Wen Yang spread out his palms, and a map of the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area appeared. There was an obvious mark at a location on the map, and it was obvious that the so-called heavenly grade spiritual weapon was hidden there. We don't know what kind of spiritual weapon it is, but its grade is definitely not low. I'll give you the map now, and you'll spare my life. After saying that, he held up the map with both hands and handed it to Lu Xian. Lu Xian took the map, glanced at it, and nodded slightly, okay. Although I don't know if this map is accurate, it's worth it if I go and take a look. Wen Yang grinned, thank you for not killing me. Before he could finish his words, Lu Xian slashed down with his sword. Wen Yang's head immediately rolled to the ground. But sometimes I don't keep my word. With a swish, Lu Xian sheathed his sword. Letting Wen Yang go is like letting a tiger return to the mountains. If I let this man run away, I won't be able to sleep well at night. At this time, all the disciples of Wuji sect fell to the ground, and corpses were everywhere. Lu Xian was not idle either. All the space rings on them were stripped off one by one. After a quick glance, I found that there were indeed quite a lot of things inside. Without dividing it, he grabbed half of the space ring and threw it to Ling Lin. Sister, this is your share. Ling Lin took the space ring and smiled. Okay, from now on, whether inside or outside the sect, if you have any trouble, you can just tell me. Ling Lin did not hesitate and accepted the space rings generously. Compared with Lu Xian's previous gains, the junk in these space rings was nothing. Accepting it can be considered as making a good relationship. Lu Xian shook the map in his hand and asked Ling Lin, "Senior sister, why don't we go and see if there are any heavenly spiritual soldiers?" Although Ling Lin is most likely a rich man, I am not. I'm still very poor now. Lu Xian still wants this heavenly grade spiritual weapon very much. However, it is still unknown whether this is Wen Yang's trick. Is it true that there is a heavenly spiritual weapon, or is it a trap? Ling Lin thought about it for a while and nodded. Let's go and take a look. She really wanted to know what treasures were in this secret realm. Even if it's a trap, she's not afraid. Ling Lin swept his sword and a flying sword landed in front of the two of them. Lu Xian and Ling Lin rode on the same flying sword and flew away. Soon, a group of Wu Ji sect disciples came here. He saw more than 20 headless corpses on the ground at a glance and was immediately furious. Who is it? They killed Wen Yang and the others. Anyone who can do such a thing is extremely evil. We in the Wu Ji sect must not let them go. No matter who they are, they must pay the price. Senior sister Lin Sinny, we must get justice for this matter. Everyone looked at Lin Sinny with resentment. In such a short period of time, nearly 30 disciples of the Wu Ji sect have died. And the worst thing is that there is a high probability that these people died at the hands of the same person. This is a huge shame and humiliation for the Wu Ji sect. Even the Sanyu sword sect wouldn't be so brutal, right? Lin Sinny looked at the corpses on the ground and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, she said seriously, I heard that Sanyu sword sect also sent a genius on this trip. It must be Chen Wangyan, the disciple of Elder Mo Phone, who did it. I will notify the disciples of Wu Ji sect now to hunt down Chen Wangyan. After saying that, Lin Sinny crushed the sound transmission talisman. It has been found that Song Yujin Zong's disciple Chen Wangyan committed a heinous crime and killed more than 30 of our Wu Ji Zong's disciples. This person is extremely powerful. I request the support of masters above the micro realm to kill this villain. Then, she said to everyone with a dignified tone. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation for this matter. The real culprit must pay with his life. Chapter 27, Heavenly Spirit Sword. Upon hearing this, many Wu Ji sect disciples present became excited. Alright. We must teach them a lesson. Let that damn Chen Wangyan know how powerful our Wu Ji sect is. When our sect's elite troops surround and attack this guy, he will know the price of attacking our fellow disciples. Senior sister Lin Sinny is still reliable. She can tell who did it at a glance. All the Wu Ji sect disciples looked at Lin Sinny with admiration. In their eyes, Lin Sinny's status is even higher than some ordinary elders. After all, Lin Sinny is now the youngest Dongxian realm cultivator in Wu Ji sect in the past 100 years. And a smile appeared on Lin Sinny's lips. If the Wu Ji sect continues to take action, then they will definitely send out a strong man in the micro realm next. The strength of this kind of strong man is beyond the ability of the Dongxian realm to deal with. Even Lu Xian would definitely have a headache. In this case, it would be better to let the strong people in the micro realm target Chen Wangyan. It can be regarded as making use of the remaining surplus value. Suddenly, someone said, Senior sister Lin Sinny, our sect's elite are trying to capture the heavenly grade treasures. Would Chen Wangyan also take advantage of the opportunity to capture them? Hearing this, everyone looked at him with concern. Their Wu Ji sect obtained top secret intelligence and discovered a heavenly grade spiritual weapon. If they could subdue it, the entire sect would benefit greatly. If something goes wrong at this time, no one can take responsibility. Lin Sinny nodded, it will be fine. After one stick of incense. Deep in the Forbidden Dragon burial area. Lu Xian stood on the flying sword and hugged Ling Lin tightly. The speed of flying the sword was so fast that Lu Xian felt his scalp tingling. It seems that Ling Lin had let her off before. This is her true speed. As the strong wind blew past, Lu Xian could still vaguely smell Ling Lin's faint body fragrance. This was not the scent of any rouge or perfume, but the fragrance emanating from the body of a pure young girl. Such close contact made Lu Xian worry whether he could control himself. His hands were firmly placed on Ling Lin's waist. If he moved his hands upwards, he would feel a large area of softness, and if he moved his hands downwards, it would be a forbidden area. Lu Xian was a little overwhelmed and his mouth was dry. Ling Lin seemed to sense something was wrong with Lu Xian and asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Lu Xian hurriedly shook his head, It's okay. My goodness, this is my senior sister. It would be too bad if something really happened to her. Ling Lin chuckled and said, "It seems that I will have to wear more clothes when I take you flying with a sword in the future." Lu Xian was speechless for a moment. Ling Lin said again, "Why don't you quickly learn how to fly with a sword?" Lu Xian thought for a while and said, "I may not be able to learn it in a short time." Ling Lin smiled faintly, "If you can't learn it, then no one in the world can learn it. Your talent is extraordinary, whether in the sect or in the entire Qingzhou. You can't fool me on this point." Lu Xian was sweating profusely. "Senior sister, you are too kind. I am not that great." Ling Lin suddenly asked, "There are so many disciples in Sanyu Sword sect, do you know why I like you, my junior brother?" Lu Xian was stunned. "Ah?" Ling Lin said, "Because you are very smart." After saying that, before Lu Xian could react, Ling Lin took Lu Xian down from the flying sword. Ling Lin gently grabbed Lu Xian's arm, as if they were holding each other. "We're here." I saw a huge valley in front of me. Unlike other places in the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area, this valley was lush with trees. It was not as desolate as other places. Instead, it was full of vitality. At the same time, Lu Xian could also feel that the spiritual energy here was many times higher than other places. Obviously, this place is indeed different from other places in the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area. Perhaps heavenly spiritual weapons really do exist. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and asked, "Do you know what realm I am in?" Lu Xian shook his head, "I can't guess." Lu Xian hasn't figured out Ling Lin's limit yet. For most enemies, Ling Lin can basically kill them instantly with just one sword. The only time he was defeated was when facing the source of fire. However, Zidayuan was no ordinary guy, so it was normal for him to be defeated in front of this grandson. Therefore, Lu Xian really couldn't figure out Ling Lin's bottom line. Ling Lin smiled and said, "You'll know soon enough." The two went deep into the valley. Soon. Then I saw a group of cultivators. They all wore Wu Ji Zone costumes. There were 12 people gathered together, forming a formation. In the center of the formation, there was a purple sword that was as crystal clear as a crystal. Although this spiritual sword was suppressed by the formation, it still had an extraordinary aura. Lu Xian, who was holding the sword manual, could tell at a glance that this sword was unusual. It's the heavenly level. I didn't expect that the heavenly spiritual weapon here is actually a heavenly sword. Moreover, this sword seems to have a spirit. Those Wu Ji sect practitioners formed a formation and suppressed it with all their might, in order to suppress the spirit in the sword. Suddenly, everyone noticed Lu Xian and Ling Lin, and their faces turned cold. For the Wu Ji sect, the Zangyu Sword sect is its #1 enemy. Especially at this time. They are disciples of the Zangyu Sword sect. How did they find their way here? Damn it! This sword is really hard to tame. I didn't expect that at this critical moment, a sword cultivator from the Zangyu Sword sect would come. Humph, there are only 2 of them anyway. At worst, we can just kill them all. How dare 2 mere ants ruin the great cause of our Wuji sect? In an instant, everyone's fierce eyes were focused on Lu Xian and Ling Lin. It seemed as if it would completely devour them at any time. At the same time, surging breath rose into the sky. Even Lu Xian's expression changed slightly. It turned out that all these 12 people had reached the state of entering the micro realm. 12 people who have entered the subtle realm. If they were placed in Qingsong City, they would be enough to make all the noble families in the city bow down to them. This is a strong man above the Dongxian realm. His realm is even far beyond Lu Xian's heyday. Unexpectedly, all the elite members of Wu Ji sect are here. At this moment, an extremely charming voice resounded throughout the venue. And that sound came from that purple spirit sword. He. Are you trying to subjugate my human race again? There's really nothing you can do about it. Each and every one of you wants to get my power. The voice was extremely soft, yet with a natural seductiveness that startled everyone present. All of them stared at the heavenly spiritual sword with slightly fiery eyes. Lu Xian's expression changed immediately. There's something wrong with this sword. This sword spirit seems to be different from most sword spirits. If he had not practiced the sword manual himself and had not been able to suppress all swords in the world, his mind would have surely been bewitched. Lu Xian also found it hard to believe that his mentality would change because of a sword. At this moment, many Wu Ji sect disciples present looked at Lu Xian and Ling Lin with vicious eyes. Kill him. Once he's dead, the sword will be ours. Damn it, we must not let this sword fall into the hands of others. This sword is mine. No one else is allowed to get their hands on it. The eyes of the crowd gradually became obsessed. Lu Xian looked at the heavenly spiritual sword and was also a little curious. This sword looks different from other swords. If it falls into my hands, it will definitely play other roles. At this time, Ling Lin looked at the 12 cultivators in the micro realm in front of him and said to Lu Xian, "Don't you want to know how strong I am? I can show you right now." Chapter 28, Conquer. Lu Xian looked at the 12 Wuji sect cultivators who had reached the micro realm in front of him and thought for a moment. He was actually somewhat curious about Ling Lin's strength. The most important thing is that these can be said to be the elite of Wuji sect. If they were killed, the reward from the Tsangyu sword sect would be much more generous than killing ordinary disciples of the Wuji sect. At this time, the 12 cultivators who had entered the subtle realm also moved. 8 collapse fists. 10,000 shadow palm. 9 sky-shattering fists. Everyone's spiritual power surged, and with a roar, they all used their unique skills to kill Lu Xian and Ling Lin. The Wuji sect and the Tsangyu sword sect had already reached a situation where they were at loggerheads with each other to the death. Now that they were enemies meeting, they were extremely jealous of each other. In addition, part of him was influenced by the purple heavenly sword, which made him more murderous. Everyone tried their best to kill Lu Xian and Ling Lin. Lu Xian spread out his palms slightly, and his eyes became much more cautious. If anything goes wrong, draw out the ancestral sword immediately and get rid of these people. And Ling Lin also moved at this time. She took a step forward, and her figure instantly flashed several feet away. At the same time, the aura of the peak of the micro realm also surged. The powerful spiritual power crushes everyone once it appears. Although Ling Lin has only entered the micro realm, the feeling of his profound spiritual power is completely different from anyone else's. At this time, the attack of the crowd has arrived. Ling Lin also remained calm, drew his sword and started slashing. Swish! A shocking sword light gushed out, superimposed with a powerful sword force that seems to cut through heaven and earth. The dazzling sword light swept in all the attacks in just a moment, and then shattered them. The power was like a rushing river, sweeping towards everyone. In just a moment, all the Wuji sect practitioners were chopped and flew away. One by one they fell heavily to the ground, howling in pain. In an instant, everyone looked at Ling Lin and Lu Xian with fear. What's going on? Why is this sword cultivator so strong? Although he is in the same micro-level realm as us, he is obviously much stronger. It seems that this male swordsman came with her. He must be no simple person. Oh no! Am I really going to die here? Before the crowd could come up with a countermeasure, they saw Ling Lin coming towards them with a sword. These people were hardly given any chance and were simply wiped out on the spot. Lu Xian looked at Ling Lin, a little surprised. You are only at the micro-entry realm. Entering the micro realm is a great realm above the profound realm. There are very few geniuses like Ling Lin who can reach the realm of subtlety at such an age. But there are even fewer cultivators with the strength like Ling Lin in the micro-entry realm. It can be said that Ling Lin is truly invincible in the same realm. Ling Lin looked at Lu Xian and said, "In fact, I can be promoted to Tongtian realm at any time." Tongtian realm. Once you reach this level, you can really fly in the air. At the same time, your own strength will also be greatly improved. It can be said that there will be earth-shaking changes. Most practitioners would choose to break through to the Tongtian realm as quickly as possible to make a qualitative improvement in their strength. But Ling Lin did not choose this. Ling Lin said to Lu Xian, "You were able to suppress your realm before because you knew that you had not fully comprehended your current realm. Although your realm did not improve, your strength has improved significantly. This is true for any realm. Many people will try to force their progress in order to improve their realm, but this is actually the most foolish approach." Lu Xian nodded slightly. "I see, it seems to be similar to what I understood before." These words could be said to be the most words Ling Lin had ever said to himself. It also overlaps with some of Lu Xian's previous realm insights. Lu Xian was not in a hurry to break through because he wanted to fully comprehend the current realm before taking the next step. Now that he could cross borders and fight, his weapons and martial arts naturally contributed greatly to this, but it was also due to Lu Xian's steady and cautious steps. Hearing this, Ling Lin smiled slightly and said, "You are indeed very smart. Your talent may be better than mine." Lu Xian smiled, cleaned up the battlefield, and after looting the resources from these people, he turned his attention to the heavenly sword. This heavenly grade sword can be said to be the most precious treasure in the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area. Earth-grade spiritual swords are rare, let alone heaven-grade swords. If this sword fell into the outside world, it would be enough to cause an uproar. Its value is definitely no less than all the resources you have. It can definitely be called a treasure. At this moment, the purple-colored heavenly sword, as crystal clear as a crystal, made a sound again. The voice was soft and charming, as if it could erode one's mind. Hey, it seems that you two are much stronger than those human soldiers. Ling Lin stretched out his hand and wanted to touch the sword, but seemed to feel something and quickly pulled his hand back. At the same time, her face darkened and she said, "There's something wrong with the sword spirit of this sword. I just wanted to touch it, but I felt it was invading my sea of consciousness." Invading the sea of consciousness is very dangerous for cultivators. There is a high possibility that they will be controlled and turned into walking corpses. And this sword is so unfriendly to cultivators. At this time, Jian also spoke. His voice was equally charming and extraordinary. "Ha, you are indeed a sword cultivator, your perception is indeed sharp, but I still advise you to go back quickly. With your ability, it is difficult to make me surrender. I, Fox 9, will only surrender to someone who can make me tremble." Lu Xian looked at the sword carefully. It was purple in color and glowed faintly. The word Fox 9 was engraved on the hilt. And Fox 9 is most likely the name of this sword. Ling Lin also said to Lu Xian, "Go back and report to Master first, they may have a way to subdue this sword. The value of the heavenly grade sword is very high." Even Ling Lin didn't want to leave this sword here to gather dust. What's more, it is such a special sword with the sword spirit. However, Lu Xian showed a deep interest in this sword. Able to invade a cultivator's sea of consciousness, the power of this sword is simply incredible. Plus, as he is a heavenly rank, his abilities are even more extraordinary. Lu Xian stretched out his hand and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He wanted to see how powerful this sword was. Seeing this, Ling Lin immediately warned, "Be careful." At this moment, Lu Xian indeed felt a powerful spiritual consciousness trying to rush into his sea of consciousness. Presumptuous. Lu Xian's eyes became fierce, and he immediately activated the sword manual. The sword canon is the source of all sword cultivation in the universe and the general outline of the sword arts in all realms. It has a suppressive effect on all swords. In an instant, this spiritual consciousness was directly suppressed by Lu Xian. "What? What did you do?" Fox 9's voice immediately began to tremble, and it was obvious that he was also greatly affected. Even if it is of heaven grade, it is difficult to resist the suppression of the sword manual. Ling Lin was also stunned. She didn't expect that Lu Xian could actually ignore the sword's consciousness. "How did you do that?" Lu Xian didn't say much and directly put the sword into his body. "You little brat, you want to fight with me? Don't you even look at your own weight?" The next moment, Lu Xian's consciousness sank into the burial heaven realm. In this burial heaven realm, Lu Xian wants to thoroughly train this sword. Chapter 29, Don't believe rumors and don't spread them. Inside the heaven burial realm, Fox 9 kept trembling. This purple spirit sword seemed to feel an extremely strong sense of oppression in the burial heaven realm. "Let this sword tremble." Swish. Lu Xian's figure also flashed into the burial heaven realm. The speed of time flow in the burial heaven realm and the outside world is very different, so it is difficult for the outside world to detect when one's consciousness enters the burial heaven realm in a short period of time. However, he also had to act quickly and get rid of the troublesome Fox 9 as soon as possible. It is true that this sword is a heavenly sword, but it is also a time bomb that can explode at any time. The moment Fox 9 saw Lu Xian, the trembling sword straightened up again, and his voice became much stronger. So there is such a world inside you. Humph. So what? I will never surrender to you. Unless you beg me, there will be a small chance of gaining my favor. Lu Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and directly took out the sword of annihilation. "Whether you surrender or not, I am not interested." After saying this, a powerful suction force immediately came from the sword of annihilation. It seemed as if it wanted to suck Fox 9 in. In an instant, a purple smoke gradually rose from the sword, forming a beast shape, like a nine-tailed fox. And the fox-shaped phantom was gradually torn apart and pulled into the sword of annihilation. Fox 9 immediately let out a miserable howl, and then his voice was mixed with a great deal of panic. What are you doing? Do you think you can make me submit to you like this? No. That's not right. You want to devour me. How can there be such a method in the world? The sword spirit seemed to have discovered something wrong. This sword of annihilation was a bit overbearing. At this time, Lu Xian probably had some answers in his mind and guessed the origin of the Fox 9 sword spirit. Some sword spirits are naturally nurtured over the years by accumulating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Some people, when refining spiritual swords, take the souls of monsters and refine them to make sword spirits. And this Fox 9 is probably the latter, and as a result he has gained the ability to charm people's hearts and attack their sea of consciousness. But Lu Xian was too lazy to care about so many things. Since this sword is unwilling to work for me, there is no need to keep it. It would be better to let the sword of annihilation swallow it and use it to increase the power of this sword. Although this sword of annihilation has not yet detected any sword spirit, at least it will not stab me in the back. As for the 9 fox swords, that is not necessarily the case. It would be no fun if he kept her around and attacked me one day, so it would be better to end it all once and for all. At this time, the Fox 9 swords continued to tremble, and the sword spirit had reached the brink of collapse. At this time, Fox 9 kept screaming, and his voice became more and more shrill. Forgive me. I know I was wrong. I was just pretending before. You are a great man and you should not bear grudges. I am willing to submit to you. Fox 9 is very scared now. It originally thought that Lu Xian would reason with it and use threats and inducements to coerce it. But I didn't expect that he would destroy it without saying a word. If Fox 9 is swallowed by the sword of annihilation, the sword spirit will be wiped out as well. You will definitely end up with your soul destroyed. I don't need your submission. Lu Xian patted the blade of the sword of annihilation and had no intention of giving Fox 9 swords a chance to struggle. Wait. I'm different from other swords. Not only can I invade the sea of consciousness, I can even attack the soul directly. I can do things for you. Fox 9 became anxious and quickly showed off his worth. Lu Xian pondered for a moment. This Fox 9 swords is indeed different. Thanks to the uniqueness of the sword spirit, this sword can directly deal with the enemy's soul. For practitioners, the most difficult thing to cultivate is the soul. Most people can only passively increase the strength of their souls by improving their realm. There are only a few soul refining methods that can increase the power of the soul, but such training methods are rarer than the sword cultivation inheritance and can be ignored. If this Fox 9 can really attack the soul directly, it is indeed quite rare. Lu Xian put away the sword of annihilation, and the huge suction force disappeared instantly. Fox 9 also let out a long sigh, and his originally weak figure became steady again. But before it could catch its breath, another sword flew in front of it. This sword is not the sword of extinction, but the ancestral sword. In an instant, a pressure that seemed to come from the blood made Fox 9 unable to move. Its eyes suddenly widened, as if it would be killed instantly. The ancestral sword is the #1 sword in the world and has a suppressing effect on all swords. Dealing with Fox 9 is even easier. I'll give you one chance. If you threaten me in any way, I will never forgive you. Lu Xian's voice was cold and threatening. He never gives a good face to such naughty people. Fox 9 nodded repeatedly, understood. I understand. I will be loyal to you in the future. I will never have second thoughts. It was also confused at this moment. Fox 9 didn't know Zhu Jian, but he could clearly feel a sense of oppression from Zhu Jian that he had never felt before. This feeling of oppression can even make this sword spirit feel the fear in its blood. In front of the ancestral sword, Fox 9 was so frightened that he could only tremble. The look he gave Lu Xian was also filled with complicated emotions. This is the first time in all these years that I've been so scared that I'm shaking. Lu Xian nodded slightly, then hung the ancestral sword directly above Fox 9's head and continued to suppress the sword spirit. Lu Xian would never easily believe verbal promises from his enemies. He would keep the sword under control until he was sure that Fox 9 would not betray him. As for whether Fox 9 would protest, that was not something Lu Xian cared about. Who cares? At worst, I'll just let the sword of annihilation swallow me. Soon, Lu Xian's consciousness exited the burial heaven realm. Although it took a while inside, to the outside world, it was just a moment. What's wrong? I saw you stunned for a moment just now, and I thought you were controlled by the sword. There was a hint of concern in Ling Lin's eyes. Lu Xian smiled slightly, shook his head and said, "This sword is not that powerful yet." Ling Lin asked Lu Xian, "Did you subdue the heavenly sword?" "Even I can't be sure that I can fight against that sword." Lu Xian admitted, "Yes, this sword has some tricks, but not much." "Senior sister, don't worry. Ling Lin smiled, good. You are worthy of me. I really can't see through you anymore. The look she gave Lu Xian became much more complicated. In the Tsanyu sword sect, there are very few people who can give her this feeling. It is elusive, like the moon in the water or the flower in the mist, totally out of grasp. This made Ling Lin even more curious about the background of this junior brother who was favored by Master Luoli. Let's go back. Let's sort out the spoils. Lu Xian smiled slightly. After taming the heavenly sword, almost all the good things in the dragon burial forbidden area went into his pocket. Together with the large number of treasures coaxed from senior sister Ling Lin, this trip was quite rewarding. Ling Lin nodded, okay. At the same time, on the other side of the dragon burial forbidden area. Fuck. Did I dig up the grave of the Wuji sect master? He's chasing me like that. Chen Wangnian fled in a panic within the dragon burial forbidden area, looking back in fear from time to time. Behind him, nearly 100 Wuji sect cultivators who had reached the micro-realm followed closely. Chen Wangnian really couldn't figure out what evil thing he had done to make these people chase him without regard for the consequences. At this time, those Wuji sect practitioners obviously did not want to let Chen Wangnian go. Catch up with him. Kill this bastard. He killed so many of our fellow disciples. What a beast. He killed dozens of our disciples by himself. And you still want to leave in such a swagger? The Great Elder has announced that if you can capture Chen Wangnian alive, you will be rewarded with 1 million spirit stones and an earth-level spirit weapon. Chen Wangnian was stunned by what they said. I just came in less than half an hour ago, and you said I killed dozens of Wuji sect disciples? Who the hell spread this rumor? Fuck your grandma. Chapter 30, Breakthroughs one after another. Chen Wangnian was also depressed. He had just entered this secret realm and was wanted by the Wuji sect without doing anything. And it was clear that he would never give up unless he killed me. Who did I offend? I don't remember having any enemies in Wuji sect. Damn it. When I get back on my feet, I'll kill you all. Chen Wangnian gnashed his teeth in hatred. With so many people chasing after him, it was nothing short of a pipe dream for him to find the treasure in the dragon burial forbidden area. This trip was in vain. At the same time, Lu Xian and Ling Lin have returned to the sect. This trip can be said to be quite fruitful. Not only did he kill many disciples of the Wuji sect, but he also obtained a lot of treasures, and even a heavenly grade spiritual sword. Lu Xian sat in his room and began to take stock of what he had gained from this trip. There are 2 Xian-level spiritual veins alone. Counting the spiritual vein that Lu Qingtian left for him, he now has 4 Xian-level spiritual veins in his hands. With these 4 Xian-level spiritual veins, it would not be a problem to buy the entire Qingsong city and several small cities around it. He even has nearly 100,000 spirit crystals and tens of millions of spirit stones in his hands. These are extremely important resources for cultivation and are valuable hard currency no matter which state they are in. At the same time, not counting the hundreds of various 4th and 5th grade elixirs on his body, there were also 200 bottles of Qingyun spring water. These are enough to support my experience for a long time in the future. Especially there is a heavenly spiritual sword, Fox 9. Although this sword spirit was not particularly honest, Lu Xian did not think it could pose a threat to him. At the same time, this sword is also very effective against the cultivator sea of consciousness and soul, and may play an unexpected role at a critical moment. In general, this business can be said to be a huge profit. Not only did his cultivation level rise to the 5th level of the spiritual awakening realm, he even obtained so many treasures. The most urgent task now is to improve our cultivation. In a few days, it will be the day of Sangyu's martial arts competition, and that will be the time for him and Chen Wangnian to settle new and old grudges. At the same time, Lin Xinyao, who has been in seclusion, will most likely come out at that time. If she does not have enough strength by then, it will be difficult for her to hold on to the situation. After all, talent alone is not enough. If every genius could grow up, then this world would have long become a ruthless breeding machine that specializes in mass-producing geniuses. You have to demonstrate enough strength to intimidate villains and consolidate your position in this world where the strong prey on the weak. Soon, Lu Xian arranged 4 Xian-level spirit veins around his room. Generally speaking, just 1 spiritual vein is enough to change the concentration of spiritual energy in the world within a radius of several miles. These 4 spiritual veins converge together, directly raising the concentration of spiritual energy at Yuhuang Peak where Lu Xian was located to an incredible level. The concentration of spiritual energy on this peak is enough to compete with the other 6 peaks. And the place where the spiritual veins intersect is exactly where Lu Xian is. This makes the spiritual energy here even more abundant to the point of being unimaginable. Very good. Lu Xian was very satisfied. His efficiency in practicing at the intersection of the four spiritual veins was incredible. If supplemented with elixirs, spirit crystals, and Qingyun spring water, it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Lu Xian immediately started practicing his skills and began to frantically absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. It absorbs all the spiritual energy around it in large quantities with a swallowing attitude. For a moment, a huge vortex of spiritual power seemed to form above Yuhong Peak. Almost all the spiritual power around was concentrated on Lu Xian. Right at this moment, in the Sanyu Sword sect, several spiritual consciousnesses directly locked onto the Yuhong Peak. It seemed that he also felt the unusualness of Yuhong Peak. After Lu Xian drank the Qingyun spring water, he swallowed a few pills and then began to absorb the spirit crystals. The spiritual power contained in the spirit crystal is even more abundant. After all, its value is far greater than that of the spirit stone. With the help of elixirs and Qingyun spring water, the shackles of Lu Xian's realm were gradually loosened, and he made breakthroughs one after another. The 6th level of the spiritual awakening realm. The peak of the 6th level of the spiritual awakening realm. The 7th level of the spiritual awakening realm. The peak of the 7th level of the spiritual awakening realm. The 8th level of Qiling realm. The peak of the 8th level of the spiritual awakening realm. The 9th level of the spiritual awakening realm. A few hours later. Final. Lu Xian's aura remained at the peak of the 9th level of the Qiling realm. He felt the change in his body's strength. It's almost a revolutionary difference. After several realm upgrades, his own strength has increased several times. Now Lu Xian believes that cultivators in the Dongxian realm are no longer a threat to him. Even those who have entered the subtle realm can still fight with each other. I can't say that we will definitely win, but at least getting out of this safely isn't a problem. This is the swordsman who possesses the top-level inheritance. Such a monster. Even though his realm is improving at such a fast speed, his foundation is still very solid. It is worthy of being called the sword cannon. At this time, Lu Xian couldn't help but sigh at the magic of the sword book. If an ordinary cultivator were to improve his realm at this speed, his foundation would certainly be very weak. As your cultivation level continues to improve, the drawbacks will become more and more obvious. For example, one's strength is far lower than that of practitioners at the same level, and one practices madly and consumes resources but still makes little progress, or even goes astray and dies suddenly. But it only took Lu Xian half a day to advance 5 small realms in succession, and his foundation was still extremely solid. It is even far superior to some geniuses who have worked hard for several years to improve themselves. Lu Xian was once a cultivator in the Dongxian realm, so he knew how difficult it was. This sword manual is indeed a top-level sword tradition. It is truly amazing. However, without the help of elixirs, I cannot break through to the Dongxian realm for the time being. Lu Xian's eyes narrowed. Now, he believes that he can break through to the Dongxian realm at any time. But it would be too hasty to make a breakthrough now. The Dongxian realm is very important for cultivators, as they need to expand the qi-si in their bodies. The size of the qi-si will directly affect the cultivator's upper limit in the future. Therefore, when breaking through, it is best to use elixirs or treasures to help yourself expand the size of your qi-si as much as possible. This concerns the foundation and cannot be taken lightly. Lu Xian counted the pills in his hand and shook his head. Although there are quite a few elixirs of fairly high quality, they are still too inferior. If I had seen these 6th and 7th level elixirs before, I might have been very excited. But after possessing the inheritance of the immortal pill god, Lu Xian felt that these pills were too weak. It has no grade or quality, has a lot of impurities, and has very poor efficacy. If given the chance, Lu Xian would rather refine the elixir himself to help himself break through to the Dongxian realm. After all, it is a piece of cake to use the inheritance of the immortal pill god to refine the elixir used to break through to the Dongxian realm. Good. Right at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Xian. She was wearing a white robe, her face was like a frosty moon, and her temperament was extraordinary. Elder Luoli. The look she gave Lu Xian was also full of surprise. Luoli had not guessed that Lu Xian would break through to the 9th level of the Qiling realm at such a fast speed. And one could clearly feel that Lu Xian's aura was extremely steady, and it was obvious that his foundation was solid. In just a few days, he has made great progress. He is definitely not an ordinary monster. Lu Xian saw Luoli appear and bowed slightly. Greetings, master. Luoli showed a faint smile on her face, and the look she gave Lu Xian was extremely gentle. She whispered, Lu Xian, do you want to break through to the Dongxian realm? Dongxian realm. Chapter 31, The Road to Perfection. Luoli looked at Lu Xian with a very gentle gaze. If it were someone else, I would never recommend him to break through to the profound cavern realm so quickly. However, I see that your aura is stable and your foundation is solid. It may not be too fast for you to break through now. It has to be said that Lu Xian's breakthrough speed really surprised Luoli. In just half a day, his realms broke through one after another, and there was not even any sign of hastening the progress. It's like practicing for several years and finally achieving the desired result. It was difficult for Luoli to find any fault with it. Now is definitely the best time for Lu Xian to break through to the Dongxian realm. Hearing this, Lu Xian chuckled and said, if I want to break through to the Dongxian realm, I can do it at any time, but the most important thing is whether I can lay a good foundation and expand the qi in my body as much as possible. The Dongxian realm is to open up the sea of qi in the body. By then, your control over spiritual power will be taken to a higher level. Of course, how much improvement can be obtained after opening up the qi is closely related to the size of the qi. It is true that one can rely on one's talent to expand the qi as much as possible, but if one has the assistance of elixirs, it will naturally be even more powerful. Of course, Lu Xian would not just open up a qi to break through to the Dongxian realm. Of course, he would use all means to reach the extreme. However, this requires the assistance of elixirs. Most of the cultivators in Qingzhou today use the 4th grade elixir Dongxian Dan as an auxiliary. But Lu Xian has a better plan, the 6th grade elixir Weifeng Dan. In the inheritance of the immortal pill god, Weifeng pill is the best auxiliary pill in the Dongxian realm, and its effect is 10 times that of Dongxian pill. The medicinal materials are not rare, but because they require advanced alchemy skills, they have not been passed down. However, if Lu Xian is given enough medicinal materials, he will definitely be able to refine the Weifeng pill. Luoli looked at Lu Xian and said, Tian Quanfeng is in charge of alchemy in the sect, and I have a personal relationship with the elder of Tian Quanfeng. If you go and tell her my name, she will most likely give you a high-quality Dongxian pill for your breakthrough. Even if they are the same kind of elixir, there may be differences in quality. The better the quality of the pill, the fewer impurities it contains and the higher the efficacy. Therefore, elixirs produced by famous teachers are often priceless. A high-quality Dongxian pill naturally has first-class medicinal effects. However, Lu Xian had no interest in the Dongxian pill. The Dongxian pill is only a 4th grade pill, which is far inferior to the Weifeng pill. Lu Xian naturally would not choose Dongxian Dan. That's not necessary, but are the types of medicinal herbs in Tianquan Peak complete? The medicinal materials needed for Weifeng Dan are not rare, but the technique required is high. As long as Tianquan Peak has all the medicinal materials, Lu Xian can make pills for himself. Luoli nodded, but there was a bit of curiosity in her expression. Of course we have everything. The medicinal material reserves of my Sanyu sword sect are second only to those of the Taiching pill sect. But you asked this, do you know how to make pills? Luoli only knew that Lu Xian had good talent and inherited the sword art. If he can also make elixirs, he can truly be called a monster. There are 3 paths in Giant Wooden, and each one is a smooth road. For ordinary people, being able to walk on 2 paths at the same time is already the limit. If one is proficient in all 3, then he can truly be called invincible. If someone else asked this, Luoli would definitely not take it to heart. But now it is Lu Xian who was asking, could it be that Lu Xian really knows how to make pills? Lu Xian smiled slightly and said, I just know a little bit. Hearing this, Luoli chuckled, I see. Although the path of alchemy places great emphasis on talent, it is difficult for ordinary practitioners to master it. But it is not difficult to just refine some of the most basic pills. It's normal to know a little bit. Lu Xian nodded, okay, then I'll go to Tianquan Peak. After saying this, he said goodbye to Luoli and flew towards Tianquan Peak on his sword. Luoli looked at Lu Xian's back and sighed faintly. If only I had met him earlier. On the way, Lu Xian flew on his sword and headed towards Tianquan Peak. Very fast. Originally, Lu Xian did not have much spiritual energy in his body, and flying with a sword was extremely difficult for him. But after breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual awakening realm, the spiritual power in his body expanded several times. Flying with a sword is not a difficult task for Lu Xian. Even though flying the sword for a long distance consumes a lot of spiritual energy, just a drop of Qingyun spring water is enough to restore Lu Xian to full condition. Very good. If you can break through to the Dongxian realm, you will definitely make greater progress. Lu Xian smiled slightly. Now I have only broken through a few small levels. If you break through to a higher realm, your strength will increase even more. Tianquan Peak. In a pavilion 100 feet high at the top of the mountain, sword cultivators came and went in an endless stream like the tide. As the branch in charge of elixirs within the Sanyu sword sect, there are quite a few disciples here. A rough look shows that there are at least thousands of them. The entire pavilion is filled with the fragrance of elixir, which covers the surrounding area for several miles, giving off an ancient and elegant atmosphere. There are 3 words inscribed on the plaque of the pavilion: Lingdan Pavilion. Lu Xian walked to the Lingdan Pavilion and looked up. It has to be said that the Sanyu sword sect is worthy of being one of the 3 major sects in Qingzhou. The scale of this Lingdan Pavilion is larger than all the shops in Qingtsong City combined. At the same time, there are quite a few practitioners coming and going. They are all disciples of Sanyu sword sect. Pills also play a huge role in the daily practice of cultivators, so their consumption is also huge. Because of this, an alchemy expert is an extremely important resource for any force. When Lu Xian walked to the medicine pavilion, he instantly felt that many people were focusing their attention on him. Many cultivators were also standing in the distance, looking at Lu Xian. This sword cultivator is wearing the clothing of Yuhong Peak? Could he be Lu Xian? Elder Luoli has only accepted 2 disciples in all these years, and he is one of them. How enviable! I heard that the master's disciple in seclusion is his fiancée. I suddenly feel a little jealous. But I heard that he offended Chen Wangyan, the disciple of Elder Mo Feng, and he is probably ruined. Chen Wangyan, he is one of the most talented people in the sect, and he has a lot of power behind him. This Lu Xian has really narrowed the road. Everyone looked at Lu Xian, their eyes filled with sympathy. Chen Wangyan is one of the most ruthless people in the sect. I always take revenge for every slight. And I also heard that he went to the Dragon Burial Forbidden Area a few days ago and killed dozens of Wuji sect disciples, attracting nearly 100 Ruwei realm powerhouses to chase him. Although he was eventually seriously injured and fled in a panic, he was still famous for a while. If Lu Xian offends such a person, he will definitely suffer the consequences. Lu Xian also heard their discussion, but didn't take it to heart. For him, the top priority now is to obtain the medicinal materials to refine the Weifeng pill. As for the others, they are nothing. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw a pretty female disciple approaching and greeting him. Hello, are you Lu Xian, a disciple of Elder Luoli? Lu Xian nodded, that's right. Hearing this, the female disciple smiled slightly and said, Elder Ningyun has instructed us to receive distinguished guests today. Please come this way. Lu Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Oh my god, this is what is waiting for me. Chapter 32, Who are you? Soon, the female disciple brought Lu Xian to the upper level of the alchemy pavilion. The alchemy pavilion is divided into 10 floors, the higher you go, the higher your status. Not everyone can reach the upper level of the medicine pavilion. Finally, the female disciple brought Lu Xian and stopped on the 7th floor. There are not many cultivators on this level, only a few dozen. But the auras of these dozens of people are very unusual. It is obvious that they are either direct disciples of the peak masters and elders, or top geniuses of the inner sect. They all gathered outside an alchemy room, each of them stretched their necks out with anticipation, as if they were waiting for something. There are a total of 10 alchemy rooms on this floor, making the entire floor filled with the fragrance of elixir. The place where the fragrance is strongest is in front of the alchemy room where cultivators gather. At this moment, a golden light suddenly flashed in the alchemy room, and then a strong elixir fragrance wafted to the nose. Immediately afterwards, a young girl in green was seen slowly pushing open the door of the alchemy room and walking out. She was wearing a green dress as clear as spring water. She walked in front of the crowd with gently swaying steps. She raised her head slightly, and her pretty face came into view, like a dewdrop in the morning light, crystal clear. Her eyes were clear and bright, the corners of her mouth were slightly upturned with a peaceful smile, and her skin was as white as snow with a faint blush. There was a refreshing fragrance surrounding her body, not the strong and pungent smell of herbs, but a refreshing fragrance of fragrant grass. Seeing the appearance of this young girl in green, many cultivators present immediately became excited. Although in the eyes of outsiders they are all unfathomable sword cultivating geniuses, they are extremely restless at this moment, as if they were mortals who had just entered the secular world. It's senior sister Yi Zhizhi. Did she refine the jade blood pill that can cure the strange bone thunder snake toxin? I heard that the sixth elder of Tianxian Peak was poisoned by the strange bone thunder snake in order to protect his disciples. He is in danger and is waiting for this jade blood pill to save his life. This is a 5th grade elixir. Apart from the elders of Tianquan Peak, perhaps only senior sister Yi Zhizhi can refine it, right? But that's hard to say. After all, it's a 5th grade elixir, who can guarantee success? Everyone looked expectant, wanting to know whether Yi Zhizhi had managed to refine the jade blood pill to save the elder's life. Yi Zhizhi's slender hands held up a wooden box, and with a click, the wooden box opened. Then a scent of elixir wafted to the face, and a crystal clear pill lay quietly in the wooden box, emitting a faint soft light. She handed the jade box to a girl in front of her and said, "Please keep this jade blood pill carefully. The materials are hard to come by. It should be able to cure the poison in your master's body." Yi Zhizhi's voice is very peaceful, making people feel like spring breeze. This eased the girl's originally anxious expression a lot. After taking the box, she nodded repeatedly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely thank you for your kindness in the future." Everyone was stunned when they saw the pills in the box, and they looked at the pills up and down with surprised eyes. This jade blood pill looks extremely high quality. Top grade jade blood pill. It is already very difficult to successfully refine a 5th grade elixir, but senior sister Yi Zhizhi not only succeeded, but even made it reach the top grade. She is truly an elixir refining genius. Senior sister Yi Zhizhi's attainments are probably beyond the reach of even the vast majority of alchemists in Taiching Dan sect. Senior sister's elixirs are so hard to come by now. I also want her to help me refine elixirs. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, and they looked at Yi Zhizhi with admiration. In their hearts, Yi Zhizhi has become an alchemy genius. At this time, a tall and strong man with a huge sword on his back squeezed in front of the crowd, looked at Yi Zhizhi expectantly, and said, "Senior sister, I have been lacking in energy and blood in recent days of cultivation. I wonder if you can help me with some treatment." The sturdy man's eyes were extremely sincere, and it was obvious that this had been a headache for him for a long time. Everyone looked at the sturdy man, and there was a hint of fear in their eyes. He is Zhang Shengtian, the disciple of the elder of Kaiyang Peak? He is a strong man in the subtle realm. I heard that he has been practicing hard these days, but his cultivation has not improved but declined. It's giving him a headache. Perhaps senior sister Yi Zhizhi is the only one who can help him? There are no other people. Damn it. I actually let this guy get there first, but the problem is I can't beat him. Obviously, everyone had complaints about Zhang Shengtian, but due to the difference in strength, they did not dare to act recklessly. Facing Zhang Shengtian's request, Yi Zhizhi just smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I have something important to do. Why don't you come back in a few days?" Yi Zhizhi politely declined Zhang Shengtian's roar and turned her gaze to Lu Xian, who was not far away. For a moment, their eyes met. "You must be the Lu Xian that master mentioned. She specifically asked me to prepare the best quality Dongxian pills for you, but the stock in the pill pavilion is quite mediocre. How about I refine the pills for you myself to ensure the best quality?" Yi Zhizhi walked up to Lu Xian and spoke softly. Then he raised his head and looked at Lu Xian, as if waiting for Lu Xian's response. Hearing Yi Zhizhi's words, everyone present was stunned. The surprised eyes immediately focused on Lu Xian. Could it be that Yi Zhizhi declined Zhang Shengtian's request just to help Lu Xian refine the elixir first? You know, not just anyone can help Yi Zhizhi make pills. She needs a lot of time to practice on weekdays, and can only open 2 furnaces at most in a month. If I help Lu Xian refine the elixir today, I don't know when I will be able to open the furnace next time. And Zhang Shengtian is obviously not someone who can be fooled so easily. His eyes rolled around, as if he had discovered the essence of the matter. Zhang Shengtian's tone was somewhat dissatisfied, and he pointed at Lu Xian and said to Yi Zhizhi, "Senior sister, you don't help me with the treatment, are you just helping him refine the Dongxian pill?" Obviously, he was unhappy. If he needs the Dongxian pill, it means that Lu Xian's current cultivation level is only at the Qiling realm. For the sake of a spiritual awakening realm, he declined my request. Even what he made was just the most ordinary Dongxian pill. This 4th grade elixir only costs a few 100,000 spirit stones on the market, so just buy it. Zhang Shengtian took out a Dongshan pill directly from the space ring and threw it directly in front of Lu Xian. This is a mid-grade Dongshan pill, worth 300,000. I'm giving it to you. Don't bother me anymore. Lu Xian was too lazy to pay attention to him. He just looked at Yi Zhizhi and said, "Senior sister, there is no need to make an elixir. I wonder if you have any." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Shengtian interrupted again. "What? Isn't it enough to give you a middle-grade Dongshan pill? Isn't it just a Dongshan pill? How much is it worth? I have plenty here." After that, he threw another Dongshan pill to Lu Xian and said, "This is a top-grade Dongshan pill, worth 800,000 spirit stones. I'm giving it to you generously." Although Lu Xian was a little unhappy about being interrupted, he still didn't want to waste time. Ignoring Zhang Shengtian, he asked Yi Zhizhi, "I wonder if these medicinal herbs are here." He had just taken out the booklet he had prepared in advance, which recorded the requirements for the Weifeng pill, when he saw more than a dozen Dongshan pills flying towards him. "Giving you so many top-grade Dongshan pills is not enough? It's enough for you to eat until you die." In an instant, Lu Xian's cold gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Shengtian. "Who are you sending it to?" Chapter 33, No one is qualified to draw a sword in front of me. Lu Xian is very unhappy now. She clearly didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Shengtian, but he kept interrupting her. Zhang Shengtian saw Lu Xian and sneered. "You ask who I am? Are you going to fight me?" Zhang Shengtian was happy. "Just a small cultivator in the spiritual awakening realm. I can kill several of them with just my bare hands. Also asked me who sent it? I want to see who you are." In an instant, a fierce aura of the subtle realm gushed out. The entire floor was filled with a suffocating murderous intent. The surging sword force was rising from his body. This person is not only a powerful person in the realm of micro-realm, but also a sword king. "I am willing to give you the Dongshan pill because I am giving you face. Don't be ungrateful." Zhang Shengtian is also very unhappy now. It is obvious that he just needs the Dongshan pill. There are a lot of these kinds of pills in the outside world. Aren't the top-grade Dongshan Dan enough for you? Why did he have to waste Yi Zhizhi's time to personally refine the elixir for him? Seeing the tense situation, everyone quickly retreated several steps, but they all felt a little gloating. They knew a little about Lu Xian. They heard that he was a cultivator in the Qiling realm and had some grudges with Chen Wangnian. In other words, apart from his own master, he has no other power behind him, and he has even offended quite a few people. But Zhang Shengtian was completely different. Not only was he a disciple of the elders of Kaiyang Peak, he also made friends with many powerful people in the sect. Moreover, his strength is also enough to reach the realm of subtlety. Entering the micro-realm is considered elite among the Tsanyu sword sect. It would be effortless to deal with Lu Xian, a cultivator at the Qiling realm. It can be said that if a fight really breaks out, it will be a one-sided suppression. They're not really going to fight, are they? If they do, there won't be any suspense at all. Zhang Shengtian is in the middle stage of the Ruwei realm, and he is also a sword king. If he wants to deal with a Qiling realm cultivator, isn't it easy for him? Lu Xian is really courting death. He challenged the elites in public. Isn't this courting death? Even if Zhang Shengtian doesn't kill him, I'm afraid Lu Xian will be seriously injured. Obviously, in the eyes of everyone, Lu Xian was almost the same as a dead person. Zhang Shengtian was naturally hot-tempered, and the gap in strength was too great. It would not be surprising if someone died due to carelessness. And now they are even more curious why Lu Xian has the courage to provoke Zhang Shengtian. Doesn't he know what the consequences will be? Yi Zhizhi also hurriedly stood in front of Lu Xian and spoke for Lu Xian. "Junior brother Zhang, I'm sorry. Refining the elixir for Lu Xian was a task left to me by my master before he left. So, I promise you, after I refine the Dongshan elixir for him, I will treat you." Yi Zhizhi's attitude was also very sincere, and it was obvious that she didn't want them to have a conflict here. Zhang Shengtian was angry at this time and said, "Senior sister, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is no longer a simple matter of whether or not to refine the elixir. He challenged me in public. If I just let him go, won't I, Zhang Shengtian, become a joke in the sect in the future?" He still remembered what Lu Xian said to him. "Who are you sending it to?" It is hard to imagine that this is what a cultivator in the spiritual awakening realm said to himself. Zhang Shengtian became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He directly grasped the hilt of the sword behind him and said, I must teach you a lesson today. You must keep your tail between your legs when you see me next time. Seeing the scene, everyone's face changed suddenly. Sure enough, it's time to take action. Hearing this, the coldness in Lu Xian's eyes became even more intense. An inexplicable aura spread out. No one can draw a sword against me. He practices sword skills by himself and can be said to be the nemesis of all sword practitioners in the world. The sword canon is the foundation of the sword cultivation heritage of all the heavens and worlds, and the ancestral sword is the ancestor of the sword. As long as he has practiced the sword manual and has the ancestral sword on him, no one can draw the sword against him. Even if you are the emperor, you are not worthy. Boom! A terrifying feeling of oppression swept over. Everyone suddenly felt that the swords on their bodies were shaking constantly. It seems like he is afraid of something. Zhang Shengtian was also stunned and subconsciously wanted to draw his sword to protect himself. But he found that his sword did not move. Even if I try my best, I can't pull it out. What's going on? Why is my sword? Zhang Shengtian was stunned. He could feel that his sword seemed to be afraid of something. He hurriedly looked at Lu Xian, but every time he activated the sword skills in his body, he could feel a strong sense of oppression. It was as if the pressure was contained in the blood. It seemed that he was not standing in front of a cultivator in the Qiling realm, but in front of a sword master. Lu Xian had a blank expression on his face and put his hand on Zhang Shengtian's shoulder. Boom! Zhang Shengtian suddenly felt that the sword behind him seemed to have become countless times heavier. He was pushed directly to the ground, on all fours. At this moment, Zhang Shengtian was extremely scared. What is going on? Lu Xian, is he really just a cultivator in the Qiling realm? Why do I feel that he is more terrifying than my own master? I was blind. I didn't know you were a strong man. Let me go. Zhang Shengtian's voice trembled, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. I shouldn't have drawn my sword on you. I know I was wrong. Lu Xian said, you don't know you're wrong, you just know you're going to die. Zhang Shengtian's face suddenly changed. Dozens of disciples from the Zhongyu sword sect who were present were all shocked when they saw this scene. They didn't expect such a scene to appear. Zhang Shengtian was supposed to give Lu Xian a severe lesson, but now he couldn't even draw his sword in front of Lu Xian. Not only Zhang Shengtian, they also felt an inexplicable pressure. It was as if his sword was also suppressed tightly in front of Lu Xian. This Lu Xian, who looks ordinary and has only a good appearance, seems to be not that simple. Yi Ziji's expression also changed slightly at this time. She said softly to Lu Xian, Brother Lu Xian, he didn't hurt you after all, but his attitude was a little bad. Why don't you give me some face and don't fight here? Yi Ziji then looked at Zhang Shengtian, and her tone became tougher. Why don't you admit your mistake quickly? If you have a good attitude and get junior brother Lu Xian's forgiveness, I will treat you in the future. Otherwise, you will never set foot in the Pill Pavilion again. Originally, Yi Ziji was worried that something might happen to Lu Xian, and that she was not good at swordsmanship and could not protect him. But now it seems that I was worrying too much. After being given a way out by Yi Ziji, Zhang Shengtian lowered his head and said, Junior brother Lu Xian. I was biased in my tone before. Junior brother has taught me a lesson. I will never do that again in the future. Lu Xian looked at Yi Ziji at this time. Zhang Shengtian felt Lu Xian's gaze move away, and hurriedly tried to stand up, but found that the inexplicable pressure was still pressing him down firmly. Several struggles were futile, so he had to continue lying there silently, hoping to get Lu Xian's forgiveness as soon as possible. After all, under such powerful suppression, he had no choice but to bow his head. Lu Xian opened his mouth and said, No need to refine the elixir for me, but I don't know if you have these medicinal materials here. After saying that, Lu Xian handed Yi Ziji the recipe for Weifeng Dan. Yi Ziji was stunned. She didn't expect that Lu Xian didn't need to make the elixir himself, so she had to take the recipe silently. He stopped and looked carefully for a moment, his expression slightly surprised. Who wrote this recipe? Lu Xian said, I myself. Yi Ziji looked up, his eyes filled with disbelief. Could it be that you can also make pills? Chapter 34, How could you be an alchemist? Yi Ziji looked at the recipe in her hand and felt incredible. Although she didn't recognize the recipe, she didn't know what kind of elixir it was used to make. But just by the clever ratio and precise measurement of the medicinal materials, Yi Zhiji could feel the essence hidden beneath the pill recipe. And Yi Zhiji found it hard to imagine that such a pill recipe actually came from Lu Xian's hand. If one did not have great attainments in alchemy, it would be impossible to create such an elixir recipe. Swish! In an instant, countless eyes were fixed on Lu Xian. Everyone looked at Lu Xian up and down with incredible eyes. Lu Xian, how could he be an alchemist? Whether it is the way of alchemy, the way of martial arts, or the way of the sword, it requires the practitioner to spend a huge amount of time and energy to study. Ordinary people would already sweat profusely when practicing both sword and martial arts. If they add alchemy to the mix, it would definitely be a huge test for the practitioners. Even a genius in alchemy like Yi Zhiji is far inferior to most geniuses in terms of attainments in swordsmanship and martial arts. Even the Taiqingdan sect, which is famous in Qingzhou for its alchemy, has its disciples whose cultivation levels are far inferior to those of other forces. And this Lu Xian, he is only 20 years old, but he has already far surpassed other practitioners of the same age in sword and martial arts. If he even has some knowledge of alchemy, that would be too outrageous. At least they have almost never heard of such a genius. Is this possible? Could he really make pills? Isn't he a swordsman? Although Yi Zhiji is a genius in alchemy, his martial arts realm has remained at the peak of the Dongxian realm over the years, and even his sword realm has stopped at the Sword King. But this Lu Xian is only 20 years old. Sword, martial arts and alchemy are three cultivations. Such a thing is almost impossible. Even if he can really cultivate all three, in the end he will only be proficient but not perfect, and will be like everyone else. Everyone looked at Lu Xian with a strange look in their eyes. They can accept that a cultivator is stronger than themselves in one aspect, but if he beats them in all aspects, it would really make these people feel embarrassed. Do people who are proficient in sword, martial arts, and elixir really exist? Lu Xian looked at Yi Zhiji and said softly, "I only know a little about the way of alchemy." Yi Zhiji was silent for a while after hearing this, then nodded slightly. Then he asked, "Junior brother Lu Xian, I wonder what grade this pill recipe is." She didn't recognize the recipe, and it was a taboo to ask about another alchemist's recipe. Unless the other party mentioned it, she could only ask some superficial questions like the grade of the recipe. Under normal circumstances, Yi Zhiji would not have such a reaction even if faced with a pill recipe that she was unfamiliar with, but in Yi Zhiji's opinion, this pill recipe was too exquisite. Although the dozen or so herbs required are all very common, the ratios and mutual restraints between each herb are almost perfect. Even the most common herbs can be used in unexpected ways. I guess the quality is not low. Lu Xian nodded slightly, "It's okay, pretty average. This pill recipe is very ordinary in the inheritance of the immortal pill god, and it is just the most trivial one. It's just that I happen to need this pill to break through the Dongxian realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a special trip just for this mere 6th grade elixir. It's not worth it." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiji chuckled and sighed, "Okay. Then I'll get the medicine for you right away, junior brother Lu Xian, wait a moment." After saying that, Yi Zhiji turned around and walked towards the pharmacy, as if she was going to get medicine for Lu Xian personally. She wanted to take out the best quality medicinal herbs and give them to Lu Xian. After all, it was the instruction left by his master, Elder Ningyun. Even if he couldn't personally refine the elixir for Lu Xian, he couldn't neglect him. Seeing that Yi Zhiji was actually going to get medicine for Lu Xian personally, everyone's expression changed. "Ah. Fetching medicine is the job of the servant Dan Tong. Yi Zhiji actually wants to go in person? What's the difference between this and servants in the secular world washing their master's feet? For such a small matter, you can just send anyone." Lu Xian's claim that he knows alchemy may not be true. Maybe he is just pretending. Yi Zhiji's politeness actually plays into his villain's plan. After all, who would believe a sword cultivator who has just started to learn how to cultivate alchemy? The geniuses present also felt that Lu Xian might be a little off and was not worthy of Yi Zhiji being so nice to him. Jiang Shengtian, who was pinned to the ground by Lu Xian's sword power, gritted his teeth, raised his head, and said to Lu Xian, "Lu Xian, if you say that I am not as good as you in swordsmanship, I will admit it, but you can't possibly be proficient in alchemy, right? It's too much to ask senior sister Yi Zhiji to run errands for you without proving yourself." Lu Xian lowered his head, looked down at Jiang Shengtian, and his voice became cold again. "Proof? Why should I prove it to you? Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Jiang Shengtian was speechless for a long time. This doesn't leave him any way out. He feels like he's nothing and I can't beat him, so what else can I do? Jiang Xingtian's face looked so ugly that he was speechless. A person nearby looked at Lu Xian and said, "Brother Lu Xian, it's not that we don't want to believe you, but your sword skills are far superior to those of your peers, and you have also dabbled in alchemy. This is really unbelievable. I wonder if you can provide evidence so that we can be convinced." After all, senior sister Yi Zhizhi has been refining pills for fellow practitioners, and she has great prestige in our hearts. It is hard to convince others that you can just let senior sister do this kind of alchemy work for you. Yi Zhizhi looked a little embarrassed when he heard this, and said, "If it's just to get the medicine, it's not that serious. Don't read too much into it." Hearing this, Lu Xian lowered his head and glanced at Jiang Shengtian lying on the ground. "You are 35 years old this year. You are now extremely weak, which is due to your excessive indulgence in sex in the past 20 years. Although you don't need to be restrained when practicing, but if you indulge in partying every night and can't control your life force, your blood and chi will naturally become weak, and your physique will become weaker and weaker. Even if you practice hard, it will be difficult for you to make progress." When everyone heard this, their faces turned strange. What this means is that Jiang Shengtian indulged in debauchery in private, and even drained his body, which led to the deficiency of chi and blood. But he is a cultivator at the level of the subtle realm. He can hollow out the body of a cultivator at the level of the subtle realm. I'm afraid that apart from practicing, you do all those weird things every day. Jiang Shengtian was stunned when he heard this. How could I have been partying every night for 20 years? I am such an upright person. Suddenly, he fell silent. Then he lowered his head in shame and said, "Junior brother Lu Xian is right. Please save me." Instantly, everyone was stunned. Did Jiang Shengtian admit what Lu Xian said? In other words, did Lu Xian really see through Jiang Shengtian's problem at a glance? It seems that he really has something. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhizhi understood what they were talking about and her pretty face immediately blushed. But after carefully observing Jiang Shengtian's face, he found that what Lu Xian said did make some sense. Sure enough, he is really an alchemist? Yi Zhizhi leaned back slightly, a look of amazement on her face. People who are proficient in alchemy generally have extraordinary medical skills. Lu Xian was able to see Jiang Shengtian's problem with just one glance. He was indeed quite capable. Save you? Lu Xian smiled contemptuously and turned to walk towards the alchemy room. Obviously, he had no intention of paying any attention to Jiang Shengtian. Thump! Jiang Shengtian moved his body, knelt heavily in front of Lu Xian, and kowtowed. The voice was somewhat humble and pleading. I was wrong before. But I am unwilling to stop here in my cultivation. I beg junior brother Lu Xian to save me. From now on, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse for you. You can use my life as you wish. It was the first time that Jiang Shengtian had to be so humble, and he felt extremely ashamed. But if Lu Xian doesn't take action today, his future path of cultivation will come to an end. Lu Xian stopped when he heard that, took out a pen and paper from his space ring, wrote down the recipe and threw it to Jiang Shengtian. Jiang Shengtian took the prescription with both hands, as if he had found a treasure, with tears in his eyes. Thank you, junior brother Lu Xian, for saving my life. I wonder what this elixir is called. Golden Lock Stem Strengthening Pill. After he finished speaking, Lu Xian stepped into the alchemy room and then closed the door. Chapter 35, Pill Formation. Golden Lock Stem Strengthening Pill? At this time, people from all directions gathered around and looked at the pill formula in Jiang Shengtian's hand together with him. I saw that it was different from the recipe of Weifeng Dan. This one not only recorded the medicinal materials, but also the specific operation methods, which were described in great detail. It even gives them the illusion that I can also make elixirs. What kind of recipe is this? Is it reliable? Fuck, 100-year-old Yanuhuo, Jelong gunpowder, more than 300-year-old golden deer blood, why do these herbs look so weird? Oh my goodness, is this a pill for curing deficiency of chi and blood? I'm afraid that after taking it, I will be able to stay strong forever. If I take this thing and don't quickly release the medicinal power through my vitals, I'll definitely be consumed by lust. Brother Jiang Shengtian, after you refine this pill, don't forget to sell it to me. I'll give you 100,000 spirit stones. He has no sincerity in offering 100,000 spiritual stones. I'll offer 1 million. 1 million spiritual stones. You're so poor, why do you need to take this medicine? I'll give you 3,000 spirit crystals. Spirit crystals. In an instant, the place became noisy. Almost all the male cultivators were excited. After all, who doesn't want to become more powerful? If this elixir is really useful, it would be a priceless treasure. How many powerful ancestors whose lifespans are about to run out, whose chi and blood are declining, their essence is unstable, and they are powerless? If you knew that such a pill existed, you would definitely not be able to hold back. This is a great opportunity to regain your manliness. Jiang Shengtian looked unhappy. He didn't know whether this pill recipe was effective or not. The main thing is that giving this recipe to myself, isn't it clearly saying that I'm not capable of it? Although I am not doing well now. He blinked his eyes, handed the recipe to Yi Zhizhi, and asked, "Senior sister, is there any problem with this recipe?" Hearing this, everyone gradually quieted down and looked at Yi Zhizhi expectantly. Lu Xian just wrote the recipe on the spur of the moment, maybe it was made up? Moreover, this is also a good opportunity to determine whether Lu Xian is an alchemist. Yi Zhizhi took the prescription and looked at it for a moment. Suddenly, her pretty face turned red with embarrassment again. He couldn't help but crumpled the recipe in his hand. The voice was trembling a little. No problem, but I doubt whether he is a serious alchemist. If this pill is taken by a cultivator, it can indeed make up for the deficiency of chi and blood. But it is estimated that the ground would sink 2 inches that night. The power of this medicine is really too strong. For the inexperienced Yi Zhizhi, this was a huge shock to her young mind. A door to an unknown world has opened. It's a bit weird, let me take another look. Yi Zhizhi couldn't help it, so she flattened the crumpled pill recipe in her hand and looked at it carefully. Lu Xian sat in the alchemy room, adjusting his breathing. Alchemy requires extremely high state of mind of the practitioner. If one is not careful, all previous efforts may be wasted. Although he had the inheritance of the immortal pill god, which also contained a large amount of the immortal pill god's memories of alchemy during his lifetime, making Lu Xian extremely familiar with alchemy, it was his first time to make alchemy after all, so he still had to get into shape. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the alchemy furnace in front of him. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Brother Lu. Junior brother Lu Xian, I have sorted out the herbs. Do you want me to bring them in for you? It was Yi Zhizhi's voice. But Lu Xian felt a little strange. Why does this voice have a strange vibrato? Come in. The door of the alchemy room opened and Yi Zhizhi walked in. For some reason, she was sweating all over, and her originally thin blue dress was slightly wet, and her graceful figure was clearly outlined. A blush appeared on Yi Zhizhi's face, and her eyes were a little evasive, embarrassed to look directly at Lu Xian. He just handed the space ring containing the medicinal herbs to Lu Xian. Here are the herbs you need. After handing it to Lu Xian, Yi Zhizhi hurriedly retreated to the corner. She didn't know why, but after carefully reading the recipe of the golden lock stem strengthening pill, she felt hot all over. Originally, Yi Zhizhi had no interest in that kind of thing. But now that I know there is such a heaven-defying elixir. Is it really possible to do that? It might break. The more I thought about it, the hotter my body became and my throat became a little dry. Lu Xian also felt that Yi Zhizhi was a little strange, but after taking a quick look, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with her body, so he simply ignored it. Well, Yi Zhizhi said embarrassedly, I will leave now and not disturb you from refining the elixir. Generally speaking, no one is allowed to observe while the alchemist is making the elixir. Because every alchemist basically has some unique little secrets of his own, and these skills will only be passed on to his disciples. In order to avoid suspicion, alchemists need to avoid refining pills with their peers. Lu Xian was just sorting the herbs and said, it doesn't matter. If you want to see it, just take it as a thank you for helping me collect the herbs. I have to say that the quality of this batch of medicinal materials is indeed very good, and they are all top quality products picked from hundreds of miles away. Ordinary apprentices are simply unable to pick out medicinal materials of such good quality. Only a master like Yi Zhizhi has this ability. Anyway, Wei Feng Dan is not expensive for Lu Xian. Besides, even if Yi Zhizhi is watching from the side, she may not be able to learn even a single move. Really? Yi Zhizhi immediately became excited, thank you. Although it is still unclear what Lu Xian's level is, Yi Zhizhi doesn't want to miss this good opportunity to learn. Lu Xian tapped the alchemy furnace lightly, and immediately a flame rose from the bottom of the furnace. Lu Xian, who possesses the source of fire, is very adept at controlling the fire of the elixir. You can mold the Dan fire into any shape you want. At the same time, he threw the medicinal materials into the alchemy furnace in an orderly manner. Used the furnace fire to refine the purest medicinal power of the herbs. Yi Zhizhi, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and her eyes widened immediately. She could see that Lu Xian's alchemy skills were extremely skilled. He has even reached the point of mastery, and every seemingly redundant movement is a warm-up for the next display of alchemy skills. She was also secretly amazed in her heart. What a classic alchemy technique! I can hardly even understand it myself. Even the control of Dan fire has reached a near-perfect level. Yi Zhizhi believed that she was good at controlling danhua with delicate skills, but in front of Lu Xian, the gap was like a chasm. Soon, an extremely rich elixir fragrance wafted out from the furnace. Even the geniuses outside the alchemy room were shocked by this. They had almost never seen this kind of elixir fragrance before. Could it be that Lu Xian really knew how to make pills? And his skills were pretty good? A few hours later, Lu Xian looked at the alchemy furnace and let out a breath. Rise. He tapped the stove top. Soon, the alchemy furnace opened. An extremely strong scent of elixir wafts towards you. At the same time, golden light burst out. I saw a crystal clear pill lying quietly in the furnace. The pill is only the size of a fingertip and is surrounded by light golden lines, giving it a fairy-like aura. Yi Zhizhi looked at the pill and immediately widened her eyes. Is this Dan 1? Chapter 36, Return to the Dongxian Realm. Yi Zhizhi looked at the patterns on the Weifoam Dan and was shocked. Dan 1. Only when the quality of the elixir reaches perfection can it be possible to condense into elixir patterns. Dan 1 can be said to be a symbol of the ultimate quality of the elixir, and it is also the lifelong pursuit of countless alchemists. Almost every alchemist dreams of being able to condense elixir patterns when they refine high-grade elixirs, which is enough to make them famous. Even for Yi Zhizhi, Dan 1 would only appear when she was refining a first-grade elixir, and the probability was not high. But when Lu Xian refined the Weifoam pill, not only did he succeed in one try, he even produced pill patterns representing perfect quality. Excuse me, what grade of elixir is this? Yi Zhizhi asked. She was very curious about the quality of the pill. This can also indirectly infer Lu Xian's approximate level of alchemy. Although it is obvious that his level is far beyond his own. 6th rank. The 6th grade is the limit of this Weifoam pill, but it is not the limit of Lu Xian. As long as there are enough resources, it is not difficult to refine higher quality pills. In the endless inheritance of the immortal pill god, this is just the most insignificant kind of elixir. 6th rank? Yi Zhizhi's pupils suddenly contracted. The 6th grade elixir is a grade that even Elder Ningyun may not be able to touch. Only the Taiching Dan sect has the ability to ensure the production of 6th grade elixirs. Lu Xian is only 20 years old this year, but he has already refined a 6th grade elixir, which has even reached perfect quality and produced an elixir pattern that is 1 in a million. What kind of monster is this? Could it be that he is really a genius who has mastered the 3rd level of sword, martial arts, and alchemy? Lu Xian put the pills into the wooden box, then looked at Yi Zhizhi and asked, "Did you see it clearly?" Yi Zhizhi was slightly stunned, then lowered his head. She had just been observing Lu Xian's alchemy technique carefully and seriously. Not only were Lu Xian's steps methodical, but his techniques were also extremely classical. Yi Zhizhi had never seen anything like this before. Even though she tried extremely hard, she still found it difficult to see the essence of Lu Xian's alchemy. Junior brother Lu Xian's alchemy skills are 1 in a million. I tried my best to observe but still couldn't comprehend the mystery. I'm sorry to make junior brother Lu Xian laugh. Lu Xian smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. If it were someone else, they might not be as good as you. What he was using was the inheritance of the immortal pill god from countless years ago. This genius alchemist who was able to refine elixirs that could break the limit of lifespan and achieve true immortality, had spent his entire life researching the art of alchemy. If it were so easy for others to see through it, it would be too outrageous. Not to mention Yi Zhizhi, even the old alchemists of Taiching Danzong might not be able to learn the most basics. Lu Xian remained calm and swallowed the Weifoam pill. Anyway, the time has come to break through to the Dongxian realm, and this alchemy room is quite quiet, which is just right for breaking through the realm. Lu Xian sat cross-legged and began to practice his skills. Soon, a powerful aura rushed out from Lu Xian's body. Suddenly, Lu Xian felt that he had reached the bottleneck of his own realm. Break! As the medicinal power continued to flow in, the bottleneck was broken. There seemed to be a shackle inside Lu Xian's body, and it broke open. At the same time, a small world began to take shape. A surging sea of qi also appeared in the small world inside the body. And with Lu Xian's control, it continues to expand and grow. Soon, it expanded from a few feet to several meters. And it's still expanding. Lu Xian's breathing was steady as he focused on expanding the qi sea in his body. For the Dongxian realm, the size of the qi sea not only represents the foundation of the current stage, but is also crucial to future cultivation. Ordinary practitioners can only open up a 10 sea of qi. For some geniuses, it can be dozens of feet. If it is a top-level monster, then the qi sea will be as large as 70 or 80 feet. Throughout history, countless strong men have reached a limit of 99 feet, which is the ultimate number. The first time Lu Xian broke through to the Dongxian realm, he opened up a 60 zhang sea of qi, ranking first among those in the same realm in Qingsong City. This time, not only did he have the previous experience, but he also had the assistance of Weifengden, which made it easier for him to break through. Lu Xian was confident that he could definitely break his previous record and even reach the limit of 99 feet. Come! Lu Xian controlled the power of the medicine and poured it into the small world inside his body. This small world is in chaos, as if the heaven and earth have not yet been created and primordial chaos has not yet come into being. The only light is the sea of qi that is sparkling with spiritual light. The surging spiritual energy in the body was infused into the qi sea, causing the qi sea to continue to expand. As the sea of qi expands, Lu Xian's aura is also getting stronger. Outside world. Yi Zhizhi looked at Lu Xian in front of her, with a hint of shock in her eyes. She could naturally see that Lu Xian was trying to break through to the Dongxian realm. Based on this momentum, junior brother Lu Xian's expanded qi sea should be quite large. Yi Zhizhi was a little curious about how Lu Xian did it. Logically speaking, it should be possible with the help of Dongxian Dan. Ordinary cultivators can only open up a sea of qi of 20 feet at most on their own. If they want to go further, they must have the help of the Dongxian pill. Obviously, the qi sea that Lu Xian developed was definitely much higher than this number, but the problem was that he did not take the Dongxian pill. Could it be the effect of that pill? Yi Zhizhi took a deep breath and then looked surprised. Could it be that the pill that Lu Xian just took has a similar effect to the Dongxian pill and can help cultivators open up their qi sea? But the Dongxian pill is only a 4th grade pill, while the pill Lu Xian just took is a 6th grade pill. If so, doesn't it mean that the effect of this elixir is far superior to that of the Dongxian pill? No wonder he didn't need my help in refining the elixir. It turns out he doesn't need the profound cavern pill, nor does he need me. Yi Zhizhi showed a helpless smile on her face. She really underestimated Lu Xian. But who could have thought that Lu Xian had such an incredible background? Being able to cultivate the 3rd level of Jianwu Dan is already a genius, but Lu Xian is able to surpass everyone else in every way. At this time, with the effect of the medicine, the qi sea in Lu Xian's body has expanded to 79 feet. Not only has it greatly exceeded the previous limits, even this number is still increasing. 80 feet, 85 feet, 91 feet, 99 feet. Finally, the qi sea in Lu Xian's body reached a size of 99 feet. In the small world inside the body, the 100-foot-long sea of qi is sparkling with golden light, shining with dazzling brilliance. Lu Xian also felt the huge aura in his body. I can condense my qi sea at any time and officially break through to the Dongxian realm. But this doesn't seem to be the limit? Lu Xian vaguely felt that there seemed to be room for the qi sea in his body to expand. But 99 feet is already the limit of the strong men throughout the ages. I have never heard of anyone being able to condense a sea of qi that is more than 99 feet long. But for everything, we can only make a conclusion after trying it once. Although stopping here is the safest approach, Lu Xian does not want to leave any regrets. He used the last bit of his medicinal power and launched another charge towards the 100-foot sea of qi. Boom! A wave of air exploded directly from Lu Xian's body. At the same time, the aura also rose rapidly. It has reached several times the previous level. In the small world, the qi sea that is 100 feet in size is even more brilliant. At this moment, Lu Xian felt truly fulfilled. Really? Breakthrough. Dongxian Realm. Chapter 37, Aphrodisiac Immortal. Return to the Dongxian Realm. Lu Xian suddenly opened his eyes, and then began to feel the tremendous power in his body. After breaking through to the Dongxian realm, his strength has undergone an earth-shaking change compared to before. Is it past my prime? Before Lu Xian's cultivation was abolished, he was also a cultivator in the middle stage of the Dongxian realm. But now, Lu Xian feels that he is stronger than before. Even one punch can completely destroy yourself in your prime. A sea of qi that is 100 feet long. Unheard of. Lu Xian felt the qi sea in his own small world and also felt a little shocked. Theoretically, the maximum size of a cultivator's qi sea is no more than 99 feet. However, Lu Xian's qi sea broke through 10 feet on this basis and reached 100 feet, which was the perfect number. This is unprecedented throughout history. As a result, Lu Xian also gained power far beyond that of other practitioners at the same level. The most direct impact of the qi sea is the upper limit of one's own spiritual power. Compared with other practitioners at the same level, Lu Xian now has a huge advantage in spiritual power reserves. Coupled with the Qingyun spring water in his stock, his spiritual power would be inexhaustible during war. Yi Zhizhi, who was standing by, also felt the huge changes coming from Lu Xian. With a smile on his face, he said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough to the Dongxian realm. I wish junior brother Lu Xian continued success in his cultivation in the future." She was also a little surprised. Lu Xian is only 20 years old this year, but his sword, martial arts and alchemy skills are far beyond those of his peers. His future achievements will be limitless. I am a few years older than you, but I still have a lot to learn. Lu Xian smiled slightly and said, "Don't compare yourself to me. People who insist on comparing themselves to me usually live a very tiring life, haha." Yi Zhizhi chuckled, "Junior brother Lu Xian, you are joking. If you have free time in the future, you can come here more often. I hope junior brother Lu Xian can give you some pointers." Lu Xian nodded, "Yes." After exchanging a few words with Yi Zhizhi, Lu Xian walked out of the alchemy room. At this time, the people who had been there before were still gathered outside the door. When they saw Lu Xian coming out, they were even more amazed. "Look! Lu Xian is out. He seems to have broken through to the Dongxian realm. Lu Xian's strength is already extremely strong, and now he has broken through the realm again. Isn't he going to defy the heavens? It seems that we are indeed short-sighted. This Lu Xian is not only a master of alchemy, but also a swordsman. His golden lock penis strengthening pill is simply too powerful. After a man takes it, it not only restores his virility, but it also makes him reach the pinnacle of perfection." Everyone looked at Lu Xian with eyes full of respect. That is a special respect for the strong. Lu Xian stood at the door in silence for a moment, and suddenly felt something was wrong. What does it mean to make a man reach the pinnacle? At this moment, a figure as strong as a bear pushed everyone away and rushed in front of Lu Xian. The man bowed deeply to Lu Xian. "Thank you, junior brother Lu Xian, for giving me a new life. I, Jiang Shengtian, will never forget it." Lu Xian looked at Jiang Shengtian in front of him and felt that this guy's appearance had changed a lot. It seems that there is a bit more confidence that is unique to men. Jiang Shengtian looked at Lu Xian in front of him excitedly and said, "Junior brother, while you were refining the elixir, I asked an acquaintance elixir master to try to refine this golden lock stem strengthening pill. Don't be fooled by the fact that this elixir is only of the first grade, it is extremely powerful. After I took it, my golden spear was almost pulsating with sparks, but it still stood firm. The most important thing is that my problem of insufficient qi and blood was completely cured." Jiang Shengtian looked at Lu Xian with great admiration. He had eaten many similar pills, but he had never seen one so powerful. The time Lu Xian spent on refining the elixir and practicing was more than 10 hours in total. Jiang Shengtian also persisted for 10 hours. But until now, his true yang has not been released, and he is as strong as a dragon and a tiger. Even when he heard that Lu Xian had come out of confinement, he hadn't finished yet. He just put on his clothes roughly and ran over. "I was running and bumping all the way, and my pants were almost torn by my vitals. You know, ever since his qi and blood were exhausted, he has never been able to last more than 3 breaths." This was the first time that Jiang Shengtian felt how powerful he was. Lu Xian was silent. He just randomly found a recipe for a pill, which wasn't even up to standard. But I didn't expect that Jiang Shengtian would treat her as a treasure. Jiang Shengtian said again. "On my way here, I contacted the alchemist who helped me refine the elixir and asked him not to leak the recipe. If you agree, I can make this medicine in large quantities, and it will definitely sell well. Because there is no such powerful medicine on the market." The profits will be split 30% between you and me, 70% for you. 80% is fine too. As the saying goes, long illness makes a good doctor. Jiang Shengtian was delayed for some time by this illness, and he had tried many similar pills on the market, but none of them was as effective as the golden lock stem strengthening pill. In other provinces including Qingzhou, there are also many cultivators who are troubled by these difficult and complicated diseases. If they have the opportunity to cure them, they will definitely spare no effort. Therefore, Jiang Shengtian smelled a huge business opportunity. This elixir is only of the first grade and is extremely easy to refine in large quantities. By then, there will be no shortage of buyers even if it is sold at a sky-high price. Maybe with this pill, he can make a fortune. Lu Xian was thoughtful after hearing this. Wow, is there really a market for this pill recipe? I have to say that Jiang Shengtian looks like a rough man, but he is quite business-minded and has a meticulous mind. It doesn't matter. You decide. Anyway, I don't care about the recipe. It doesn't matter whether I can make money or not. It's better if I can make some money. Thank you, junior brother, for giving me this opportunity. In the future, I, Jiang Shengtian, will serve you at your service without hesitation. Jiang Shengtian bowed deeply to Lu Xian again. He knew in his heart that Lu Xian was the benefactor in his life. Many cultivators present looked at Lu Xian with a bit of admiration in their eyes. It is said that not long after Jiang Shengtian left, there was a ground-shaking movement at Kaiyang Peak where he was. If you didn't know, you would think it was an earthquake. I'm afraid even the legendary Supreme Immortal sect has never had such a grand scene. And the source of everything was just a pill recipe that came out of Lu Xian's hands. My goodness, this Lu Xian might be an aphrodisiac master. It's hard to imagine how much the pills will fetch once they enter the market. Although it is only a first-grade elixir, the medicinal materials are also very easy to obtain, but the most critical part is the precise ratio and tedious steps. It is almost impossible for an alchemist to reversely deduce the elixir formula. Lu Xian actually has such a recipe. Could it be that he has had a shameful experience? But it doesn't look like that. No matter what, Lu Xian is definitely going to get rich. Now the only person who owns the recipe for the pill is Jiang Shengtian, and in order to please Lu Xian, Jiang Shengtian will definitely give the money he earns from the sale to Lu Xian. With this income alone, you can be financially free in the Supreme Sword sect. Everyone looked at Lu Xian's back, tears of envy almost flowing out of the corners of their mouths. They also want to try out the effects of such a delicious elixir. However, as Lu Xian walked on the road, he always felt a little uneasy. It seemed like something was going to happen. Soon, a spirit pigeon flew in front of Lu Xian and landed steadily on Lu Xian's arm. This is the spiritual pigeon raised by the Lu family. Lu Xian recognized the pigeon at a glance. It was a magical bird raised by the Lu family to pierce the hearts of clan members who were training outside. It could fly 8,000 miles a day without getting tired. He took down the letter and saw his cousin Lu Chen's handwriting. The clan is in trouble, return quickly. Chapter 38, You want to kill my whole family? This is Lu Chen's handwriting. Lu Xian suddenly became gloomy. Spirit pigeons are extremely expensive for ordinary families, and the distance they can fly in their lifetime is limited. Therefore, spirit pigeons will not be used to send messages unless there are special circumstances. Since Lu Chen chose to use a spirit pigeon to deliver the message, it meant that something must have happened to the Lu family. Although he did not have the blood of the Lu family flowing in his veins, Dala Qingtian had always given him the greatest help since he was a child. If he stood idly by when the clan was in trouble, wouldn't that be ungrateful? I want to see who dares to attack the Lu family when I'm away. A hint of coldness flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. Now, not only has he returned to the Dongxian realm, his strength is even much stronger than in his heyday. It just so happens that I also want to try out what my current level is. Anyone who wants to provoke me will have only one outcome. Jingsong City, Lu family. The Lu family mansion lost its former prosperity and became dilapidated. Many young members of the tribe huddled in the corner in fear, not daring to speak. At the main entrance, Lu Qingtian looked at the strong men from the major families in front of him with a bad face. Not only are there strong men from the Chun and Lin families, but there are also strong men from the Yi and Wu families. There were more than 100 cultivators who had started from the awakening spirit realm, surrounding the Lu family tightly. Everyone had a playful and smug look on their face, and it was obvious that they had already regarded the Lu family as theirs. Faced with such a scene, Lu Qingtian's expression remained unchanged and he was still full of confidence. I will definitely not give you the Xian level spiritual vein. If you want to fight, our Lu family will accompany you to the end. On the side, many Lu family executives also looked furious. After Lu Xian left, the Lu family also got a chance to catch their breath and began to steadily recover their strength. The good times did not last long. The other major families all knew that the Lu family had obtained a Xian-level spiritual vein. The temptation of such a treasure made the other major families salivate. In the end, the several major families decided to join forces to divide up the Lu family's Xian-level spiritual veins, and even the entire Lu family's foundation accumulated over thousands of years. Lu Qingtian sneered in his heart. He had already secretly given the Xian-level spiritual vein to Lu Xian. This was the treasure that Lu Xian had fought hard for, so it should naturally belong to him. But when several major families besieged the Lu family, Lu Qingtian did not reveal this secret. Because once they get to know this news, they will definitely take action against Lu Xian. It would be better to let the entire Lu family serve as Lu Xian's shield. Lu Xian, this is the only thing I can do for you. Lu Qingtian smiled bitterly. Not to mention the years of getting along, when Lu Qingtian saw Lu Xian for the first time, he treated him as his own son. What's more, the Lu family's former prosperity was also due to Lu Xian's hard work. Among the crowd, the top powers from the other four great families were all eyeing the Lu family covetously. Chen Hongtu, the eldest elder of the Chun family, had a smug look on his face, and looked at Lu Qingtian in front of him with disdain in his eyes. Lu Qingtian, in the past few days, all of your Lu family's shops in Qingsong City have been destroyed, and most of the spiritual mines under your control have been lost. Even if we don't take action, it won't be long before your Lu family's assets are completely squandered. Even if you have 2 Xian-level spiritual veins, what's the use? It can't save your life at this critical moment. It's better to hand it over now, and our 4 great families can still give your Lu family a chance to survive. Otherwise, we will flatten the Lu family today. The elders from the other major families stood beside Chen Hongtu, and the powerful aura of the Dongxian realm continued to sweep over. Most of these people are in the Dongxian realm, and there are even some strong ones in the Weiwei realm. Now the 4 great families have sent out all their elite forces to encircle and suppress the Lu family. Even during the heyday of the Lu family, it would be difficult to resist. No one dares to talk about destroying the Lu family in front of me. Lu Qingtian shouted angrily, and the aura of the early stage of the micro-realm continued to surge. But obviously, the cultivators from these 4 great families were not afraid at all. Chen Hongtu also sneered and immediately struck out with a palm. A huge palm shadow emerges. Lu Qingtian's expression remained unchanged and he also threw a punch. A punch and a palm collided directly with each other. Boom! A loud bang. Lu Qingtian was immediately knocked back several steps. His complexion was extremely ugly. He couldn't get any benefit from Chen Hongtu. And the Chun family has many such strong people. Today is truly a moment of life and death. Master! Everyone in the Lu family exclaimed, with anxious looks on their faces. Lu Qingtian's strength is the strongest among them, but he can never be a match for so many people. Could it be that the Lu family is really going to be finished today? At this time, everyone from the 4 major families also looked arrogant. Even Lu Qingtian is not his opponent. Who else in the Lu family can take up the responsibility? The former Lu family is now nothing more than a clown. When the Lu family is gone, all the wealth they have accumulated over the years will be ours. Ha ha! A Xian-level spiritual vein. That's a Xian-level spiritual vein. There was a look of madness in everyone's eyes. The value of a Xian-level spiritual vein is enough to buy the entire Qingsong City. Even if there are so many of them, they can still give a lot of benefits. Lu Qingtian, it's easy for me to kill you. Chen Hongtu laughed loudly and said. My Chen family members have been training outside, but they have brought us back a lot of treasures. Now our Chen family is much stronger than before. Just accept your fate, old dog. Most of the young geniuses of the Chen family are out there making their livings, among whom Chen Wangnian is the best. Every few days they would bring back quite a lot of resources, and relying on these things, the overall strength of their Chen family was also growing day by day. The Lu family, which has fallen into a slump in recent days, has obviously been left behind during this period of time. Now, I have reached the 3rd level of the subtle realm. You will never be my opponent. Prepare to die. Chen Hongtu was too lazy to talk nonsense and immediately struck out with a palm. Giant beast destroying city poem. Chen Hongtu immediately used the Chen family's unique skills. A mid-level Xian-level martial art, the giant beast city destroying poem. Instantly, endless palm winds evolved. In an instant, a ferocious beast several feet tall was formed. The giant beast roared towards the sky, as if it was going to roar down the stars. With terrifying power that could crush everything in its path, he rushed towards Lu Qingtian. The ground along the way was left with deep gullies, and the earth was shaking. Everyone in the Lu family's expression suddenly changed. Chen Hongtu himself is extremely powerful and has even entered the 4th level of the realm of subtlety. And the giant beast city destroying poem is even more powerful. The Lu family now seems unstoppable. In an instant, everyone present looked pale and filled with despair. What should we do? Is this really going to stop here? Lu Qingtian closed his eyes tightly, feeling extremely unwilling. It seemed as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. Chen Hongtu felt even more proud when he saw Lu Qingtian's frail appearance. The Lu family is finally going to be destroyed in his own hands. At that time, the whole clan will be slaughtered. No one will be left alive, young or old, male or female. Die. Swish. The shadow of the giant beast was less than 10 feet away from Lu Qingtian in an instant. Just when everyone thought that everything was over, a sword light suddenly rose into the sky. Chapter 39, Draw the Sword. A sword light suddenly fell. Hit the giant beast directly. The two powerful forces collided with each other immediately. Boom! A loud bang. All I saw was the endless sword light tearing the ferocious beast apart. In an instant, the giant beast was torn into nothingness. The sword light slowly dissipated. Everyone looked up at the sky, and then their faces were filled with amazement. I saw a figure standing in the sky riding a sword, overlooking everyone. Lu Xian. In an instant, everyone in the Lu family was shocked. It's Lu Xian. He's here. How can he soar above the sky? Could it be that he has already entered the realm of transcendence? How is that possible? No. He is flying on a sword. He is indeed a top-level swordsman. So handsome. Brother Lu Xian looks even stronger than before. Lu Qingtian, who survived the disaster, was also shocked. You are actually so strong. Chen Hongtu has reached the 3rd level of the realm of subtlety. Although the attack just now was not Chen Hongtu's full strength. But the fact that Lu Xian was able to break his attack proved that Lu Xian's strength had undergone a drastic change compared to before. In just a few days, Lu Xian has made such huge progress. You kid! You're not dead yet. Chen Hongtu was also a little surprised when he saw Lu Xian appear. He didn't expect that Lu Xian would appear at this critical moment. It even completely shattered his own giant beast city destroying poem. You returned to the profound cavern realm? Chen Hongtu narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly felt the aura of the Dongxian realm from Lu Xian. Lu Xian's cultivation was abolished just a few months ago. But it only took a short time for him to return to the Dongxian realm. This kid is truly a monster. You old dog, you wanted to kill my people and destroy my family while I was away. Today, you and the other major families in Qingsong City will regret this. The murderous intent in Lu Xian's eyes grew stronger. He looked down at the hundreds of powerful men present. Obviously, these people came here with the intention of completely exterminating the clan. There was no intention to give the Lu family any way out. Since they are going to have a complete fallout today, Lu Xian will naturally not show any mercy. So what? What huge waves can you create by yourself? A man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. The Lu family should have understood this truth when they got the 2 Xian-level spirit veins. Chen Hongtu laughed loudly. In his opinion, Lu Xian's arrival only gave them an opportunity to nip the thorns in the bud. This time, the Lu family is going to be completely wiped out. The other 3 powerful families present also had a playful expression on their faces. Do you really think that a small Lu family can keep such a treasure? It's really a foolish dream. Those are 2 Xian-level spirit veins. If they were released, they could buy the entire Qingsong City. And what rank is your Lu family? Are you worthy of owning spirit veins? He's just a nouveau riche. Isn't it normal that he can't keep his property? He has to force himself to the point of extermination. He really has himself to blame. Since Lu Xian is here, let us completely exterminate the Lu family. Ha ha ha. At this time, Lin Chanan, a strong man from the Lin family, and his wife Lu Ruyan were also standing in front of the crowd, looking at Lu Xian with contempt. Lin Chanan chuckled and said, "Lu Xian, it was your Lu family that was unjust first. Now that we rely on the Chen family, we naturally have to get back at our old position." Lu Ruyan also had a vicious look in her eyes and rebuked Lu Xian, "You killed Lin Feng, a member of my Lin family, and forced my daughter Lin Xinyao to betray the Lin family. You deserve to die." The Chen family said that as long as we destroy your Lu family, we will give our Lin family 30% of the Xian level spiritual veins. My Lin family will surpass your Lu family today. Lu Shen looked at the people in front of him, and the anger on his face suddenly dissipated a lot, and instead there was a bit of mockery. What a bunch of poor people with limited knowledge. 2 Xian level spiritual veins? Who said my Lu family is so poor? After saying that, Lu Xian pressed his hand. In an instant, 4 Xian level spiritual veins emerged from the space ring. 4 spiritual veins sparkling with golden light swirled and intertwined in the sky, dyeing the entire sky into a golden ocean. At this moment, the sky above the entire Qingxang city was filled with golden light. At the same time, an extremely vast spiritual power gushed out from the spiritual veins, shining on everyone. Seeing this scene, everyone present's face suddenly changed and their eyes widened. What the hell? 4 mysterious spiritual veins? Even Lu Qingtian was confused. Isn't there only 2? How come there are 2 more? You don't think that's all, do you? Lu Xian chuckled again. In an instant, tens of thousands of spirit crystals were floating in the sky. At this moment, even Chen Hongtu held his breath, looking incredulous. 50,000 spirit crystals. 50,000. Spirit crystal. That's not a spirit stone, it's a spirit crystal. At this moment, Chen Hongtu felt his legs were a little weak. It was the first time he saw so many spirit crystals. Where did this guy make his fortune? Can you take me with you? The strong men from other families present were also shocked. These are 4 Xian level spirit veins? 50,000 spirit crystals? Why did the Chen family only tell us that there were only 2 spirit veins? Are they trying to get kickbacks? Fuck. This is the first time I've seen so many spirit crystals in my life. They're enough to buy 100 of my lives. Who could have imagined that Lu Xian was so rich? I originally thought that 2 spiritual veins would make me invincible, but it turns out that my vision is too narrow. Lin Chang'an and Lu Ruyan's faces also turned red. What the hell? It turns out that Lu Xian is so rich. Thinking that Lu Xian almost became their son-in-law, Lin Chang'an felt like he had lost a lot. His heart was bleeding. Lu Ruyan was speechless and felt her face burning. Previously, the Lin family had a falling out with the Lu family because they felt that Lu Xian had no future. But now, the treasures that Lu Xian took out casually were more than enough to buy the entire Qingxang city, including them. At this time, Lu Ruyan felt like a clown. Lu Qingtian also fell silent. Wow, how come Lu Xian is so rich? Everyone in the Lu family was also stunned. They turned around and saw the stunned expressions on the faces of the 4 major families, and they couldn't help laughing out loud. Look at their ignorant faces. It's like they're seeing a treasure for the first time. They are indeed a bunch of fame-seeking villains. They can't even walk after seeing this little treasure. Ha ha. Now their ignorance is exposed, right? How ridiculous. Everyone felt happy. No matter what the result was today, it was a great experience. But soon, Chen Hongtu's eyes suddenly became fierce when he came back to his senses. So what if you have these treasures? You are only at the Dongxian realm. You don't even understand the principle of not showing off your wealth. I will tear your tendons and skin you alive right now. No matter how many treasures you have, they will all be mine. Chen Hongtu shouted angrily, and the aura of entering the realm of subtlety immediately surged out. The powerful momentum seemed to overwhelm everyone present. Lu Shan looked at Chen Hongtu and collected all the spirit veins and spirit crystals. Okay. Then let's see if you have the ability. Swish. The Jidao sword is unsheathed. Number 40, do you think I am capable? Lu Xian landed on the ground, holding the Jidao sword, and looked directly at Chen Hongtu in front of him. Now that he has come here, he will never let anyone here leave alive. A smile appeared on Chen Hongtu's lips. His idea is very simple. Although Lu Xian has returned to the Dongxian realm, he can never be a match for his Ruwei realm. And as long as Lu Xian is killed, all the treasures he possesses will be his. Finally, my Qin family has a chance to change our destiny. With those mysterious spiritual veins and spiritual crystals, my Qin family will be able to dominate the area within 1,000 miles. There was murderous intent in Chen Hongtu's eyes. Although there is a huge gap compared to the foundation of the top forces, as long as we have these original accumulations, it is not difficult to achieve the top. At this moment, everyone present also felt the clear and pure murderous intent from Chen Hongtu. Lu Xian dared to draw his sword at this time, which meant he was definitely ready for battle. And the opponent's strength is at the terrifying level of subtlety. Is Lu Xian tired of living? Does he really want to face Chen Hongtu directly? Chen Hongtu is now at the third level of the micro realm, while Lu Xian is only at the first level of the profound realm. The difference in strength between them cannot be made up by any skill. This Lu Xian is really courting death. Who does he think he is? Has he become more courageous after joining the Zhongyu sword sect? Humph. It's better to kill Lu Xian. His treasure will surely fall into our hands. At least we can have a share of the soup. At this time, the eyes of the strong men from the four great families were almost red. It was the first time for most of them to see so many treasures, and today was an eye-opener. If you can get a little bit of it, it will definitely be a great opportunity. No one can resist this temptation. Chen Hongtu looked at the sword in Lu Xian's hand and sneered, "Stupid, you dare to bare your fangs to me? You're looking for death." After saying that, Chen Hongtu slapped out with his palm. In an instant, a huge palm wind swept over. The ground along the way was cracking inch by inch. Under the palm wind, almost everything was crushed into powder. Everyone present looked stern. As expected of a powerful person who has reached the subtle realm, even a casual attack of his can cause such a scene. Even the faces of the Lu family members turned gloomy. Chen Hongtu was so powerful that Lu Xian may not be his opponent. However, Lu Xian was not afraid at all when facing the sudden palm wind. He is now in the Dongshan realm, which is much stronger than the Chilling realm. Dealing with a small person in the realm of subtlety is certainly not a problem. He also wanted to see how big the gap was between himself and the micro realm. Lu Xian remained calm. Draw the sword and kill. Suddenly, an astonishing sword energy whizzed out and struck the palm wind. Boom! A loud bang. The palm wind was immediately shattered by the sword energy. The remaining power shot towards Chen Hongtu. The sharp sword energy struck Chen Hongtu's chest directly. With a loud bang, Chen Hongtu was immediately pushed back several steps. The clothes on his chest were also torn. There was even a deep sword scar left on the chest. How is that possible? Chen Hongtu felt the pain coming from his body, and when he raised his head his face was full of disbelief. This sword energy not only broke my palm wind, but also shattered my body protection spiritual power. Those who have entered the subtle realm can condense a protective spiritual power on their body surface, which can be used to resist a large number of attacks. And Lu Xian's sword not only shattered the protective spiritual power, but also left a deep sword mark on his body. He had never seen any cultivator in the Dongshan realm who could do this. It's simply outrageous. The cultivators from other forces in the field all had drastic changes in their expressions. Chen Hongtu was actually injured. Isn't Lu Xian in the Dongshan realm? How can he be so powerful? In this first round of confrontation, Chen Hongtu's body protecting spiritual power was broken and his body was injured, while Lu Xian looked relaxed and at ease, as if he did not use his full strength. Chen Hongtu won't be unable to defeat Lu Xian, right? I heard that sword cultivators in the same realm are invincible, but it doesn't say that they are invincible across realms. Everyone present felt their scalp tingling. He can gain an advantage by crossing a major realm. How strong is Lu Xian who has returned to the Dongshan realm? Everyone in the Lu family was even more delighted when they saw the cultivators from the four major families with expressions as if their parents had died. As expected of brother Lu Xian. He is so fierce. Lu Xian was able to escape unscathed after fighting dozens of people alone. Now that he has returned to the Dongshan realm, it will definitely not be a problem for him to kill Chen Hongtu. This time, not only will we make those four major families return home in defeat, we will also make them die without a burial place. But Chen Hongtu is at least a cultivator at the third level of the subtle realm, so brother Lu Xian should be careful. Lu Qingtian's heart also skipped a beat. Just now he had barely managed to take Chen Hongtu's blow. But Lu Xian has the upper hand. Could it be that, in just a few days, Lu Xian has surpassed himself? As expected of you. If there is anyone who could become so much stronger in such a short period of time, it would probably be you. Lu Qingtian looked at Lu Xian's figure and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. At this time, Chen Hongtu's face became extremely ugly as he listened to everyone's whispers. Suffering a loss at the hands of a cultivator in the Dongxian realm is enough to ruin his reputation. Okay. It seems that I really can't underestimate you, but I want to see what other clever tricks you can play. Chen Hongtu gritted his teeth and immediately turned into a stream of light, rushing straight towards Lu Xian. In just a moment, he rushed directly in front of Lu Xian. He raised his fist and punched Lu Xian hard in the face. The force was so great that it even caused gusts of wind. City-breaking and mountain-destroying fist. Chen Hongtu shouted angrily. He immediately used all the unique skills he had learned. Xian-level top-grade martial arts. City-breaking and mountain-destroying fist. I have used this martial art to kill hundreds of cultivators at the same level, but this is the first time I have used it to deal with a small Dongxian realm cultivator. Chen Hongtu couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. There are only a few cultivators at the same level who can withstand this punch. To deal with the Dongxian realm, a dimensionality reduction attack is definitely necessary. He just didn't believe it. Could Lu Xian really compete with him? There is absolutely no such illusory possibility. Chen Hongtu just shouted angrily. The fist in his hand is even more powerful. A ray of khaki light exploded directly. This punch, with its devastating force, blew up all the surrounding air. It seemed as if he wanted to smash Lu Xian's head into pieces. Die! Chen Hongtu punched directly. Facing this almost fatal punch, Lu Xian drew his sword and slashed. In just a moment, Lu Xian killed with a sword. 9 Heavens Thunder Sword. The sword draws thunder. A dazzling flash of lightning suddenly appeared on the Jidao sword. The lightning illuminated the sky, and suddenly the whole sky was covered with dark clouds. Amidst the calamity clouds, a bolt of lightning struck directly onto Lu Xian's sword. The Jidao sword attracted the thunder and immediately flashed a large amount of light. In an instant, a sword flashing with thunder suddenly slashed towards Chen Hongtu.